The Barbarian War, Chapters 1, 2, and 3, The Long Shadow of Peace. Chapter 1. Oh, and so it gives me great pride to introduce Chief Healer Rykrit, to dedicate the Tetrarchy's newest addition to the fleet, the hospital ship Florence Nightingale. The crowd erupted into applause as she stepped forward, accepting the proffered bottle of champagne from the Prime Minister, before taking position in front of the exposed section of the ship's hull. The rest of the vessel hung in space, ready for launch, but the ancient human custom necessitated a spot that could be reached. Rykrit faced the crowd and solemnly intoned, "May the Creator bless this ship, and all who sail in her," before raising the bottle and smashing it against the metal structure. Cheers and applause filled the space once more, as she smiled and posed for the cameras alongside Leandra Singh. From the wings, Nasat beamed with pride, pointing out his mate to their children, Tychist and Chechla. They watched with wide-eyed curiosity as their mother played her part like a professional, until they were spotted by the reporters in the crowd. "Colonel Nasat, does this continued shipbuilding mean you expect renewed hostility with the Konhim? Do you feel the Tetrarchy military has expanded too far? Is this a provocation for war?" 10 years of practice kept him from sighing and rolling his eyes. Instead, he glanced over at the Prime Minister, who gave him the barest of nods. Bowing to the inevitable, he spoke softly to the twins, entrusting them to the human who stood at his side, before stepping out onto the stage and taking his place alongside the other honored guests, as a hush fell over the crowd. "First, let me say that this ceremony has little to do with me," Nasat said with a gentle smile. "I am simply here to support my brilliant and talented wife, without whose hard work and dedication this ship and her sister vessels would not exist." He took her hand as they shared a brief smile. "Speaking as someone whose life was saved by her medical skills, I can only say that I am gratified that these ships exist, and pray they will never be needed." Unfortunately, the more fervent journalists in the room were not so easily mollified. "Colonel Nasat, do you favor renewed hostilities with the Konhim?" He turned to face the speaker. "I favor the security and safety of our worlds, but if I am given a choice, I would much prefer to see that take place on the field of diplomacy as opposed to the battlefield. War should always be the last resort, that irrevocable step taken only when all other options have been exhausted." The other reporters began shouting out their own questions, only for the Prime Minister to step forward. "I'm afraid that's all the time we have," she said with a smile, as the junior functionaries guided them out of the room, the din disappearing behind them as the door slid shut. "Dear Creator, I hate those things," Nasat sighed as he and Rykrit leaned on each other for support. "Oh, I don't know," Leandra chuckled. "You're actually getting quite good at it." "Only because you forced us into this," Rykrit snapped, her features suddenly softening as the twins came bounding up to meet them. "Mother!" "Father!" they shouted with glee, prancing all around them with the energy all young children seemed to share. "You said we could go on the ship!" Tychist demanded. "You promised!" his sister whined, as their keeper finally caught up with them. "Now what have your parents told you about running off?" Sergeant Major Lin asked pointedly, giving the adults a wink. To their credit, the twins looked suitably chagrined. "We're sorry," they said in unison, prompting another chuckle from the Prime Minister. "They didn't actually run that far," she said in their defense, kneeling down beside them and producing 2 candies from the folds of her gown. The sweets were quickly snatched up. "Thank you, Auntie Leandra," they shouted as the candies disappeared into their mouths. Rykrit bestowed an old-fashioned look on the other woman. "You will spoil them," she clucked, pulling the children in close beside her. "If I didn't know you loved them as much as we do, I would accuse you of engaging in bribery," Nasat said with an exasperated smile. "Well, of course I am," the Prime Minister chuckled. "I am a politician, after all. Certain standards must be maintained." The group laughed before she grew serious. "I'm afraid I have to pull you away from your family for a moment," Leandra informed him, as Nasat nodded in understanding. "Dear, could you take the children on that tour?" he asked gently. "It is your brainchild, after all." Rykrit shot the minister a look before turning to the twins. "Come along," she said briskly. We'll meet up with your father later." The children eagerly bounded forward, as their mother hurried after them, begging them to slow down. Nasat glanced at Lin, who shrugged, before turning his attention back to Sing. "So, what is it you wish to discuss?" Leandra found a comfortable chair and sat down. "I take it you noticed the tone of the reporter's questions?" she asked. "I did," he said quietly. "I assume there has been some recent development?" "Yes and no," she replied. "Apparently they got wind of the latest speech from the new Dayaksh. It seems he has been dialing up his rhetoric as of late. Many believe it is nothing more than saber-rattling, but I am less than convinced." He stared skeptically back at her. "Prime Minister, it has been 10 years. 10 years of hard-earned peace. Why would he risk jeopardizing that now? It's like I told you at the beginning, the war was little more than a setback in the greater scheme of things," she said quietly. "Yes, we hurt them, but far less than they hurt us. We've had minimal contact with the Konhim since then, and being completely honest, I was perfectly happy with that state of affairs. We needed that time, Nasat, to build a capable fleet. But despite all the ships we've constructed, 10 years isn't enough time to create the military we'll need, if the worst were to happen. Granted, we've greatly expanded the Navy and Army, and the recruits we turn out now are properly trained, unlike what you and the others experienced. But a decade simply isn't enough time to create the traditions, the wealth of experience a military needs to fall back on, if the shit hits the fan. Perhaps if we detached some of those ships and sent them to keep a closer eye on the Konhim, Nasat suggested. That would go a long way to allay people's fears. "You have no idea how much I wish I could," Leandra sighed. "And if we'd done so at the beginning, we could have gotten away with it. But now, it would be seen as a provocation, and at this moment in time that is something we dare not risk." Nasat grimaced. "We did not have the ships available to monitor them then." "Trust me, no one knows that better than I do," she said unhappily. "We were lucky enough as it was to get them to agree to a ceasefire. If I'd pushed them any harder, Jiaj would have absolutely balked, which would have meant fighting it out to the bitter end. Now, perhaps we could have still managed to pull it out, but the numbers at the time were not encouraging." She sighed, leaning back in her chair. "I made the best bargain I could, Nasat, but that does not mean it was a good one. In the world of diplomacy, if you're not dealing from a position of strength, then you're just not dealing." For the first time, Sergeant Major Lin spoke up. "I always said it was another damn Treaty of Versailles." "Maybe not quite that bad, but close," Leandra admitted. "At least we didn't slap them with the punitive damages the Allies insisted on at Versailles. Again, because we didn't have the means to enforce it then. As it was, I had to show the other ministers the door just to get it approved. Their replacements were much more pliable," Nasat suggested. "I was going to say pragmatic," she said tartly. Lin snorted derisively at that. "There's a growing number of individuals from the old triumvirate that are unhappy with your decision to force out the old guard, Prime Minister," Nasat said carefully. "Many of them see it as nothing more than a coup, perpetrated by humans." "And they're not entirely wrong," Leandra said grimly, "but it was necessary. I just hope that decision does not prove to be our undoing in the fullness of time," Nasat said with some disquiet. "As do I," the Prime Minister agreed. "But it's like the old saying, it's hard to remember your job was to drain the swamp. When you're up to your ass in alligators," he finished for her with a rueful chuckle. Nasat paused for a moment and cocked his head. "You know, I've always wondered, just what is an alligator?" he asked, as the two humans laughed out loud. Chapter 2. Diaksh Chugaz Uidan stood upon the ancient world of Dakik, surveying the windswept terrain. He had stood in this place once before, at the beginning of the Grand Crusade, cheering the great warrior Jiaj Guyaz alongside the other clan leaders. The warriors of the Konhim were united in purpose that day, as they prepared to embark on the journey that would finally fulfill the pact. They would mount their ships and reclaim their ancient lands, stolen from them by the cowardly triumvirate, honoring the promise they had made to their ancestors. It was as if time had stood still, witnessing that historic moment. And then the crusade itself. One world after another had fallen to their guns, and he had reveled in the destruction of their enemies. On Jatudas, on Shosud, on P17, they had reaped deeply, watching the cowards run in terror as they slaughtered them by the millions. No words could describe the heady moments of those glorious days, for they had been everything he had long dreamed of, and more. But slowly the tide began to turn. It was at Uzaonks where they first met the aliens who called themselves humans. They were pitiful opponents in the beginning. During their first battle, the crude ships sent against them were completely destroyed, leaving no survivors. That planet, too, had fallen to the Horde. But there was something in the air, some sense that this new element was more than it seemed. The second time they faced the humans at Uzaonks, the battle had not been so one-sided. It had still been a tactical victory for the Horde, but in the end, it was the Konhim who were forced to withdraw. They had inflicted far heavier casualties on the enemy that they had received in return, but it was obvious even then that these humans were learning. Learning quickly, in fact. U-12 had fallen next, and once again there had been losses, though they were light in comparison. But it was at Zaronk where the Great Crusade came to a halt, smashing against the new human fleet, facing their warriors on the ground. Both forces had been left staggered and bleeding, but there had still been a chance to save the day, had fate not played a cruel trick. The flagship Oathkeeper had been destroyed. The Diaksh presumed lost, and with no custom in place to rapidly choose a successor, the crusade ground to a halt, awaiting orders that were not forthcoming. And when finally the command did come, it was for their surrender. He had never imagined defeat, had never conceived it possible. None of them had. The Triumvirate held powerful technology, this was true, but they were weaklings, with no stomach for the fight. The Horde should have plowed right through their worlds like a blade threshing grain. It is what would have happened, were it not for the humans. And as the remnants of the Horde slunk back to their homeworlds, humbled in defeat, Chugaz began to plan. Giaj Guyaz had chosen exile, rather than live in ignominy among his own kind. With the way cleared to select the next Diaksh, Chugaz had lobbied hard to be named his successor. It had been an uphill battle, fought with tooth and claw, for he had staked the heretical claim that the ancient ways must change if they were to fulfill the pact to their ancestors. Those words had been hard to hear for many of his people, and had they not suffered disaster, his struggle would have been a futile one. But when all is lost, the mob will latch on to anyone who can show them the way to victory. He was cut from very different cloth than his predecessor. Giaj had clung to the old ways to the bitter end, while Chugaz had ruthlessly tossed aside any tradition that did not offer a clear path to victory. Giaj had won the rank of Diaksh as a warrior, pitting his skills against any and all that would challenge him, while Chugaz had worked quietly, out of the limelight, forging alliances and mercilessly eliminating his rivals. Nothing could be allowed to prevent his rise to power in order for the Konim to claim what was rightfully theirs. And if that meant the disappearance of those that stood in his way, so be it. When he was finally named Diaksh, Chugaz had gone straight to work, overhauling the fleet and its tactics. Clear lines of succession were created to prevent the disaster that had crippled them in their most desperate hour from ever happening again. For 10 years he had campaigned hard publicly for change, slowly winning over even the most reactionary of warriors. New weapons were tested and put into production, while the clan wars that had forged the Konhim soul began to change as well. In the old days, an honorable opponent would often be spared if he fought bravely. No longer. The Konhim now fought to win by any means necessary. And now, finally, they were ready. Instead of climbing the hill to the place of skulls, Chugaz entered a nondescript structure, nodding at the warriors and clan elders who rose to greet him before taking his seat at the head of the long table. "Be seated," he ordered, as the others made themselves comfortable once more. "The time has come to finish what we began so many years ago," he informed them. "The old ways that once served us so well do so no longer, and we have fought to purge their remnants from our civilization. We will take back what is rightfully ours, and when we are finished, our ancient enemies will lie broken at our feet." "And what of the humans?" an elder asked. "Ah, yes, the humans," Chugaz chuckled, though there was no mirth in its sound. "They chose to ally themselves with the Triumvirate, so much so that they are now its dominant race. They have even gone so far as to rename their government to reflect this, the Tetrarchy. They remain the most dangerous element of their society, commanding the armed forces as well as reigning over the ministry itself. Any plan to defeat the enemy must take this into account, or else suffer the same fate as our last campaign. With that in mind, this is how I intend to address that particular obstacle. With the touch of a button, imagery appeared on the screen above him. He waited in silence as the others watched the simulation he'd had prepared, carefully noting their expressions. For those that showed disquiet, suitable contingencies had been prepared. As the images faded into black, Chugaz waited for the others to speak. This too was a test, and finally one of the younger inclined his head. "An audacious plan," he said at last. "Simple yet effective, and it should offer us the element of surprise." "Audacious, yes," one of the older members said gruffly, "but this is not the way of the warrior. There is no honor to be found in these tactics." "There is even less honor to be found in defeat," Chugaz said coldly. "Or have you forgotten what happened when we did battle the honorable way?" A shadow passed over the elder's face, but he stood his ground. "I certainly have not, and only a fool would make the same attempt twice, without variance." He leaned forward, his eyes boring into the elder's. "I can assure you that I am not a fool." "Are you?" The elder bristled at the accusation. "You will either submit to my authority," Chugaz continued, "or remain behind, and there is even less honor to be found cowering here on the homeworld, while the true warriors go out to do battle." The elder snarled, leaping to his feet, his blade teleporting into his hand. "You would insult me like this?" he snapped. "I fought at Jiaja's side from first battle to last, and no one will disrespect my courage, not even the Diaksh himself." He stepped clear of the table, his blade weaving about in front of him. "Face me if you dare." The expression on Chugaz's face never changed, not even when he pulled his sidearm and shot the elder dead from where he sat. "I see there are still those that cling to the old ways," he said calmly, returning his weapon to its holster. "If there are any others that feel as he did, speak now, for only those who grasp that victory is all that matters will have a place by my side. The old ways are dead." A slight sneer appeared on his face. "Just ask him." A handful of uneasy glances passed from one elder to another, until finally one took a deep breath and spoke up. "We are with you, Diaksh," he said respectfully. "Now and always." "Good," Chugaz said with a nod. "Gather your warriors, for the time to strike has come at last." Chapter 3. Fleet Admiral Helene Fujimoto gripped the edge of her console tightly as her flagship came screaming out of the sun, diving into the gravity well of the nearby planet. "Message to the fleet," she growled. "Open fire the instant the enemy ships are in range." "Aye, aye, ma'am," her communications officer responded, speaking into her mic as she passed the order to the other vessels. Her opponent had taken refuge behind the gas giant, shielding them from view, but it was only a temporary reprieve. There was nowhere for them to run to now, and she grinned fiercely as the fleet closed the gap. Soon, very soon, when they whipped around the sphere's mass, she'd have them in her sights. 10 seconds to intercept," her XO informed her, as she watched the display intently. The enemy was good. Damned good, in fact. And for the last 3 hours they'd led her on a merry chase, playing the mouse to her cat, using every trick in the book to stay out of range of her guns. But now there were no more tricks to play, and she relished finishing them off once and for all. 5 seconds, the first officer snapped. 4, 3, 2, 1. He paused for a moment, waiting to confirm contact, but as the seconds dragged on, the screen remained agonizingly clear. "Where the hell are they?" she snarled in frustration. The fleet continued its run, hugging the planet close as they raced around its equator, but somehow her quarry had slipped out from her grasp. Only where could they have possibly gone? "Contact!" the helmsman shouted. "Multiple targets bearing 113 by Mark 072. "Roll ships and fire!" Helene howled, as the enemy came diving in from the planet's northern pole, high above the ecliptic. But her orders came a split second too late, as the enemy fleet beat her to the punch, throwing everything they had into her. Her flagship Zoronk shuddered as weapons fire tore into her flesh, and she watched helplessly as the battlecruiser's rapier and katana erupted into fireballs. She recognized belatedly how the enemy commander must have pulled off his ambush, but that knowledge did her little good now. He had them in his sights, and despite the fact her fleet was fighting back as courageously as anyone could possibly hope for, it simply wasn't enough. "Reactor is losing containment," the engineer shouted. 30 seconds to overload. "Abandon ship," Admiral Fujimoto shouted in frustration. "All hands to the escape pods." And then suddenly everything came to a halt. The red emergency lights switched back to standard as the frantic conversations of battle dwindled and disappeared. "Incoming message, Admiral," her comm officer said carefully, not wanting to raise her ire. "Put him through," she sighed, rising to her feet as Field Marshal Antima's face appeared on the screen. "Calling to gloat, Kwasi?" she asked wryly. "Not at all," the dark-skinned man smiled. "In fact, you almost had me." "Almost being the operative word here," she chuckled. "There's only one way you could have made that maneuver. Just how deep into the atmosphere did you have to dive to pull off that aerogravity assist?" "Deeper than I would have preferred, as it turns out," Antuma grinned. "My engineers are not happy with me at the moment." "I'll bet," Helene said dryly. "Still, well played, Marshal Antuma." "Likewise, Admiral Fujimoto," he replied, sketching a brief salute. "So, lessons learned?" "You mean besides not going up against a 7-times Grandmaster?" She smirked as Kwasi laughed. "I'm not sure how often that AGA tactic would prove useful in actual combat, but we should definitely start drilling the fleet in its use nonetheless. Never know when it might come in handy." She leaned back in her chair and shook her head. "Just how long have you been waiting to spring that on me exactly?" "Cost you a bottle of 30-year-old scotch to find out," he replied, his eyes twinkling in triumph. "Still, I must say how impressed I am with the fleet. You've really built something here, Helene." "I didn't do it alone," she demurred, "but I'll admit to a certain amount of pride. Considering we started with nothing a decade ago, what we've managed to accomplish in that time borders on the miraculous." The Admiral got a wistful look in her eye, reliving a private moment. "If we'd had these ships, then—" "Don't, Helene," Kwasi admonished her. "We all have regrets from that war. We did the best we could with what we had. Luckily, it was enough." "Barely," she shot back. "What is that quote by Wellington? It was a near-run thing?" The Admiral sighed. "The Iron Duke didn't know the half of it." Antuma regarded her thoughtfully. "Something tells me you have more on your mind than getting your ears pinned back by me." He probed gently. "You know what it is," she said darkly. "We've spoken about it often enough after all. Now that we have a real fleet, we should be using it, by keeping a close eye on the Konim worlds." "That's a political decision," he sighed, "and above both our pay grades." "Look, I respect the Prime Minister," she said carefully, "but in this instance she's making a mistake. We have almost no idea what they're up to, and you know as well as I do just how dangerous that is. She's concerned we'd be poking a stick into a hornet's nest, and honestly, I think she makes a good case." Kwasi gave her a gentle smile. "They've stayed on their side of space for 10 years now, and as long as they continue to do so, I'm happy to let sleeping dogs lie." "You know the thing about sleeping dogs," she retorted, unmoved by his words. "Sooner or later, they wake up." Mankind had been slowly expanding deeper into space ever since he first set foot on Earth's moon. Mars had been settled first, and after centuries of terraforming had become almost as lush and inviting as the homeworld. It was many decades later that humanity's first exosolar colony was established. But as interstellar craft began exploring the nearby suns, man found other worlds to plant his flag. By the time they'd stumbled into the triumvirate, there were 10 planets that he called home, adding an 11th not long after. After meeting the alien races that would come to have such a major impact on the course of his society, man paused, consolidating his position as he took stock of his future. Making the radical changes demanded by the triumvirate had not been easy, but as a century of effort drew to a close, he could say they'd taken large strides in maturing as a species. With the technology gained from their alien allies, the worlds of humanity prospered. Marginal holdings became thriving hubs of exploration and commerce, at which point many a human gave a profound sigh of relief. No longer were all his eggs in one basket, and if the worst were to happen, mankind would be able to close ranks and carry on. His history, his culture, all would survive. Having one of his deepest existential fears laid to rest was cause for celebration, even if it often went unacknowledged. Even the Konhim War had not managed to smother that belief, though perhaps that had more to do with the fact no human worlds had been attacked than anything else. Persephone in particular had done well for itself. It had become self-sufficient many decades earlier, and given the pristine nature of its biosphere, requiring almost no alteration, it had become one of the most sought-after destinations for those individuals looking for a fresh start. Its population skyrocketed, somehow managing to maintain the rough-hewn charm that came with its recent pioneer past, and yet finding a way to weld on a patina of sophistication that only increased its value. Which is why what happened next was such a devastating blow. The Barbarian War, Chapters 4, 5, and 6. The Breaking of Silence. Chapter 4. Marshal Antima started to rise as Prime Minister Singh entered the chamber, but she waved him back down as she took her seat. Her jaw was clenched in a hard line as she looked around the room, at both her fellow ministers and the military contingent. She took a moment to steel her resolve before giving the marshal a nod. "All right, tell me, what happened at Persephone?" she said in measured tones, though her outwardly calm demeanor fooled no one. Kwasi took a deep breath and met her gaze. Prime Minister, at approximately 1750 hours local time, Persephone was struck by what appears to have been a relativistic kinetic kill vehicle. We're still in the process of gathering data, and we have only a single image of the vehicle itself, taken a split second before impact. But I can tell you this much, the device was most definitely artificial, and that this was no accident. "I'm sorry, a relativistic kinetic kill vehicle?" The new Soratar minister Thrasath interjected, before Leandra could respond. "What exactly is that?" "In layman's terms, it is a spacecraft that has been accelerated near the speed of light," Antuma replied, though in this case the vehicle in question seems to have been little more than a propulsion system and reactor, with just enough computer control to guide it to its target. "We have examined the evidence closely and the numbers are staggering. Given our best estimates, the energy discharge was in the neighborhood of 30,000 gigatons of explosive force." The silence following that pronouncement was deafening. The other ministers stared at him in shock, struggling to make sense of it. "Survivors?" Leandra asked softly. None," he replied. "Perhaps some microbes on the far side from the impact, which means over 100 million people were wiped out of existence." Kwasi's professional mask was firmly in place, leaving him wooden and stiff. To the uninitiated it might seem as if he didn't care about those deaths, but in fact the opposite was true. It was only by clinging to his professionalism he was able to cope at all. There were a number of ships in the system, which is where we've drawn most of our data from, but all ships in orbit at the time of the blast were completely destroyed. "Dear God," she whispered, "do we have any idea who might have done this?" "I think that's obvious, Prime Minister," Admiral Fujimoto said grimly. "It has to be the Konhim, unless someone here has any other suggestions." She glared at them, daring them to disagree. "But why now?" the Ronin Minister Omega, 445 Intersect Gamma asked aloud. "And why a human world?" "I do not disagree with you, Admiral, for I cannot imagine another party being involved. But the Konhim showed no interest in attacking human worlds during the previous war." "Because we intervened," she shot back. "If we hadn't stepped in when we did, the Konhim horde would have destroyed the triumvirate. If they've decided to try again, it only makes sense to eliminate the biggest threat first." But Persephone was not a military target, the Ophiptera minister Bezagab said in confusion. There was no fleet based there, no critical industry, no obvious reason for it to be attacked. "I believe there was, Minster," Nasat said evenly, "and Admiral Fujimoto has put her finger on the reason." His inclusion in this meeting was almost an afterthought, but given his ascending star, he was a welcome addition. Persephone was almost certainly attacked solely because it was a human world. Whether it was what we would consider a military target was most likely immaterial in the eyes of the Konhim. Even now, I believe they consider humanity to be as dangerous as they view themselves, whereas the other races of the Tetrarchy are still considered to be little more than cannon fodder, Helene finished, before giving Nasat an apologetic look. No offense. None taken, he agreed easily. Fine. We're all in agreement it must be the Conhim who attacked Persephone, absent any conflicting data, Leandra interjected, as she steered the discussion back to its roots. The more important questions are these. Is there any way of knowing when and where they'll strike again? And can we stop another attack once it has been launched? The Marshal and the Admiral shared an uncomfortable look before Kwasi finally answered. No, Prime Minister, there is not. Not easily, at any rate. Do you mean to tell me there is nothing we can do? She growled in return. That the Conhim can simple fire one missile after another at us until Earth itself is destroyed? Because that answer is unacceptable. If, and I stress if, we manage to locate the launch vehicle before an attack, then we have an excellent chance of preventing it from taking its place. Short of that? Antema shook his head sadly. We could try deflecting it somehow, but considering how large an area we would have to cover, and the very brief window we would have in which to work with, ma'am, preventing another attack will require a great deal of luck. What about planetary shields? Leandra asked desperately. We never placed them around our own worlds, after seeing how easily the Conhim defeated them. But is it possible they would shield us? No, Prime Minister, Kwasi said reluctantly. It would take months to build and emplace the generators needed for the shields, months that we likely do not have. And as you said, the Conhim already know how to defeat them. We can and will do everything in our power to hunt down the ship or ships responsible for this attack. But at the moment, we are at a loss as to how. He took a deep breath and said softly, I am sorry, ma'am. For a moment, it looked as if the Prime Minister was launched into a tirade of truly epic proportions. But instead she rose to her feet and turned away, looking at something only she could see. The seconds stretched out into minutes, until she finally began to speak. If we are unable to prevent another attack, then at the very least we can ensure the Conhim live to regret their decision, she said coldly. Leandra turned and faced the others, her eyes as hard as stone. Assemble your forces, Marshal. You are hereby authorized to do whatever it takes to wreck their ability to make war. The look on his face was unreadable. Meaning? Meaning I want them broken, Field Marshal. You will send a punitive fleet to the Conhim worlds and shatter them. You will use any and all means at your disposal to see that they never, ever threaten anyone ever again. She leaned forward, her eyes boring into his. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Prime Minister, he said softly, crystal clear. The next day, a small shuttle entered the orbit of a remote Tetrarchy world. The planet itself was wholly unremarkable, save that it was one of the few examples where its moon was capable of supporting life. Even so, the satellite was sparsely populated, due to its poor soil and unpredictable weather. The shuttle landed near the foothills of the moon's largest mountain ranges, far from the beaten path. A small cottage lay nestled in the shadow of a snowy peak, requiring the lone sortor who had emerged from the craft to journey by foot up a narrow and treacherous path. He took his time navigating the rocky track before finally arriving at the door of the humble dwelling. He hesitated for a moment, as if even after the long journey he had reached his destination, only to consider turning back at the last second. Making his decision at last, he reached out to knock on the thick wooden door, only to have it swing open before making contact. The resident of the cottage stepped out to greet his visitor, saying nothing as he regarded the sortor who shifted his weight uncomfortably from one foot to another. Hello, Nasat, Giaj Guyaz said resignedly. I was wondering when our paths would cross again. Greetings, Diaksh, he began awkwardly, only to be waved off. I am no longer Diaksh, the Conhim sighed. That part of my life is behind me. He folded his arms as he took in the sortor's uncomfortable stance and chagrined expression. I take it this is not a social call, he continued, as a wintry smile appeared on his face. No, Nasat replied. You once asked for my help to help negotiate an end to the war. Yes, I did, Giaj acknowledged, and for that I am in your debt. I know, he said sadly. I have come to collect. Chapter 5. The human colony of Thule was far from a garden paradise. Its many glaciers and fjords were quite spectacular, to be sure, but except for a narrow band at the equator, the bulk of the planet was a frozen wasteland. Blizzard conditions were the norm on much of the surface, and outside of the hardiest of adventurers, it was far from a popular destination. What made it valuable, however, was its location. Its many moons were rich in minerals, from titanium and phosphorus to fissionables such as uranium and plutonium. It had become one of the major fabricating facilities of the Tetrarchy, and much of the new fleet had been constructed in one of Thul's many shipyards. Most of the colony's residents resided in orbital structures, allowing them to live near where they worked. Needless to say, such an important location was heavily guarded and monitored, and when the alarms began to sound, the population headed immediately to the shelters, while the naval garrison sought to train their guns on the attacker. Only the RKKV traveled at relativistic speeds, and 37.2 seconds was not enough time to react between first sighting and impact. Marshal Antuma was ashen as he relayed the news. Helene Fujimoto could only stare in shock, her head in her hands as Kwasi slumped into his chair. Nasat looked at the humans, first one, then the other, before gently clearing his throat, as he had so often seen them do under similar circumstances. "Marshal, what are your orders?" he asked softly. Kwasi slowly turned to him, as if even that simple movement took every gram of strength he had. "The Prime Minister's directive was quite clear, Colonel," he replied. "The attack on the Konheim homeworlds goes as planned, with one slight alteration." "And what would that be?" Helene asked finally, still stunned by the tragedy. "That I will not be taking charge of the fleet," he said gravely. "You will." The Admiral started to protest but was cut off with a wave of his hand. "Don't tell me you're not up to the challenge because I know better," he informed her. "No one knows how to employ those ships better than you do." "Other than you," Fujimoto said sharply. "And just what will you be doing in our absence?" "Trying to find a way to stop these attacks," he said quietly. "What good does it do to pound the Konheim into paste if there's nothing left to come back to?" "Marshal," Nasat said carefully, "you said there was no way to stop them, not without a great deal of luck." "Then let us hope I am lucky," Kwasi said with a half-smile. "In the meantime, Admiral Fujimoto will be relying on you even more than before." "Of course, sir," Nasat said quietly. "I will not let you or her down." "I know you won't," said after a moment, as an odd expression played across his face. "Once again I must ask the impossible from you, Nasat. I would apologize for that, except—" He shrugged helplessly, unable to finish. "I understand," the Sortor nodded. "After all, humanity came to our aid when it was most needed. It is only fitting that we return the favor." "I hope you still feel that way in a moment," Helene informed him with a trace of levity, "because I must tell you that I have no need for a colonel." Nasat blinked in surprise. "I do not understand. If you do not require my services, I will of course stand down, but—" He froze, the words dying in his throat. "Dear Creator, not again." "I'm afraid so, General," she said with a smirk. "Morale will be especially important now, and with you commanding one of the divisions, it could make all the difference." 10 years ago, I'd never touched a weapon, he protested. "I am not qualified to lead a company, let alone a division, by human standards. As you have pointed out so many times before, you aren't human," Antuma said brusquely, interrupting him. "You have risen to the challenge time and again, and I have no doubt you will do so now." Nasat started to speak, but the Marshal shook his head. "The debate is closed, General." "Yes, sir," he said at last. "I'll give you the attack transport, Gabriel," Helene informed him, "though the actual piloting will be handled by Navy personnel, of course. She's a good ship with a good crew." "I'm sure she is," Nasat said with some trepidation. He paused for a moment, struck by a sudden thought. "I do have one request, Admiral." "I suspect I already know what it is," she nodded. "Raykrit is slated to command the medical detachment on the Clara Barton, if memory serves. I'll see to it that your ship and hers are assigned to the same task force." "Thank you, Admiral," he said quietly. "You're welcome," she replied. "As it happens, I have a request for you." "Of course," Nasat answered. Her face softened. "Go home, Nasat. Spend time with your family. Hug your children." She suddenly found it hard to meet his gaze, because we are scheduled to depart in 36 hours. But why do you have to leave? Tychist asked as he clutched his mother's hand. Please don't go, Chechla sobbed as she buried her head in her father's chest. Nasat and Raikret both struggled to fight back their own tears as they sat their children down. We don't want to go, Nasat said softly, holding his family close. But there is something important we must do. It's the Konhim, isn't it? Their son said with sudden vehemence. I heard people talking. They want to kill us. Their daughter lifted her head, her eyes wide. Is that true? She whispered. I had hoped we would never need have this conversation, Raikret said to her husband, as heartache stained her every word. Nor I, Nasat replied, as she laid her head on his shoulder. With a heavy sigh, he looked at his children. The Konhim have attacked the human worlds, he told them, so we must go and stop them. But I promise you, we will be back before you know we are gone. He forced a smile on his face, but his children saw right through it. But what if something happens? Chechla wailed. Raikret took a deep breath and lifted her children's heads. Now listen to me, she said in firm tones. We will have none of that. Your father and I have both fought the Konhim before, and nothing happened. The two of them shared a brief glance as they pointedly ignored the lie. Your mother is right, Nasat said smoothly, so I need the both of you to be very brave. The twins looked at him, still unmollified. Aunt Pellet will look after you, but she'll need you to keep her from being frightened. Can you do that for me? Please? The twins looked at one another, and then solemnly nodded their heads. We promise, they vowed. Emotion threatened to strangle the words in his throat. I'm so proud of you, he said hoarsely, as Raikret bit down on her lip to fight back the tears. Chapter 6. During the last war, Marshal Antuma had found himself in the unenviable position of sending others off to fight, and all too often die, while he himself stayed behind in relative safety. Relative being the operative word, since the Konhim had intended to attack every triumvirate world eventually, but thankfully the war ended before they were able to complete that goal. Not being able to share in the danger with those under his command had been the hardest thing he'd ever done. Much harder than suddenly discovering the war he'd be fighting would be for real. Part of him longed to be part of the mission to the Konhim homeworlds, but what he'd told Helene had been absolutely correct. If there were no human worlds to come back to when they finished their job, then all they would have achieved was mutual destruction, a less than ideal outcome to say the least. The problem was that there were 11 human worlds, 9 now, that were potential targets. At best he could cover 2 with the forces he had, and that was stretching his units to the absolute limit. Not to mention the fact they still hadn't come up with a way to actually find the attackers, preferably before they launched another RKKV. One location was a no-brainer, Sol. With both Earth and Mars as potential targets, not to mention being the homeworld and the most populated planets by far, that system had to be covered, a mission that he had taken on himself. The other colony, however, which did he choose? Endymion? Zion? Paraiso? Where would the Konhim strike next? And what would happen if he chose wrong? According to our intel, the journey to the nearest Konhim homeworld will take approximately 2 months, Admiral Fujimoto informed her commanders. During that time, I expect each officer and NCO to train their people to a razor's edge. Many of you have fought them before, and you know they will throw everything they have at us to defend their homes, just as we would. I can assure you, they will not just roll over without a fight. The officers nodded in agreement. Most were not actually present. Instead, they were represented by a holographic projection. It was an upgrade that she heartily approved of. Having her commanders flying around in a shuttle for a staff meeting struck her as patently absurd. She touched a key on her console, bring up an image on her display. This is our first objective, Zach. Our best information describes this planet as being sparsely populated. Almost an outpost, in fact. I was seriously tempted to bypass it completely for one of the other targets, but I believe it will give us the chance to learn what new tactics and weapons the Konhim have in store for us, at relatively little cost. That's my hope, at least. The Admiral looked around the room, gauging their response. So far it was encouraging, but many of them had yet to face the Konhim in battle. She knew she could count on the veterans, But the ones who were still unblooded were an unknown quantity. It was perhaps an even bigger reason for her choice of Zack as their first objective, to give the rookies a chance to test themselves at relatively little cost. The confidence and experience they gained from this first battle would pay dividends when it came to the next objective. "We are still in the process of gathering information," she continued, "and as we learn more, we will pass that on. Study what you have, and we will reconvene at 0800 tomorrow for a more in-depth analysis." Dismissed. One by one, the officers either left the briefing room or disconnected their holographic avatars, until only the image of Nasat remained. "Where are we on the intel side of things?" she asked, coming straight to the point. "I am making progress, but I am afraid that Jiaj is growing increasingly uncomfortable in his role," Nasat reported. Unsurprisingly, he still feels a sense of loyalty towards his people, despite his disagreement with their current tactics. "I see," Helene said carefully. "Is this going to become a problem?" "I am unsure," the Sortor admitted. He is growing increasingly reluctant, but so far has not yet refused to answer questions. That, however, could change. "Then you need to explain to him the consequences," the Admiral said coldly. "His people broke the ceasefire and are systematically destroying the human worlds. We absolutely will not tolerate either prevarication or reticence on his part. Make him understand that." "Admiral," Nasat began, suddenly uncomfortable, "Jiaj willingly accompanied me because he believes he still owes me a debt of honor. However, he is also a patriot, despite his self-imposed exile. It is my opinion that sooner or later he will come to a line he will refuse to cross. When that happens, the kid gloves come off," Helene growled. "I don't think you fully appreciate what the Konhim have done, Nasat. Not the weapon they used on us, but how it has affected humanity." Her dark eyes flashed dangerously. "He will tell us what we want to know, one way or another. Is that understood?" "Yes, ma'am," he said quietly. "Good," she said curtly. "And to that end, I believe the time has come for some introductions, don't you?" Nasat closed his eyes. "I will see to it, Admiral." "Excellent," she smiled thinly. "Jiaj is a warrior, not to mention smart. He'll figure it out, assuming he hasn't already. I'll expect your report after tomorrow's briefing." Dismissed. "Yes, ma'am," he repeated softly, as his image disappeared from sight. Nasat's shoulders slumped as he turned away from the imager. "I warned you this was coming, sir," Sergeant Major Lin said gently. "I had hoped you were wrong," he said, defeated. Lin nodded in understanding. "Do you recall the first time we met?" Despite himself, Nasat barked out a laugh. "I'm not likely to forget it. I was absolutely terrified of you." "That was the idea," Lin chuckled. "But I was actually thinking about something you told me about that day. How you thought I was sizing you and the other trainees up for their nutritional value." He cocked his head, regarding him. "I wasn't, of course, but that primal fear you felt, coming face to face with a predator in all his martial glory, hold on to that memory, because that is exactly what the Konhim have unleashed." "I understand," the Sortor began, only for the human to cut him off. "No, you don't," Lin said darkly. "Your people were right about one thing. Inside each human lies a monster. We try to keep it chained up, and mostly we succeed. But when something like this happens..." Somehow Nasat managed to repress a shudder. "Then it is up to us to try and keep that monster at bay," he said quietly. "Send in Jiaj, Sergeant Major," he directed, reverting back to formality, "and then invite our guests to join us." "Yes, sir," Lin nodded as he exited the room. Moments later, the door opened once more, as the former Dayaksh entered, regarding Nasat curiously as he took a seat across from him. "So, more questions?" he asked evenly. "Later," Nasat replied. "I have just finished speaking with Admiral Fujimoto, and she is most emphatic about your cooperation. I am afraid she has given me, and you, little choice in the matter." It was suddenly difficult to meet his gaze. "I am sorry, Jiaj," he said with regret. The Konhim's nostrils flared for a moment before he nodded. "I have always known this day would come," he said at last. "I could, of course, refuse to cooperate, or ensure I am unable to be questioned." The last was uttered calmly, despite the implication. "You could try, yes," Nasat agreed sadly, but it is unlikely you will be allowed either choice. Perhaps you underestimate me, Giaz replied, as a mocking smile played across his face. No, I do not. Nasat took a deep breath. I'm afraid there is more. The Admiral also wishes for you to take a more active role. Specifically, there are certain missions where she feels your participation would be indispensable. I see. The smile disappeared. And just how is she planning on enforcing that? A chime sounded at the door, before Nasat could respond. She has thought of that as well, he said reluctantly, as the door slid open, revealing a small group of humans. Well, hello there, Whisper smirked. The Barbarian War, Chapters 7, 8, and 9, Embers of the Coming Storm. Chapter 7. And we have no idea who sent the message? Laswarth asked the other two beings sitting across from her. None, Sigma 121 Sub-Delta replied. The message came by courier on an encrypted data chip. I queried the corporation who employed the messenger thoroughly, and what little information they did have was obviously falsified. Is it possible this is some sort of trap laid by the Prime Minister in an attempt to further curtail our influence? Perhaps even betray us? Komzoisha suggested, voicing the thought in the forefront of all three former ministers' minds. The years following the First Konhim War had been bitter ones for the erstwhile representatives of the Triumvirate. Prime Minister Singh had never forgiven them for their role in the millennia-long deception that had drugged the humans into the war. Nor had she forgotten the years of humiliation mankind had suffered at the hands of the three individuals seated around the table. When the Konhim attacked, in their desperation they had acceded to her demands, only to discover they had invited a wolf to their table. Somehow, and to this day they were still not entirely sure how it had happened, they found themselves pushed aside as the warlike and primitive humans leveraged themselves into the leadership roles of their society. The Triumvirate had given way to the Tetrarchy, and once the ceasefire was in place, Leandra Singh informed them that their services would no longer be required. A bitter pill to swallow indeed. So it was with a certain degree of schadenfreude that the three former ministers watched as the human worlds came under attack. Their reaction was predictable, of course. After all, not so long ago they had been in the same position. But as the fleet charged off to do battle once more, a curious state of affairs began to arise in the old triumvirate worlds. Were these attacks retribution for humanity's involvement in the last war? Was it possible the Konhim had found a new enemy, one both willing and able to fight back? And what did this mean for them? But it was the arrival of the encrypted chip that had galvanized them into action, a request for a meeting by parties unknown. The details were scanty, but the mere fact that a request for an audience was specifically directed to the defrocked and disgraced ministers spoke volumes. The location was a nondescript warehouse on the outskirts of the capital, and the discovery of the imaging unit upon their arrival suggested they would not be meeting their anonymous associate today. I do not believe the Prime Minister, and even now it was still difficult to keep the acid from her tongue as Laswarth named her, would feel the need to involve herself in such an obvious attempt of entrapment, if for no other reason than there is no reason for her to do so. Should she choose, she could simply have us arrested. Such an order would require a majority of the minister's approval, Komzoisha pointed out. And do you doubt the sycophants Singh appointed in our stead would refuse such a request? Sigma 121 Sub-Delta said bitterly. Despite being an artificial life form, the Ronin were just as capable of expressing emotion as the Sartor and Ophiptera were. No, Laswarth snorted, not for a moment. Komzoisha considered that response and slowly nodded. Then we must assume this contact is legitimate, at least until we are given further evidence to weigh. Before either of his associates could respond, the imager came to life. But where normally a projection of the individual transmitting would be seen, instead, there was only darkness. The three former ministers looked at each other in confusion as a heavily filtered voice began emanating from the device. Greetings, ministers, the voice said respectfully. I must apologize for keeping my appearance hidden, but these are dangerous times we live in. I crave your indulgence and hope you understand the need for circumspection. You have us at something of a disadvantage, Sigma 121 Sub-Delta replied. After all, you know who we are. I regret the necessity, and in time I hope that it will be safe for me to reveal my identity, the voice continued. Until then I must insist on preserving my anonymity. Each of the three wrestled with that requirement, until finally Komzoi-sha spoke. For now, he said grudgingly. Since it was you who contacted us, perhaps you could explain why? I represent a consortium of individuals who have grown increasingly uncomfortable with the direction the triumvirate has taken in recent years, the voice explained. For 10,000 years our society was a stable one, the greatest commonwealth ever known, at least until the humans arrived. The ministers regarded one another before Lassorth responded for them all. And so you contacted us? Understandable given your view, but I fail to see what you have to gain by this meeting. It is not just I that seeks to profit from our meeting, but hopefully you as well, the voice said smoothly. Imagine for a moment returning to those halcyon days, and how much improved the average citizen's life would be if the humans were no longer around to infect the triumvirate with their primitive and warlike ways. Unfortunately, the humans are not going anywhere, Sigma 121 Sub-Delta said in disgust. They have infiltrated every aspect of our lives, and control not only the government at its highest level, but the military as well. Perhaps once we could have sent them packing, but that day is far, far behind us. And perhaps not, the voice shot back. The humans have suddenly found themselves on the defensive, as their worlds are destroyed one by one. Perhaps very soon they will have none left. You will forgive me if I refuse to accept that until it actually happens, Komzoi-sha retorted. If we have learned nothing in the last 10 years, it is that humans are not only incredibly tenacious, but difficult to kill. Besides, without the humans there would be no triumvirate, Lassorth admitted reluctantly. No one finds them more distasteful than I do, but even I cannot deny it was only through their efforts that we survived the last war. At what cost, Minister? The voice countered. The humans may have saved you, but they have also enslaved you. Even now you dance to their tune. How much longer will you tolerate this abhorrent state of affairs before you finally cry enough? Have you forgotten that we are at war once again? Sigma 121 Sub-Delta asked the hidden figure. Even if what you suggest were possible, why would we do so now, when the Konim threat is once again at our door? Has a single triumvirate world been attacked? The voice demanded. It is obvious they have decided that the humans are the actual threat, and not the other races. But even if the Konhim do have plans for you once the humans have been dealt with, consider this. Both they and the humans are almost equally matched. Once each has destroyed the other's homeworlds, who will be left? Who will be in perfect position to reassert their control when they are gone? Komzoi-ha gave his companions an appraising look, before regarding the figure thoughtfully. Just what is it you propose? For now, merely the exchange of ideas, the voice replied. But as this war progresses, as each side grows increasingly desperate, it is quite possible we will find ourselves in the position of doing something about this situation. You have contact with many individuals and organizations that share your feelings, whereas the organization I represent has access to materials that may prove useful when the time comes. The silence that followed was pregnant with swirling and conflicting emotions, as each of them struggled with how to respond. We will consider your proposal, Lassorth said at last. That is all I ask, the voice answered, until we meet again. And with that, the connection was severed. Diaksh Chugaz. Uidan chortled with delight as ministers faded from view. They would take the bait, of that he was certain, and when they slid their blade into the back of the Tetrarchy in the hopes of reclaiming what they had lost, they would seal their own fates. Chapter 8. Musashi pressed a glass into the former Konhim leader's hands before pouring one for himself. I don't know if your species uses alcohol recreationally, but you look like you could use a stiff drink right about now, he said gently. Jiaj accepted the tumbler of amber-colored liquid, giving it a cautious sniff. After a moment he raised it to his lips, letting the fiery liquor play across his tongue. My people make something similar, he said after a moment, as he took a second sip. Thank you. You're welcome, Musashi smiled, easing into one of the available chairs. He looked over at Nasat, indicating his glass. The Sortor waved him off. My species lacks your tolerance to ethanol, he explained. Suit yourself, he shrugged, as he took another drink. He glanced at Tango, who had made herself comfortable at the table and was now disassembling and cleaning a rather impressive array of weaponry. Her own glass sat untouched at her elbow, as her full attention was currently on the sniper rifle she was lovingly administering to. Greybird is working on some new modifications to his equipment as per your suggestions, Giage, Musashi explained. We'll touch bases with him in the morning and check his progress. And the other one? Giage asked carefully. I told Whisper to go amuse himself somewhere, which means we'll probably be hearing from the MPs shortly, he sighed. But he won't be bothering you any time soon if that's what you're asking. At least until we start prepping for our first mission. Giage took another long drink before setting down his glass. If I told you I was looking forward to it, would you believe me? Not hardly, Musashi chuckled. The former Diaksh nodded before turning to Nasat. When I said I owed you a debt, this is not what I had in mind. I know, the Sortor said sadly. This was not of my doing. Unfortunately, I am under orders. But as much as it pains me to admit it, Admiral Fujimoto makes an excellent point. Your knowledge and skills could prove valuable. I have no doubt, Giage said dryly before turning his attentions back to the human. Just where did you find your associate? He asked. Whisper was assigned to us, much the way you were, Musashi replied. As for his background, I've learned not to ask. Why? Giage inquired. Because he'll tell you, Musashi said uncomfortably. In detail, Tango chimed in, not bothering to look up. Giage shook his head. And they call my people barbaric. I guess you could say Whisper is something of a throwback, Musashi said after a moment. Or perhaps you could call him a reminder, a living memorial to what we once were. Tango snorted as she ran a brush down the barrel. Once? Humans are complicated, Nasat explained. I have witnessed them perform great acts of compassion and sacrifice, and then turn around and commit acts of pure savagery. No one is more aware of this dichotomy than they themselves, and yet there are times when they do not truly grasp how they appear to others. Even now, after all these years, I still find myself occasionally uncomfortable in their presence. And me? He asked, regarding the Sortor. Do I make you uncomfortable as well? Not you personally, Nasat said after a moment, but if you are asking about your species, then uncomfortable is not the word I would choose. Something more visceral, perhaps. Giage gazed thoughtfully at him. You have always been something of an enigma to me, Nasat, he informed him. The pacifistic herbivore who became a warrior, a rather skilled one, in fact. I was given little choice, he said quietly. That is true enough, I suppose, the Konhim admitted. And yet I have never forgotten how you stayed your hand when you could have just as easily struck me down, especially after you learned my identity, and that I had just attempted to kill you. Tango looked up at that, cocking her head as she regarded Nasat before going back to her cleaning. As I explained then, I will always choose life over death, he answered, growing increasingly self-conscious at his words. And yet despite all that, Giage pressed, you showed no hesitation in turning me over to them. The venom in that last word was unmistakable. Perhaps the time you have spent among humans has made you more like them than you realize. Nasat opened his mouth to respond, only to be interrupted by a loud metallic clack. Heads swiveled towards Tango, who had finished reassembling a sleek-looking auto pistol, slapping in a fresh magazine with a smirk, and a gleam in her eye that was more than a bit unsettling. Musashi just sighed, shaking his head as he took another sip of his drink. If you are suggesting I am not the same person I once was, then the answer is yes, Nasat finally replied. How could I be, given my experiences? But if you are accusing me of something more nefarious, that by following orders I am complicit in a criminal act. He paused for a moment, and then bowed his head. I can only offer in my defense the advice I was given by the human who once trained me, and now serves as my aide-de-camp. And that advice is? Giage asked pointedly. There was a faraway cast to his eyes, as Nasat lifted his head. Do what you have to do, he whispered. Giage appeared to be unmollified as Musashi cleared his throat. General Nasat speaks the truth, he said quietly. I won't apologize for our questioning you. I won't even apologize for Whisper's unique approach. I realize that you are not responsible for the current attacks, but in a very real sense you do bear a certain amount of culpability. If you had not attacked in the last war, we would not be here today. And if General Nasat's ancestors had not tried to wipe my people from existence, we would not be here either, Jiaj shot back. If you are looking to place blame, I can assure you there is plenty to go around. Isn't there always? Musashi said unhappily. But this time, your people have crossed a line. Had they attacked using more conventional means, we would still be outraged. But this... He shook his head slowly. Jiaj, the very nature of these attacks have aroused something in humanity, something dark and ugly. You thought Whisper was bad? Try picturing 1 billion Whispers, all coming for you. Despite himself, Nasat shuddered. Musashi nodded in understanding. I was there on Yuzonks, you know, he continued. We were dropped in, the 4 of us, before your forces landed. We watched and recorded every atrocity for weeks, until Nasat and his team pulled us out. The tone of his voice had become decidedly unfriendly. Whatever you may have suffered at our hands pales in comparison to that. The temperature in the room suddenly seemed much cooler as the gloves came off. Nasat rose to his feet, ready to intercede and stop things from getting any more heated, when they were interrupted by a chime from the console. A press of a button, and Admiral Fujimoto's face appeared. We just received word from Marshal Antuma, she said grimly. There's been another attack. Nasat closed his eyes. Where? He asked softly. Her gaze lingered over Jiaj before turning back to Nasat. Zion, she said quietly. We're projecting casualties of over 500 million. Her jaw worked angrily as she stared daggers at the Konhim. Your people just signed their death warrant, she snarled before the display went blank. Chapter 9. The news from Zion hit Marshal Antuma like a thunderbolt. He'd grappled with the choice of where to send the second protecting force, and in the end it had come down to 2 choices. The 2 colonies outside of Sol that were the most important to humanity, Endymion and Zion. And he'd chosen wrong. Perhaps the Konhim had spotted the task force at Endymion and shifted targets. Or maybe it was simply bad luck. There were 1,000 factors that may have played a part, not that it mattered now. He was halfway tempted to shift the task force to one of the other colonies, Kavira or possibly Anzen, but in the end he forced himself to ignore that urge. It would be based on the overwhelming guilt he felt, and not any sound tactical reasoning, so he kept the ships at Endymion and prayed. Besides, he had a hunch the next target the Konhim chose would be a little closer to home. In fact, he was surprised they hadn't struck Earth already. Destroying mankind's birthplace would cripple their ability to retaliate, and the blow to morale scarcely bore thinking about. Given the chance, humanity could recover in time, but they would never be the same. Man without an Earth to call home. That kind of shock to the system would bring out the very worst in Homo sapiens. It didn't take a stretch of the imagination to predict their response, becoming a species that viewed everyone as a potential threat. One that would have absolutely no compunctions adopting the philosophy, do unto others before they can do unto you. In less than a generation, the other races of the Tetrarchy would become little more than slaves, serving the newly formed Terran Empire. And of course, who knows what other species might be lurking out there, plotting God knows what. They'd send out ships to scour the cosmos, and every new race they discovered would be given the stark choice of serving their new human masters, or suffer their wrath. In many ways, that terrifying possible future frightened him most of all. So it was up to him to guard the solar system, to prevent that from happening. Fortunately, there was one bit of good news in his favor. By sheer coincidence, Mars and Earth were rapidly approaching opposition, which put them in roughly the same section of space. Roughly being the operative word, since even at their closest approach the 2 planets were separated by almost 60 million kilometers. If they'd been on opposite sides of the sun, he would have been faced with a grim choice, condemning millions of Martians to their fate in order to protect Mother Earth. At least he was spared that much for all the good it did him. His task force was currently spread across the system, acting as his eyes and ears, while he and a handful of newly upgraded F-103D Starfire fighters flying escort held station above the two worlds. Below them, every ship available had been pressed into service to evacuate as many as they could, but it was a mere drop in the bucket. There simply weren't enough vessels in the Tetrarchy to save everyone, and the imagery from Earth gut-wrenching. Frantic families desperately trying to escape, children torn away from their parents, security personnel forced to take increasingly drastic measures, while freighters and passenger liners packed to the gills raced away from the system like the plague ships of old, seeking any safe harbor. But in the end, was anywhere truly safe? There had been so many times in the last decade he'd wanted to scream, "I'm just a gamer!" His years in the guilds had been fun, and he'd discovered he had a talent for tactics and strategy. He'd worked his way through the ranks to the very pinnacle of success, with a record that was still unrivaled, until the day he was informed he would now be doing it for real. Nobody dies in a computer simulation. You don't have to see their bodies or witness the devastation. You don't have to write letters to the loved ones of fallen electrons saying they died with honor. And even though Helene had always been the maverick of the pair, the gambler who would willingly take insane risks based on a hunch, on more than one occasion, he'd made choices that condemned entire worlds of electronic avatars to death. Because that's what the numbers said. Kill 1 billion, save 2 billion. Simple, obvious, cold. Doing the same thing when real lives hung in the balance had almost destroyed him. He'd all but begged Minister Singh to relieve him for cause after the disaster at Uzonks, only to be refused. Every argument he made was immediately shot down, and all for the same reason, that there was no one else. No one who had more experience. No one who had a better grasp of military theory. No one. Kwasi shook his head, forcing his mind away from that well-trodden path. Now was not the time for self-recrimination. Fate had thrust him into the role of Earth's guardian and protector, and like Heimdall on the Bifrost Bridge, he would not waver in his duty. Though he wasn't so vainglorious to believe he actually possessed godlike powers. Be nice if he did, but as a mere mortal he'd have to make do with the tools at hand. In fact, an urgent signal pulled him out of his reverie as he punched the accept icon. A face appeared on the screen. "Sir, we've got something," the captain of the carrier Kestrel reported. "It's heavily stealthed and picking up speed. Initial tracking data has it on a direct trajectory to Earth." "Where?" he demanded, as he hurriedly signaled the other ships in the system. "It managed to slip through the outer perimeter," the captain grimaced. "It seems to be using some sort of masking technology we haven't seen before. Current location is approximately 3.8 AU from Earth, just inside Jupiter's orbit. ETA to Earth intercept, 0.34 minutes. 34 minutes? How did they get so close? "Flush your birds, Captain," Kwasi ordered as he tied into the command circuit. "Marshal Antuma to all ships, we have a possible location of the RKKV. You are hereby ordered to converge on those coordinates at maximum military power." He paused for a moment as the acknowledgments started coming in. "You are to stop that craft by any means necessary," he informed the commanders as he made the call. "There are 10 billion people on Earth counting on us to save them. Nothing else matters." The flagship Jatutas thrummed with power as it changed course, charging forward as it raced to intercept the planet killer. Kwasi could almost feel the massive dreadnought's eagerness for battle as he brought up the display, his blood turning to ice in his veins as the cold equations told the tale. Kestrel was close, and its fighters might have a chance of engaging the enemy, but the numbers weren't encouraging. They'd be firing from extreme range, and the hit probability for something moving at near light speed and stealthed were a poor bet by even Helene's standards. There was exactly one ship that had even a prayer of intercepting the RKKV, and that was Jitutaz itself. "At least we'll be bringing plenty of firepower," he thought somberly. The starfires on his flanks were far more deadly than the hastily constructed comets of the previous war, and Jitutaz herself was no slouch either. Heavily armored, sporting multiple batteries of antimatter cannons, she could easily tear through the massive Konhim ships they had faced before. But would it be enough now? Antuma watched the display as they closed the distance between them. The two vessels would intercept just outside Mars's orbit, though thankfully the planet itself was well out of range. The clock seemed to tick down at an almost leisurely pace, until the instruments declared they were nearing the target. They'd get only one shot at this. If they somehow missed, Earth would be a cinder well before they could be in range to try again. "This is Antuma," he said evenly. "Prepare to fire on my mark. 5, 4, 3, 2. Jitutaz was suddenly rocked by a massive hit, as klaxons began to scream all around him. "What the hell's happening?" he howled when the dreadnought shuddered yet again. "We're taking fire!" his flag captain shouted back, and as he watched in dismay, the starfires began disappearing from his display, one by one. "Return fire!" Kwasi ordered, as the damaged behemoth struggled to respond. The turrets were firing blindly. With the RKKV traveling at near light speed, they were forced to rely on the sensor data of the other ships. But the data transfer was lagging farther and farther behind. The massive gun batteries had nothing to lock onto. They needed pinpoint accuracy in order to hit their target, and that was nowhere to be found. Navigation, however, was another matter entirely. Kwasi inputted the command himself as the damaged ship altered its course. There was simply no time to pass the order to the captain or the helm, and in the last few seconds he prayed it would be enough. The resulting explosion was seen from both Mars and Earth, as Jitutaz and the RKKV impacted, rendering them down to their component atoms. The Barbarian War, Chapters 10, 11, and 12. The Price of Retaliation. Chapter 10. The fleet was only a few hours from Zak when Admiral Fujimoto requested Nasat's presence on the flagship Zaronk. It had been politely worded, but something about the note's subtext put him immediately on edge, so much so that he'd diverted the shuttle sent to retrieve him, one of the perks of being a general, as it turns out, to swing by the hospital ship Clara Barton to pick up Raykret as well. Despite his stature in the fleet, they had only been able to see each other a handful of times during the journey, and he sensed he would need her strength now more than ever. Arriving on the bridge, he was surprised to see that he was not the only invited guest, though perhaps the term guest was slightly inaccurate. Hostage might be a little more on point when describing the somewhat vague status of Giage, especially when taking into account his companions. The technician Greybird was seated at one of the consoles, busying himself with some esoteric bit of electronics, while the leader Musashi stood between the admiral and the former Konhim commander. Flanking him, however, were the humans Tango and Whisper. The blonde female was wearing her auto-pistol in a shoulder holster, as still and silent as a spirit, whereas her companion, were it not for the fact he had witnessed humans react the same way in his presence, Nasat would have felt self-conscious in his urge to place himself as far from the unstable Whisper as possible. He automatically interposed himself between the human and his wife, eyeing him warily as he toyed with one of his ubiquitous knives. Giage was doing his level best to ignore the madman, his back ramrod straight and eyes focused directly ahead, but he was fooling no one. What sounded suspiciously like a giggle seemed to emanate from Whisper's mouth as he watched his charge, and Nasat didn't doubt for an instant he was hoping his prisoner would try to escape. The Admiral stood in front of the banks of monitors, her hands clasped behind her back, her booted feet planted firmly on the deck. She seemed as solid as a granite statue, but Nasat was certain that was mere illusion. The death of Marshal Antumi in the defense of Earth had to have wounded her gravely, yet she gave no outward sign. It was as if she was husbanding her pain, molding it, forging it into a weapon, and when she was ready to strike. Helene turned slightly, acknowledging his appearance with a nod, briefly noting Raykret at his side before returning her attention to the display. "We are nearing our target," she informed them, as the image of Zak grew steadily larger on the screen. "What kind of forces can we expect to face, Diaksh Giage?" she asked deliberately, the use of his former position a calculated slight. Giage stiffened but refused to take the bait. "I have not returned to the homeworlds in many years, as you know, Admiral," he responded as dispassionately as possible. "I have no idea what new developments Diaksh Uidan may have emplaced here in my absence." Raykret grasped her husband's hand tightly as the level of tension on the bridge escalated dramatically. Admiral Fujimoto in turn gave her prisoner a brief derisive look, before glancing away once more. "Well, no matter," she said after a moment. "I suspect we will find out soon enough for ourselves." She tapped an icon on her console and began to speak. "This is Zaronk to all units. Carriers are to flush all fighters and take their stations. All ships are to form Tactical Formation Gamma. Acknowledgements began coming in as the fleet began to alter their ranks. Sensors indicate approximately 36 ships of various class, one of the bridge officers reported. We're reading some clutter on the nearest approach, Admiral. Adjust course, she ordered. 307 degrees by Mark 115. Aye, aye, ma'am, the helm responded as the fleet began to shift. Giage noted her response and nodded in understanding, something that did not go unnoticed by the Admiral. We've learned a few tricks since that first battle at Uzawanks, she sniffed derisively. Musashi raised his eyebrow at that, but for reasons of his own said nothing. A thin smile appeared on Helene's face as she spoke to her communications officer. I believe a little music would be appropriate, don't you? She said almost airily, though beneath every word lay a frozen dagger. The comm officer merely nodded, tapping an icon on her console as the bridge was suddenly filled with the sounds of stirring strings and blaring horns. The humans reacted immediately, leaving those not from Earth looking to one another for an explanation. Ride of the Valkyries, she smirked, though there was no warmth in her words. A little something from our past. There was a part of Nasat that wanted to inquire more about her choice of compositions, but wisely refrained. Starfires have made contact with the enemy vessels, the tactical officer reported. Engaging now. Nasat watched as the agile fighters swooped in, firing at the ships defending the planet, who were moving to intercept the fleet and returning fire. Behind the fighters, the battlecruisers moved in for support, adding their own salvos of antimatter into the fray. Even though naval tactics were not his specialty, Nasat could see that the Konhim defenders were at a disadvantage here, outnumbered as well as outgunned. The battle wasn't completely one-sided, of course, and already a number of fighter craft had disappeared from the display. One of the battlecruisers, Scimitar, according to the digital readout, had taken several hits and was in the process of falling back as her squadron mates moved to cover her. The Konhim ships, on the other hand, were taking horrendous casualties. One by one they were shattered and broken, staggering off course as they went black and silent, or disappearing in fireballs. The flagship itself was now in range, as Zaronk belched a continuous volley of deadly projectiles, tearing into the enemy without pity or mercy, until finally the survivors decided they had had enough. A mere handful of ships reversed course, diving away from the Tetrarchy fleet, with the Starfires in hot pursuit. Let them go, Fujimoto ordered, as Nasat felt a sudden stirring of hope. The Admiral turned away from the monitors, fully facing Giage for the first time since his arrival. She cocked her head, studying him as if he was some curious form of insect. I chose this planet as a test, she informed him, a way to bloody our pilots and gunners. And now that its defenders are in full retreat, Zack lies naked and exposed. She took a step forward, her eyes boring into his. Shall I ask their surrender, Diaksh? She asked mockingly. Would they yield to me? Can they even conceive of such a thing? A sneer appeared at her lips. Or would they prefer death instead? His entire body trembled with emotion, working his jaw as he bit back a response. The sneer became a sardonic grin. I thought so, she said in exultation as she turned her back to him, striding to her console. Zaronk to all ships! Attack formation Shiva! She snarled as the fleet began moving once more, taking stations surrounding the planet. Nasat could remain silent no more. Admiral, what are your intentions? He demanded. Helene spun on her heel, her eyes blazing with fury. My intentions? She shot back. My intentions are to follow the orders of Prime Minister Singh, General, she said in dangerous tones. She ordered the Konhim broken, as you may recall, and their worlds shattered. And for once I am thrilled to obey. She spun away once more and growled into her mic. Zaronk to all ships, you may commence firing. For a moment it seemed as if the fleet had hesitated, but Nasat quickly realized the ships were merely coordinating their assault. In a single massive burst, the Tetrarchy armada exploded, raining fire down on the surface below. Red-orange blooms began to appear as matter and antimatter annihilated one another, leaving devastation in their wake. And now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds, she whispered, as Zack suffered her wrath. Reichret's grasp threatened to crush his hand, but Nasat barely noticed. The two Sortors were utterly horrified at what they were witnessing. And as for Giage, he seemed to have disappeared deep within himself, struggling to shut out the atrocity being visited upon his people. But the Admiral was not willing to leave it at that. She turned away from the burning world and approached him once more. "I wanted you to witness this for yourself, Diaksh," she hissed at him. "I want you to always remember what your kind has unleashed, and every world we destroy, I'll make sure you have a ringside seat. I want you to see it all." The Konim could only stare at her as she bared her teeth. "You sowed the wind, now reap the whirlwind." Chapter 11. Dear Creator, they are no better than the Konhim, Rykret managed to get out, still in shock over what they'd just witnessed. As much as Nasat would have liked to disagree with his wife, he couldn't. The destruction of Dzak had shaken both of them to the core, and now there was a rather large question looming over the both of them. Namely, what did they do now? We always knew the humans possessed a barbarous streak, even a vicious one when needed, but you are absolutely correct. What they are doing now is little different than the Konhim attacks from the last war. He closed his eyes and strove to recall the meditation techniques he had learned as an acolyte, but they danced just out of his reach. Sighing heavily, he opened his eyes once more. "Perhaps we should not judge them so harshly," he said after a moment's reflection. "They did lose 3 of their worlds to devastating attacks. Had we their skills and temperament 10 years ago, is it not possible we also would have responded in such a manner?" "I would hope we would not be so eager to leap into the abyss," she said bitterly, grimacing as her husband looked as if he were about to say something, and then very quickly changed his mind. Sighing, she reached for his hand. "I have not forgotten how I almost killed Giage out of hand, Nasat," Rykret said at last. "I was not in my right mind then, as you know." "And neither are the humans, I think," he replied, giving her a gentle smile. "Though in the Admiral's case I do not believe it is the loss of the human colonies that has so deeply affected her, but the death of Marshal Antuma. She was furious when Zion was destroyed, but not... He stumbled for a moment, grasping for an appropriate word. "Malevolent?" she suggested. "Malevolent, yes," Nasat agreed. "Her treatment of Giage in particular. He is not responsible for these attacks." "No, just the attack that murdered my family," she said darkly. "He may be innocent of these crimes, but never forget his hands are still covered in blood." "I have not, my wife," Nasat vowed. "And many other families as well. But despite all of that, I know in my heart that this is not the way." "And the Prime Minister's orders?" she asked. "Do you not have a duty to obey?" "I am unsure," he admitted. "Before tonight my path was clear, but after witnessing that—" He shook his head, trying to clear away the image. "I do not claim to be an expert in human history. Far from it, to be certain. And yet I can recall many occasions in their past where blindly following orders was the path to ruin. Even damnation." Rykret suddenly became very still. Her eyes were huge golden orbs as she stared at her husband, grasping his hands tightly. "Nasat, listen to me very carefully. Whatever you are about to say next, choose your words with care. You know I would never betray your confidence, but others might, especially if the Admiral were to learn you were contemplating treason." Nasat stared at her in shock. "Treason? I have said nothing of treason." "And just how do you think Admiral Fujimoto, in her current state, would react if you said this to her?" she demanded. "I fear that right now, in this moment, there are only 2 groups in her mind, those that follow her orders, and those that would conspire against her. I dread what would happen to you, should she place you with the second faction." "Prime Minister Singh would never allow anything untoward to happen to me, or to us," he said confidently. "We are still far too valuable to her." "The Prime Minister is also very far from here," she said nervously, "and quite possibly would never learn the truth if the Admiral decided you were a supporter of the enemy. I fear she is already suspicious of you, given your relationship with the former Diaksh." "She ordered me to bring him here," Nasat reminded her. "And tonight you learned why," Rykret said quietly. "For the sake of our children, do not give her reason to do the same to you." At that very moment, Leandra Singh was standing before the glass wall of the minister's chamber, gazing out over the alien city. She had come to this place decades ago as a supplicant, begging for table scraps, and now, in a very real sense, she commanded all that she surveyed. There were times when she was able to enjoy the heady emotion that came with that realization, but today was not one of them. Admiral Fujimoto's report of the destruction of Zack filled her thoughts as she questioned yet again her orders to the fleet. She sighed and turned away from the view. In the end, what other choice did she have? The Konhim had to be stopped, and if she had learned anything in the last war, it was that raw violence was only thing they recognized. If they were pounded hard enough, they would eventually see the error of their ways, or at least recognize that continuing along the same path would quickly become a very expensive proposition. Make the price high enough, and sooner or later the enemy would refuse to pay it. Are you certain that's what this is about? A traitorous voice in her head asked, not merely revenge? And that was the big question, wasn't it? The images from Persephone, from Thule, and from Zion had shaken her to the core. It wasn't the first time she had seen ravaged worlds, of course, except that these were human worlds. That shouldn't have made a bit of difference, but it did. Oh yes, it did indeed. In the last war, she had been the one counseling patience to the other ministers, as they scrambled to create a military from scratch. She had sympathized with their pain, of course, even shared it. But in the end, she had been willing to accept the horrendous losses, telling herself that there were still plenty of other triumvirate worlds, and trillions of citizens still alive. In retrospect, perhaps it had been callous and cold-blooded, but what other choice did they have? What cannot be cured must be endured. Now, of course, the situation was different. They had a military, far more powerful than what they had managed to scrape together to fight the last war. They could strike back now instead of being forced to simply absorb the blows. That had to change the equation, didn't it? Didn't it? How she longed for Marshal Antumi's counsel, now more than ever. Even in their darkest hours, he had radiated a calm sense of purpose and reason that had helped guide her decisions. She had come to depend on him these last 10 years, and his loss felt as if her right arm had been torn from its socket. Admiral Fujimoto was a skilled warrior, to be sure, but would never be able to take Kwasi's place, not in the way she needed. She and Antumi hadn't become friends exactly. The very nature of her position precluded her calling anyone friend. But she had grown to trust and respect the man. And now he was gone. Even though he hadn't said a word, she knew he had been uncomfortable with her orders to shatter the Konhim. He'd understood the necessity. He had been far too skilled a strategist and tactician not to. But there had been a shadow on his face when she'd given the order, as if he were staring into a dark future only he could see. Except that now, she was beginning to sense it before them as well. His sacrifice had had a profound effect on humanity. For a brief moment, mankind had breathed a sigh of relief. Only now, whatever comfort they had taken from their salvation had galvanized their terror and anger in a way that was beginning to frighten her. The mature and civilized veneer man had worked so hard to cultivate had been stripped away in a heartbeat, revealing the ravenous beast beneath. The mob now howled for blood, and it would not be denied. Dear God, what have the Konhim unleashed? She asked herself yet again, as she wondered how many more worlds would have to die before the beast was placated once more. Chapter 12. Philippe Granville looked up in surprise as Admiral Uri Matavosian burst into his office. Governor, we've just received a priority alert from one of our deep space array satellites in orbit over Neptune. We've spotted dozens of point targets entering the system, on a direct course to Earth. The color drained from the Governor General's face. Dear God, another RKKV? The Earth Force commander shook his head. No, sir. We're not seeing any signs of another planet killer. It appears to be an attack fleet of some kind, consisting of warships. We're still waiting for a breakdown of the ship classes involved, but I can tell you this much. They do not appear to be the same type the Konhim used in the last war. The governor closed his eyes and slowly nodded. So, we're not the only ones who have been building new ships. He took a moment to steady himself before looking back up at the admiral. How long until they arrive? At current speed, roughly 5 hours, Matavosian replied. We caught them earlier this time. We are redeploying the ships within the system to meet them. Will it be enough? He asked quietly. With the loss of Marshal Antuma and Jatutaz, do you have enough to stop them? The admiral met his gaze and shrugged. I don't know, sir, he answered reluctantly. Jitutas was the only dreadnought we had in the system, and as for the Marshal, he suddenly looked worn and haggard. Kwasi was the best there was, bar none. In my guild days, I never came close to beating him. Thankfully, you don't have to, Philippe reassured him, since you're facing the Konim, and not the Black Death, giving him a wry look as he used the Marshal's old guild handle. Kwasi always hated that nickname. Matavosian smiled briefly, though he wasn't above using it to rattle his opponents. The smile quickly died away as he looked out the window. He'll be missed, especially now. Yes, he will, the governor agreed somberly. But he's not here, and you are. So I ask again, can you hold? Admiral Matavosian snapped to attention. We'll hold, sir. One way or another, we'll hold the line. Granville nodded curtly. Whatever you need, consider it done. He took a deep breath and asked, should we begin evacuating the cities? The admiral shook his head. 5 hours' notice isn't enough time. You'd only start a panic. And if the Konhim managed to break through, he sighed heavily. It wouldn't make a difference. Understood, Governor Granville said quietly. Please keep me apprised of any changes. In the meantime, the public needs to be told. He was already mentally preparing the speech he'd have to give, and choking on every word. Yes, sir, Matavosian replied, spinning on his heel and retreating back the way he'd come, already issuing orders via his comlink. God be with you, Philippe whispered, praying Earth had one more miracle in its favor. The fleet that guarded Earth had a distinctly ragged appearance. Ships were still scrambling to report in from all across the solar system, the remnants of the task force that had stopped the RKKV mere weeks earlier. They hung in deep space, far from the planet's gravity well, watching and waiting for the enemy's arrival. Admiral Matavosian had made Kestrel his flagship, being the largest surviving vessel available. The carrier had already disgorged its fighters, waiting in formation forward of the fleet. The Starfires would be his eyes and ears, probing the Konhim armada and looking for weaknesses. The battlecruisers would then hopefully exploit any chinks in their armor, but as the enemy drew closer, the numbers were not encouraging. It was likely to be a far closer fight than any sane commander would willingly court if he had a choice, but of course he had no choice at all. This was Earth, the one planet they could literally not afford to lose. The Konhim knew that, which was why they were attacking again so soon after the last attempt. No follow-up offensives had been necessary at the other colonies, but the one aimed at man's homeworld had been stopped cold. The Konhim were obviously going for the knockout blow, hoping to cripple the humans and thereby opening the doorway to their ancient enemies. It was a huge gamble, especially considering Helene Fujimoto's assault on their own planets. But it was becoming obvious the new Diaksh thought it was worth the risk. Only one way to find out. Matavosian turned to the tactical officer. How long until the enemy is within firing range? The lieutenant checked her display. Approximately 0.25 minutes, sir, she replied. The admiral nodded, taking that in. In the last war, he'd been a lieutenant himself, piloting one of the old comets alongside their Ophipteran and Ronin allies. The last battle over Zaronk had been a bloodbath, and to this day he still wasn't sure how he'd managed to survive. Afterwards, the Navy had undergone a massive expansion program, and he'd found himself being kicked further and further upstairs. He had the rank, but in terms of actual experience, woefully inadequate. Of course, he was hardly alone in that. It was a service-wide problem and would be for decades. You don't spend a century disassembling your military without a huge loss of institutional knowledge, and on the triumvirate side, things were even worse. They were learning, slowly but surely, except that final exams had come before anyone had expected. And graduation in this school meant staying alive, a test far too many of them would fail. The status change, the lieutenant shouted suddenly, throwing up her plot onto the main display. The Konhim have altered course, now bearing 234 degrees by Mark 027. The computer dutifully plotted the new course, an angry red arrow pointing to their new destination. Mars, Matavosian whispered. Apparently he'd spoken loud enough to be heard. Yes, sir, the lieutenant confirmed. Revised ETA has the Konhim fleet within range of Mars in 0.12 minutes. The admiral mashed down his comm button. This is Matavosian to the fleet. All ships increase to flank, best possible speed to Mars. Any ship that can't keep up gets left behind. He cursed his own folly even as he switched channels. The Governor-General's face soon appeared on his console display. "We know," Philippe Granville said grimly, obviously viewing a plot of his own back on Earth. "Can you get there before the Conhim?" A question he had been asking as well, as the computer crunched the numbers. The response appeared on his screen, and it was only by sheer force of will he managed not to give out a low whistle at the answer. "It's going to be close, sir," he said after a moment. "Their trajectory gives them an advantage, probably why they waited until now to spring their surprise. You should inform your counterpart her people better start hunkering down." "Already done," Granville confirmed. "Luckily, Mars has maintained the old shelters from before the terraforming." He paused for a moment, as his face turned to stone. Of course, the population was much lower back then. "Yes, sir," Matavosian said in understanding. What was left unsaid was how little warning the Martians had been given. Their forces were on alert, of course, had been ever since the Conhim entered the system, but given the assumption the enemy armada was racing for Earth. "We'll do our best," the Admiral said finally. "Matavosian, clear." He swiveled back in his chair, watching the plot as the numbers slowly ticked down. The computer was continually updating its estimate, and now it appeared the Conhim would be entering Mars orbit just as they were within weapons range. Barely within range, as it happened, but at that distance a miss came with its own little complication, namely, hitting the planet with their own weapons, their own antimatter weapons. He could wait, of course, letting them get close enough to at least ensure any misses wouldn't endanger the planet. But that would allow the Conhim to begin their own planetary bombardment. They wouldn't need a lot of time to ravage Mars. Not much time at all. He wanted to wait. Dear God, he wanted to wait. Even a minute could improve their hit probabilities to the point where he'd be certain their own fire wouldn't impact the planet's surface. But with an enemy fleet in orbit overhead, 60 seconds was an eternity. Matavosian watched the tactical plot as the range distance showed in red. His finger was already stabbing the comm button the instant it changed to yellow. "All ships, fire!" The Barbarian War, Chapters 13, 14, and 15, Ashes of Command. Chapter 13. Admiral Matavosian's task force exploded with fire, hurling bolts of antimatter at the Conhim fleet. The enemy had a choice. They could ignore the incoming fusillade and direct their weapons at Mars itself, or they take up defensive positions and return fire. Bombarding the planet would leave their flanks vulnerable, and as long as they were focused on the incoming threat, Mars would be relatively safe. Attempting to do both would simply buy them the worst of both worlds. They'd get some licks in, but not enough to do them any good before his own ships tore them apart. Uri almost hoped they'd make the attempt, but the Conhim commander was far too canny for that. The enemy fleet not only swung around to face the human ships, but actually charged forward to meet them in battle, a swarm of missiles and cannon fire arcing away. Chatter between the Tetrarchy ships increased exponentially as they refined their targets, while gunners and their computer systems fought to swat away as much of the incoming fire as they could. The Starfires danced and weaved, seeking out their targets with deadly precision. They didn't pack anywhere near the punch the battlecruisers did, but given their agility, they were also much harder to hit. They raced forward as well, seeking out the Conhim lead elements, and Admiral Matavosian found himself drumming away on his armrest as he watched the battle unfold. Because something about enemies' formation was wrong somehow. He couldn't put his finger on it, but something was nagging him. Had he been in command of the Conhim fleet, he would have held his range open, counting on his superior numbers to whittle down the humans as they closed in. It was possible their commander was simply bold, and given what they knew of the Conhim warrior culture, that was certainly a possibility, but it just didn't feel right. Why are they coming on so aggressively? He wondered. Sure, closing the distance improved their hit probabilities, but that sword cut both ways. His odds would increase as well, and given their respective rates of fire, the closer they got, the more the balance would swing in his favor. So why do it? By all appearances, they were still building up speed, and at this rate the engagement envelope could be tallied in mere seconds. Unless they began decelerating soon, they'd end up blowing right past them and... "Oh my God," he whispered, as the realization struck home. His finger mashed down the comm button, This is Matavosian to the fleet. Reverse course immediately. Mars was just a decoy. The enemy still intends to strike at Earth, using our own momentum against us. They'd sucked him out of position, and now they were going to charge straight for Earth, with his task force chasing behind. They wouldn't be able to linger in orbit for a full bombardment, but they'd get quite a few blows and even in passing. If they targeted the major population centers, they could kill billions. The fleet responded immediately to his command, flipping their ships end over end and burning hard to reverse course. But even with their advanced drive systems, they were still bound by the laws of Newton. The Delta V required to double back the way they'd came took time to overcome, time they did not have. And even worse, now their weapons were pointed away from the enemy. The Konheim commander must have been waiting for this maneuver, and took full advantage of it, raking the task force in a deadly broadside as it blew through their formation. The battle cruisers Spatha and Basilard staggered and tumbled out of position, their speed dropping off dramatically as their captains struggled to save their ships. The Konheim didn't have to destroy them. All they had to do was slow them down. And he was forced to leave them behind in the race for Earth. The engagement hadn't been completely one-sided, watching with grim satisfaction as a handful of Konheim vessels were hit as well. He could spare no time to deal with the cripples, instead passing orders for his own wounded ships to deal with enemy left behind. There was still the possibility they could limp back to Mars and finish what they'd started. And in the cruel formula of war, Earth had to take priority over the Martian colony. The Konheim ships were still pulling away from his task force as they struggled to overcome their initial disadvantage in momentum as he passed on his orders. All ships are to target the enemy's propulsion systems. I don't care if they can still fight, as long as they can't run. A fresh barrage of fire went chasing after the dwindling vessels, with the task force burning hard on its heels. At least the bulk of the Konheim's weapon systems were now pointed away from the task force, though at the moment he found it to be small comfort. An angry red icon appeared on his display, and he winced as he reached out to respond. The Governor-General's haggard visage appeared on the screen. "How long do we have?" he asked, cutting to the chase. "Not long," Matavosian said quietly. 10 minutes, maybe 15 if we can slow them down. No more than that." "Understood," Granville replied, his face carved from stone. "Planetary defenses are standing by. We'll try to hold them off until you arrive." By the sound of his voice, it was obvious the governor wasn't holding out a great deal of hope that it would be enough. With good reason, unfortunately. "We're no more than 4 minutes behind them, sir," Admiral Matavosian vowed. "If you can target their weapons, it might be enough." The governor managed a wan smile. "We'll do our best, Admiral," he said gently, even though both men knew full well they were just whistling past the graveyard. "Good luck, Admiral. See you soon." "And you as well," he said in hushed tones, his words sounding like a prayer as the screen went dark. 10 minutes. The blink of an eye, really. Barely enough time to wolf down a simple meal. A quick trip to the nearby market. A brief shower. Not nearly enough time to say goodbye to the ones that you love. The Tetrarchy ships fought to wring out every last joule of thrust from their engines, violating every safety protocol on the books. Matavosian watched as the ETA was continually revised. 3.85 minutes, 3.72 minutes, 3.66 minutes. They used every trick they could think of to narrow the gap. It just wasn't enough. At 3.57 minutes, the Konheim fleet was at last within range of Earth. The orbital defenses went to automatic fire, splitting their munitions across the entire armada. They just needed a few lucky hits to slow them down, to buy time for the task force. And several of the enemy ships did take enough damage to put them out of the fight. The armada sought out and destroyed the weapon satellites, one by one, the last going offline at 2.26 minutes. Somehow, the human task force was able to shave a few more seconds off their ETA, slamming into the Konheim fleet with a ferocity not seen since the days of Genghis Khan. No quarter was asked and none was given. The ships under Admiral Matavosian's command fought bitterly to save their world, hurling their own vessels into the enemy like the kamikazes of old, when there was nothing left in their armories to fire. Broken and shattered hulks drifted throughout the battle zone, dark and lifeless at the end of Matavosian's ride. Through the stubborn tenacity that had defined humanity since the dawn of time, Earth had managed to survive, though sadly not unscathed. Matavosian waved off the corpsman that was trying to tend to his wounds, as Kestrel's crippled computer systems crashed and rebooted while he fought to survey the damage. The distinctive mushroom-shaped clouds dotted the landscape, as a list of obliterated cities began to appear on his cracked display. Beijing, Seoul, Kyoto, Toronto, Chicago, Detroit, Cairo, Benghazi, Algiers, Santiago, Buenos Aires, Montevideo, Kiev, Vienna, Munich. Geneva. Slowly, Admiral Matavosian turned to face the voice. Kestrel's captain, her arm in a crude sling, her uniform singed and blood-stained, stared at him with hollow eyes. "Sir, who is in charge now?" she asked in shock. He could only stare at the cloud over Geneva, the city chosen long ago as Earth's capital, that had once housed, among other things, the official residence of the Governor-General. "I don't know," he whispered. Chapter 14. The mood was a somber one aboard the flagship Zoronk as Nasat was escorted to Admiral Fujimoto's quarters. The news from Earth had hit the humans hard, and now more than ever he feared their response to this latest calamity. It took little imagination on his part to place himself in their position. All it required, in fact, was to recall his beloved wife's response when they had discovered the bodies of her family. The human officer acting as his guide had spoken little during their brief journey from the shuttle docking bay, restricting himself to only the barest of formalities. Nasat desperately wanted to inquire of him the nature of his summons, as the message itself had been maddeningly cryptic. But the lieutenant might as well have been carved from stone, and the attempt to engage him further died on his lips. Perhaps he was one of the xenophobic minority, though as this latest war progressed their ranks seemed to swell with every new attack. What will become of the Tetrarchy if they begin to view all aliens as a threat, and not merely the Konim? He wondered. It was a disturbing thought, for if the humans decided to break with old triumvirate races. They came to a halt in front of the Admiral's quarters, interrupting his thoughts. The lieutenant pressed an icon on the keypad, announcing, "General Nasat, ma'am." He came to attention as the door slid silently open, barely acknowledging his nod of gratitude as he warily made his way inside. The lights were dimmed within, and for a moment, Nasat found himself disoriented, until as his eyes adjusted, he was able to make out a dim glow at the far end of the cabin. An unusual scent filled the air, as if something had been set aflame, and as he moved closer, he spotted the Admiral kneeling before a burning candle, a smoldering reed at its side. "Nasat," she said quietly, not lifting her head. "Join me." He moved to her side, carefully folding his legs beneath him, as he took a closer look at the woman beside him. She wore a simple black robe of some form, in a style unfamiliar to him, though even he could tell it was exquisitely made. It was the first time he had seen her in any attire other than her uniform, though they had worked well together over the years. Theirs was a professional relationship, and nothing more. Other than Sergeant Lin, there were few humans he could call friend, and fewer still that would return the sentiment. "You wish to speak with me, Admiral?" he asked gently, not wishing to interrupt the contemplative setting. "I did," she replied, still not looking in his direction. "Before the last war you were a priest, were you not? A Kanushi?" Nasat blinked at the odd term, though this was not the first time a human had asked this question of him. "I was, yes, an acolyte, to be specific," he replied. She nodded at the confirmation. "Tell me, do you still practice your faith? Do you still believe?" Considering the tone of their previous encounter, this was the last question he would have expected to hear her ask. "I do," he said at last. "It has not been easy at times, but I still believe." Admiral Fujimoto repositioned her body so she could face him, gazing into his eyes. "Tell me of it. Your faith, I mean. What do you believe? How do you express your faith?" Few humans had ever asked him that. "We believe that there is a balance in all things," he answered after collecting his thoughts. "A purpose. It is our duty to seek out this purpose and learn what it asks from each of us. For an acolyte, it means spending much of your time in quiet contemplation, as well as studying the gathered wisdom of our people. It is a simple life, one that appealed to me when I was, well, before," he finished with an awkward shrug. She listened silently, cocking her head as she regarded him. "I believe my father would have liked you," she told him, as a ghost of a smile briefly crossed her lips, only to quickly disappear. He, too, was a man of faith, a faith similar to yours, in fact. She looked away, staring at something only she could see. His greatest regret was that I did not share it. "Perhaps that was not your path," he said quietly. "I cannot speak to your father's beliefs, but if they are indeed comparable to my own, then possibly he would have understood that each of our journeys are a solitary one, and that no two are ever exactly alike. Even if you do not share his faith now, you may come to share it in time." Helene seemed to consider that for a moment, and then shook her head. "Somehow I doubt that," she said coldly as she snuffed out the candle with her fingers. "But then we will never know." She rose to her feet as Nasat belatedly did the same. "Seeing how my father was in Kyoto when the Konim attacked." Nasat felt his breath catch in his chest, as suddenly everything fell into place. He bowed his own head, crossing his arms. "My very deepest condolences," he said sincerely. She barely acknowledged his words, waving them away as she extinguished the smoldering reed. "I have spent hours trying to find some solace, attempting to embrace the rituals of my youth," she snapped. "But in the end, all I feel is rage." She spun on her heel, turning to face him. "At every turn, they have taken something from me, and I, for one, have had enough." Her hands clenched and unclenched in her fury, as if she was moments away from taking out her anger on him. Suddenly, Nasat found himself vividly recalling another conversation, one that now sounded almost prophetic, when Minister Singh and Marshal Antima had hijacked his life and the life of his spouse, all the while claiming that they needed him. "The thing is, we have a lot in common with the Konhim. Too much, in fact," Marshal Antuma said genuinely. "Now that we are creating a military again after all these years, there will be those who will want to use it. And what better enemy to test our mettle against than them? It wouldn't take much to set us off either, and if that happens, all bets are off. We could end up destroying everything we've worked so hard to achieve. Unless there is someone who belongs to neither camp who can act as mediator." A dry chuckle passed his lips. Someone civilized to keep the two barbarian tribes from slaughtering each other. Nasat felt physically ill as realization slammed into him. It had been too much to ask of him even then, but for better or worse, that predicted moment had finally arrived. They had chosen him to be the voice of reason in the dark times to come, and despite Reichret's warning, he knew he could no longer stand by and let this abomination go on. He stepped forward, placing his hands on her shoulders. Her dark eyes flashed with savage violence, but as he once had on the battlefield, Nasat stood his ground. "Admiral Helene," he said desperately, using her given name for the first time in his life, "this is not the way. I understand your anger, for I have felt it as well, but repaying atrocity with atrocity will only end in the destruction of your own people." Her face contorted in vehemence, but Nasat plunged ahead nonetheless. "And even if humanity does manage to survive, it will only be as a twisted mutation, a dark mirror to what I know your race can be, if only you can step back from your hate." But his words fell upon deaf ears. "How dare you!" she thundered. "You say that to me after what we've suffered?" "You are not alone in your agony," he said compassionately. "I know all too well what you are now feeling, but—" He froze, fumbling for the right words, before finally closing his eyes and bowing his head. "This is not what Kwasi would have wanted," he whispered. "Get out!" she hissed as her fire turned to glacial ice. "Don't think for a moment you can dissuade me from seeing justice done." "That is not justice," he protested, "but vengeance." "Like there's a difference," she snorted derisively, turning her back on him. "By the time I'm done, the only place the Konhim language will be uttered will be in hell." Chapter 15. Once again Nasat found himself at Reichret's side as he replayed for her the confrontation with Admiral Fujimoto. He could sense her growing apprehension as the tale unfolded, and as he finished, she stood up and faced him. "I begged you not to do this," now obviously distraught. "For the sake of our children, I begged you. Did you not hear my words? Did you not listen?" Nasat winced as he rose to join her. "Of course I did, my wife," he said in placating tones. But you have seen with your own eyes how the Admiral has reacted to all that has happened. As a healer, as someone who has experienced pain and loss herself, tell me, were she your patient? What would be your diagnosis? Rykret froze, thrown for a moment as he engaged the professional side of her persona instead of her emotional one. I would be forced to say, she said hesitantly, that Admiral Fujimoto is exhibiting the classic symptoms of post-traumatic embitterment disorder, in addition to obvious signs of post-traumatic stress. She grimaced and shook her head. But considering what has happened to their homeworld, I expect that most humans would be exhibiting those same signs. Unfortunately, most humans are not in command of a fleet of ships capable of rendering the Konhim extinct, Nasat replied. But they are not the ones I fear for. If the humans continue down this path, their very souls could be in peril. They are barbarians, she said darkly, both the humans and the Konhim. Let them destroy each other. The universe will be a far better place without them. Nasat sighed and reached for his wife's hand. Barbarians they may be, but those same barbarians came to our aid, in our hour of need. Without their help, neither you nor I would be standing here today, and our children would never have been born at all. He reached out and stroked her cheek. How can we turn our backs to them now in their darkest hour? She grimaced and looked away. It is a fool's errand, Nasat, she said bitterly. You are but one person. How can you possibly keep the humans from their path of revenge? Rykret forced herself to turn and look into his eyes. All you will do is incur their wrath, and only the Creator knows what they will do to you then. She stepped closer, clutching at him. Please, I beg you, do not do this. After all that has happened, all that we have suffered, I cannot bear to lose you too. He bowed his head and pressed it against hers. I must, he said softly. Rykret shuddered as tears filled her eyes. Of course you must, she whispered. Was there ever a battle you walked away from? I did not choose this path, my wife, he said gently. And no one knows better than you how I have struggled against it, at every turn. He shrugged and shook his head. But it would seem that my fate is not mine to chart. Nor mine, it seems, she said quietly. So, your path leads you from general to mutineer? I pray it does not come to that, he replied. Then how? Rykret demanded. For I can see no other way. Nasat sighed. I believe the human term for it is calling in a marker. Prime Minister Singh shook her head in disbelief. You have got to be shitting me. Nasat managed to look suitably abashed as he stared at her image on the screen. I can assure you, Prime Minister, that I am not. Leandra snorted derisively. No kidding. Your sense of humor was strangled at birth. She sighed, leaning back into her chair. You want me to relieve Admiral Fujimoto for doing what every single human in the galaxy wants her to do? Well, yes, Prime Minister, Nasat replied. Surely you must see the danger in letting her continue in her crusade. Perhaps you should take a moment to consider the danger if I don't, she shot back. There isn't a single human alive that doesn't want payback for what the Konhim have done. 3 colonies destroyed, our homeworld attacked. Governor Granville and Marshal Antuma both dead, she spat out. Humanity hasn't been this pissed off since... She paused for a moment, cocking her head. Actually, I don't think we've ever been this pissed off. And if you're familiar with our history at all, that should fucking terrify you. It does, Nasat said quietly. More than you know. He looked at her plaintively. But I also know that if we do nothing to rein in that impulse, that desire for revenge, it will only grow stronger and more dangerous with each passing day. He shrugged helplessly. Isn't this why you and Marshal Antuma groomed me for this post? To try and prevent your species from acting out on its darker urges? The Prime Minister blinked in surprise and then managed a brief chuckle. Touché, she said at last before the smile disappeared. Here's the problem, Nasat. Even you can't argue that we're the aggrieved party here. They attacked us, without provocation, using tactics that go beyond the pale, and in our eyes, there is only one way to balance the books. The Konhim must pay for their crimes. My orders to you and Admiral Fujimoto still stand. You want to quibble over tactics? Fine. But you need to recognize I gave that order for a reason. Unless the Konhim are broken, in another 10 years, we'll be forced to do this again. Sooner maybe. Do you want that on your conscience? Nasat shook his head. Of course not, Prime Minister, but there is a right way and a wrong way. Leandra shook her head. You're dancing on a razor's edge, Nasat. I hope you know what you're doing. So do I, he admitted uncomfortably. The Prime Minister steepled her fingers and regarded him thoughtfully. If I do this, there would be certain conditions attached, namely that the fleet continues to carry out my orders. She fixed him with a hard stare. That is non-negotiable. Understood, he nodded. There are still many details that would need to be worked out, of course. Locating a suitable replacement, to begin with. Her smirk came back with a vengeance. Oh, don't worry, I already have someone in mind. Nasat marched down the corridor to Zaronk's bridge, with Sergeant Major Lin at his side, pausing as they reached the guards stationed outside the hatch. The ranking petty officer nodded at their approach as he thumbed the comm button. General Nasat to see the Admiral, he informed the bridge, only to earn a scowl from Lin. What's the matter with you, P.O.? He barked. Have you gone blind or something? The guard blinked in confusion, his eyes suddenly going wide as he did a double take. My apologies, sir, he stuttered as he hit the button once more. Correction, Marshal Nasat to see the Admiral. The hatch slid open, allowing them entrance as the pair approached Admiral Fujimoto, who stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at the Sour Tower. What's the meaning of this? She demanded. And what's this marshal nonsense? She stared at his shoulder boards as her eyes narrowed. Is this some kind of a joke? I wish it were, Nasat sighed as Sergeant Lin held out a tablet. Helene snatched it out of his hands, her nostrils flaring in anger as she read the brief message. By order of Prime Minister Leandra Singh, I am hereby relieving you of your command, Admiral, Nasat said in firm tones. Effective immediately. The Admiral read the message again and then tossed the tablet aside. Like hell. This is my command and I don't give a damn what kind of strings you pulled. Her head snapped around as she called over one of the armed ratings. Guard, arrest this traitor! Admiral, you're making a mistake, Nasat said quietly as the rating approached. I beg you to reconsider. The only one making a mistake is you, she snarled as the rating withdrew her sidearm. No one is going to start a mutiny on my ship. The glint in her eye was full of malicious glee until she felt a gun barrel pressed against her head. Oops, Tango smirked. Helene stared at Tango in shock, then suddenly darted away, trying to escape, only to come skidding to a halt when she spotted Whisper blocking her path, also dressed in a naval uniform, casually cleaning his fingernails with a dagger. Going somewhere? He giggled. Her head whipped around like a caged animal, her face contorted in rage. What are you doing? She shrieked. You answer to me! In fact, we report directly to the senior ranking officer of the Tetrarchy Armed Forces, Musashi said calmly, rising from behind one of the consoles. And as of 2 hours ago, that's him, nodding towards Nasat. Sergeant Lin was concerned you might not react well, Nasat after a moment, hence the subterfuge. You won't get away with this, she growled. Admiral, believe me, this is the last thing I wanted, he said unhappily before turning to Lin. Please escort the Admiral to her quarters. Aye, sir, Lin nodded as he took her by the arm. This way, Admiral. The former fleet commander looked around the bridge for support, but there was none to be found. The officers and ratings were all busily looking elsewhere, and once that sank in, the fight seemed to go right out of her. Lin and the others escorted her off the bridge without further incident. Nasat watched her leave, filled with regret. He had so hoped it would go differently. Gazing around the bridge, he motioned to the XO. Your orders, sir? The captain said stiffly. The newly minted marshal gazed at the empty command chair and sighed. Best speed to Xuj, he said quietly. We still have a war to fight. The Barbarian War, Chapters 16, 17, and 18. Ashes and Oaths. Chapter 16. Prime Minister, of course we'll send assistance to Earth, Minister Thrasoth said solemnly. We owe humanity a great debt for our own survival, and if we are able to repay your kindness in even the smallest way, we are honored to do so. Indeed, Minister Omega 445 Intersect Gamma said in agreement. Preparations to provide aid to your homeworld are already underway. We are gathering together a relief fleet as we speak, and they should be departing shortly. In addition, Minister Bezagab continued, another task force has completed its trials and has been rerouted to the Sol system to provide security. The Dreadnought P-17, the carrier Osprey, hospital ship Marie Curie, as well as a number of battle cruisers and various other craft. They will keep your people safe. Leandra looked at the other ministers and felt nothing but profound relief. Humanity was doing all it could to deal with the damage inflicted on Earth. But even with the resources of both it and Mars, it was still a Herculean task, and security situation was even worse. Admiral Matavosian's surviving ships were badly damaged, and if there were another enemy armada out there somewhere... On behalf of my people and my planet, I humbly thank you, she said quietly. It was never easy, asking for help. Avoiding any appearance of weakness was deeply ingrained in her both personally and professionally, but there comes a time when ego and hubris must be cast aside, for the greater good. The one nagging concern in the back of her mind was that the task force Bizagab was speaking of was almost entirely crewed by the old triumvirate races. It was something of an experiment, in fact, an attempt to prove just how far they'd come in the last 10 years. At least the key command positions were crewed by individuals who had served in the last war, so they all brought practical experience with them that should serve them well. She wasn't sure why it was bothering her, other than concerns regarding their experience. Though it's not like we had any combat veterans in the ranks when we first charged into battle, she thought wryly. Maybe it was because she still had concerns in regards to their still prominent pacifistic tendencies. 10 years simply wasn't enough time to instill the warrior spirit into races that had no martial tradition, in her opinion. Hopefully she was wrong about that. Or perhaps it was simply the notion of letting others guard Earth. By tradition, Earth Force was almost exclusively human, though much of that was due to the latent xenophobia many individuals were still plagued with. Finding volunteers had never been a problem, but building the necessary ships from scratch would take time, and time they did not have. For now, by necessity, the Sol system would be guarded by individuals who had evolved under distant suns. But as soon as the replacement ships could be constructed, mankind could begin relieving the task force. It's only temporary, she thought to herself, an emergency measure, nothing more. Sergeant Major Lin came to a halt outside the compartment as Nasat prepared to open the hatch. Are you certain you don't want me in there with you? He asked. Not for this conversation, the newly promoted marshal replied. As much as I have come to rely on your guidance and expertise, this is something that I must do myself, I think. Probably, Lin agreed reluctantly, but I'd still feel better if I was watching your back. You are, Nasat smiled, and I have no doubt you will set new records gaining entrance should I require your assistance. Count on it, the sergeant said grimly. You see? There is nothing to fear, Nasat said, as he clapped the human on his back, as the hatch opened and he stepped inside. The hatch slid closed behind him as he entered the compartment. Its sole occupant gazed up at him from a comfortable-looking chair as she waved a glass around. Come to gloat, Nasat? Admiral Fujimoto asked scathingly. You could have at least knocked. I feared you would not allow me entrance, and I needed to speak with you, Admiral, Nasat replied. Well then, by all means, she scowled, taking a drink from her tumbler. Invade what little privacy I still have left. Nasat grimaced as he seated himself across from her. I regret the necessity of my actions, Admiral, he said uncomfortably, but I can assure you, I would not have gone to such great lengths, did I believe in my heart not doing so would have led to tragedy. Helene took another swig of her drink before setting it aside. So tell me, Marshal, she said sarcastically, what brings you to my little corner of the universe? Come to tell me you changed your mind? Or did you discover you bit off more than you could chew? Admiral, in just a few days we will arrive at Xuj, he informed her, coming straight to the point. We have no idea what awaits us there, but I suspect the Konhim will have at least some ships waiting for us. That sort of battle is not part of my skill set, and I fear my handling of such an engagement would lead to many pointless deaths that could have been avoided. She froze suddenly as she gave him an appraising eye. Unless they turn tail and run at first sight of the task force, I can guarantee you'll be out of your league. So I'll ask again, why are you here? Nasat took a deep breath. Because I would like you to be in tactical command of the task force when our fleets meet in battle. Ha! Fujimoto barked out a laugh. Not even 48 hours, and you've already come crawling back to me. Her face twisted into a cruel parody of itself. You wanted command? Well, now you've got it, and I hope you choke on it. The Sortor sighed. Helene, those are your people out there. People that you trained. Are you really so filled with anger towards me that you would let them die needlessly, merely to prove a point? She snarled and turned away. Damn you! She cursed. 10 years ago, you were just a recruit. You are completely out of your depth. Hell, you should still be a sergeant. Believe me, I wish that I were, he said quietly. And yet you yourself promoted me to general, as you may recall. That was a political decision, she snapped. You had trained subordinates that would handle the actual fighting. Helene sneered as she glared at his uniform. Marshal, she hissed. Kwasi was a marshal, back when you were still a private, and a damn good one. You, on the other hand, you're not fit to shine his boots. He earned that right by having the best strategic and tactical mind of our generation. Can you make that claim? Nasat chose not to take the bait, which Helene saw as assent. Damn right you can't, she sniffed as she rose to refill her glass. And now he's dead, and you're alive. Tell me, where's the justice in that? Marshal Antuma was an honorable man, Nasat answered evenly. And you are correct. My skills pale in comparison to his. He sighed and shrugged his shoulders. But there is more to command than tactical expertise, Admiral. Kwasi understood that. There was a brief moment of silence before he fixed her with a hard look. And you, unfortunately, do not. Fujimoto whirled around, drink in hand. How dare you! She snarled. What gives you the right to judge me? This is not about rights, he said firmly, except perhaps for what your people call human rights. And by that I do not mean whatever privileges you believe your species is owed. When the enemy is defeated in battle, the conflict ends there, or at least it should. He rose as well as they squared off, not be subject to reprisal. She snarled one more, ready to hurl another insulter into his face, but Nasat was having none of it. I have read the histories of your world, Admiral, and there have been others who have acted as you did. Warriors who acted out of hate or fear or pain, and history did not judge them kindly. That seemed to give her pause. You and Kwasi saved my people, and in the process created something more, something to be proud of, he said quietly. Do not let what has happened tarnish that legacy, Helene. Now you may stay here, in your quarters, but before you make your choice, allow me to tell you what others have told me. The Admiral turned and looked away. And what is that? She asked in uncertain tones. That we need you, he said simply. That this fleet needs you, and that there is no one else who can do what needs to be done, as well as you can. The silence seemed to draw out forever before she finally responded. Will I be given full autonomy? She asked. In tactical matters, yes, he nodded. But you will be supervised at all times. That I cannot change? Helene slowly turned back to face him. I'll think about it, she said at last. That is all I can ask, he answered, as he sketched a formal bow, retreating to leave her alone with her thoughts. Chapter 17. The Tetrarchy had absorbed most of its military traditions from humanity, which only made sense, since the other races had no such background. By necessity, some had required alteration, but a human from Earth's past would have felt comfortable on the bridge of Zaronk, named for the last battle of the previous war. Naval protocol was strictly enforced, and when a higher-ranking officer visited, their arrival was announced. The tradition of coming to attention had been disposed with, however, if the individual was at a console or workstation, since the flagship was a working vessel. Interrupting the crew in the midst of their duties merely to acknowledge the appearance of a superior officer was deemed an unnecessary distraction, a superfluous embellishment. However, a senior officer was not announced when one of a higher rank was already present. That too was tradition, one that had been left unchanged. It was seen as an insult, a slap in the face to the officer in question, and that convention was also enforced. Unless said officer made the announcement themselves. As Admiral Fujimoto arrived on the bridge, Nasat was already on his feet. "Attention on deck!" he barked, catching the crew by surprise. They quickly recovered, however, once they spotted her making her entrance, and no one could have asked for a better display. Helene hesitated briefly, obviously not expected the honor, but she recovered quickly, making her way to the command chair with confident strides. She came to a halt a comfortable distance apart from Nasat, while Sergeant Lin stood by his side, his eyes missing nothing. The Admiral gave him a brief glance, tarrying for a moment at the sidearm at his waist, before returning her attention to her commander. "Marshal Nasat," she said gravely. "Admiral Fujimoto," he replied in equally subdued tones. "We are approximately 30 minutes out from Xuj orbit, and sensors are indicating the presence of a number of Konhim vessels." He took an exaggerated step to one side, away from the chair. "Tactical command is yours, Admiral." She inclined her head in acknowledgement, carefully seating herself on the chair. Her back was as ramrod straight as ever, but there was also a wariness in her eyes, as if she wondered how long she would be allowed to remain in this place of power. She took a moment to study the tactical display, still somewhat vague in details this far out, before turning her attention back to Nasat. "Thank you for that," she said softly, "though it was not necessary." "Smartly done." "I believe it was necessary," he disagreed. "The crew needed to know you have my support. As for the announcement itself, Sergeant Lin has been coaching me." Lin himself smirked, though Nasat seemed unaware of the gesture. Helene chuckled at that, before turning her attention back to the display. "What are my operational parameters?" she asked. "Prime Minister Singh's orders still stand," Nasat replied. "If the planet itself surrenders, we will cease any and all attacks and negotiate an immediate ceasefire." "And if they violate said ceasefire?" she asked carefully. Nasat sighed. "That would depend on the specifics, I'm afraid. We will still do everything reasonable to avoid civilian casualties, but to put it in terms you are familiar with, the gloves come off." He looked decidedly uncomfortable with that statement, yet recognized the necessity. Admiral Fujimoto nodded slowly, taking that in. "I can live with that," she said after a moment, "though it is not what I would prefer." "Your species were the ones that created the rules of warfare, Admiral," Nasat replied. "And I believe the reasoning is as valid now as it was then, possibly even more so." "Perhaps," she answered, still not entirely convinced, as the tactical officer turned to face her. "Admiral, the plot is clearing up. I am reading over 36 point targets, though we're having difficulties locking on to some of the smaller ones. Some sort of electronic countermeasures." Helene's eyes narrowed. "The same type that were reported during the RKKV strike on Earth?" she asked. The attack that killed Marshal Antuma was left unsaid, though everyone on the bridge heard it. "It's difficult to say, ma'am," the officer replied. "The surviving ships of that battle all suffered damage to some extent, and many of the data recordings were corrupted. But it's possible." "Order the carriers to flush their birds," she ordered, "and tell them to go to active sensors the instant they're in formation." She leaned back in her chair, regarding the plot thoughtfully, as Nasat raised an eyebrow. "If they've developed some sort of stealth technology, then they'll want to get in as close as they can," she informed him. "That kind of screen takes power, and it's unlikely any of their missiles would be equipped with it. If they can get in close, cut down on our reaction time." "I understand," he said quietly. "But why only the smaller ships? Why are the larger vessels not also equipped with this technology?" "I don't know," she admitted. "Maybe there's a limit to the size of the field they can create." "Admiral, fighters are clear of their bays and sensors are active," the tactical officer reported. "Forwarding the data to your display." Helene watched the plot update and nodded to herself. "Fujimoto to all ships," she barked. "Tactical formation Bravo. Watch your flanks!" The task force began to shift its pattern as the ships took up new positions, darting forward as the Konhim fleet came out to meet them. "Ma'am, the Starfires are reporting they are still unable to get a target lock on the enemy fighters," the tactical officer informed her. "All attempts at breaking through their ECM have been unsuccessful." Damn it, Admiral Fujimoto cursed. We've got to find a way to burn through their stealth technology. She stroked her chin as she thought furiously. Is there anything within range of the starfires, other than the enemy ships? Anything at all? Checking, the officer replied as he pulled up a new screen. Other than 2 minor asteroid bodies, there appears to be nothing else within the designated target area. The grin that appeared on Helene's face was positively feral. Target the asteroids, but wait for my signal. Inform the starfires to watch their displays. We're only going to get one shot at this. Nasat looked curiously at her. What are you thinking, Admiral? That we need to disrupt their ECM, she replied, not looking up from her screen. If we can't burn through with our onboard systems, then we require something else to do the job. Something like a large matter-antimatter explosion, Nasat said in sudden understanding. Exactly, she nodded. That's why the bigger ships are hanging back. I'm certain of it. It won't disrupt their jamming for long, just long enough. I hope. She raised her arm, pointing a finger skyward. Tell the starfires to get ready. On my mark, 3, 2, 1, fire! Her arm came down with a slash, as if she were firing the cannons herself. The task force belched out a barrage of projectiles, sending them screaming towards the planetoids. Fujimoto gripped the armrests of her chair tightly as she watched the display, as the time-to-impact clock raced down to 0. The monitors automatically filtered the explosions to less than blinding levels, as dozens of icons suddenly appeared on the screen. Got you! She snarled in triumph as the starfires swooped in on their targets. The disruption didn't last long, but just as she'd predicted, it had been enough for the fighters to get a lock. The enemy ships fought back valiantly, but with the element of surprise lost, they were now badly outmatched, and the Tetrarchy forces took deadly advantage of it. Konim fighters died by the handfuls, as the agile craft showed them no mercy. In the space of minutes, the way had been cleared to the remainder of the enemy fleet. Well done, Nasat smiled. It's not over yet, Helene growled hungrily. Flagship to all units. Time to take the rest of them down. Nasat turned and faced the Admiral. I will return shortly. There is one last detail I must see to. Fujimoto barely noticed his departure from the bridge, her mind already focused on what was to come. Chapter 18. Giage didn't bother looking up as the hatch to his quarters opened. There was little point. By his calculations, they must be nearing Zouge, which meant Admiral Fujimoto was preparing to show him its destruction, and the thought sickened him. She was not the same person he had met all those years ago, as he recovered from his wounds. Then she was every inch the warrior, with no hint of the madness that filled her now. He had turned his back to the path of war after the fleet was broken, no longer worthy to carry the title Diaksh, but there was more to it than that. He was tired. Tired of the constant, never-ending fighting. Tired of watching brother warriors die to no purpose. Tired of trying to fulfill an eons-old promise, the pretext for which no longer seeming valid. Just tired. But no one can escape the fate their ancestors have laid out for them, no matter how hard they may try. Giage. His head snapped around in surprise, at the sound of Nasat's voice. So, you are here to do the Admiral's bidding, he said scornfully. Somehow I thought better of you. The Sortaur stepped forward, and Giage realized there was something different about him. His bearing, the cast of his eyes, his apparel. He cocked his head as he scrutinized his visitor more closely. The last time I saw that uniform, a human was wearing it, Giage said thoughtfully. It would seem you have made a name for yourself. Nasat sighed. At every turn, someone always seems intent on adding to my burdens, he replied, his voice tinged with regret. This time, at least, it allows me to redress a wrong. Indeed? Giage rose to his feet and folded both sets of arms. Are you preparing to end the war? No, he said quietly, but perhaps you can. The former Diaksh threw back his head and laughed, a bitter, caustic laugh. That would seem unlikely, given my current status. As I have learned to my own dismay, status can change. He shrugged and gave the Konhim warrior an apologetic look. What was done to you at Zak was unconscionable, Giage, but surely you must recognize the storm your people have conjured by attacking the humans in this way. It is possible that Diaksh Uidan misread their probable response, he admitted, before fixing Nasat with a look. It is also possible that he did not. What could he possibly hope to gain? He asked in puzzlement. You have attacked a predator in its den without provocation or warning, bereft of any trace of the honor I had come to expect of the Konhim. His eyes pleaded for understanding. In the name of the Creator, why? Because we lost, Nasat, he said cheerlessly. For millennia we had prepared for the Great Crusade, only to see it disintegrate before our eyes. It shook my people down to their very core, leaving us without direction or purpose. He grimaced and looked away. Chugaz seized on that sense of despair, grasping it with both hands, and vowed to my people that he could lead them to victory. He has led them to be slaughtered, Nasat grimaced. I do not believe you realize the nature of what you have unleashed in the humans. Perhaps that was true before Zach Marshall, he said curtly, but I can assure you, I certainly recognize it now. His face showed the discomfort he was feeling. When we first met them in battle, they were ill-prepared and untested. We swept them aside with ease, but that soon changed as the war progressed. Now, they have had 10 years to plan for this day, and they have not rested on their victories. He shook his head and looked away. I wish they had. Then perhaps there is a way for you to save your people, Jiaj, Nasat said. We are preparing to launch our forces against those defending Zuj, and I must tell you, the odds are not in your favor. I have every confidence that we will defeat the Konhim fleet, and when we do, the Admiral will once again leave our world barren, he said quietly. It is my hope that will not be necessary, Nasat replied, though a great deal of that depends on you. The Konhim turned to face him. You expect me to betray my people? He shot back. How little you must think of me, and how much less you must understand me. Nasat stepped forward. Chugaz betrayed your people, he said firmly. Even with my current position, I am not certain I can contain the humans' wrath. They want your people dead, Jiaj. They wish to visit upon you the same fate as my ancestors once did. Only this time they will ensure that no one survives. Admiral Fujimoto made that abundantly clear, he said darkly. Yes, she did, Nasat agreed. So answer me this. When the fleet defending Zuj is defeated, and our forces call upon the planet to surrender, what will be their response? It was several moments before Jiaj finally answered. I don't know, he said quietly. Nasat nodded in agreement. Neither do I. Perhaps they will accept the reality of their situation. Perhaps they will not. Perhaps they would not believe the humans would be so quick to destroy them, unless, of course, you explain to them what you witnessed at Zach. You, they would believe. His laugh was even more harsh this time. You truly do not know my people, Jiaj said pointedly. I am disgraced, a false and fallen leader, and one who comes to them aboard a ship commanded by their enemies. He shook his head. No, they will not listen to me. We must try, Nasat pleaded with him, for the only other alternative will be their destruction. And you would willingly order this, Nasat? Jiaj said in disbelief. You the pacifist? Did you not tell me you would always choose life over death? Nasat suddenly found it difficult to meet his gaze, but stood his ground nonetheless. I would, he admitted reluctantly. Chugaz has seemingly done everything in his power to enrage the humans. If there is a psychological trigger he has somehow managed to overlook, I am certain it was only by accident. He sighed heavily and shook his head. The fates of all our races hang by a thread, Jiaj. If we cannot find a way to make your people see reason, then the humans will do everything in their power to ensure the Konhim will never be able to threaten anyone ever again. Not so easily done, Jiaj said with growing confidence. Your own race attempted the same long ago and failed. They are not us, he pressed, and I assure you the humans will not fail. They will make it their life's work to see your race destroyed, and they will never ever forget. If it takes them another 10 millennia, they will hunt you to the ends of the galaxy and dance on your graves. I beg you, help me, Jiaj, he whispered, for without your intercession, your race will be condemned to oblivion. Why? Jiaj suddenly snarled, filled with anger. Why do you care what happens to us? Certainly your wife would not argue so hard for our survival. She would happily assist the humans, So why are you risking everything to save my race? Because if they do this, if the humans take that final step of madness, there will be no turning back, Nasat said quietly. And who do you think will be next? Giage froze, and then slowly began to nod. Finally, a motive I can understand, he said at last. I make no promises, but I will try. For both our peoples. Then come with me now, Nasat urged, guiding him to the door, and pray the people of Gjuj will listen. The Barbarian War, Chapters 19, 20, and 21. The Terms of Extinction. Chapter 19. Admiral Fujimoto ordered the fleet forward as Nasat disappeared from the bridge. The Konhim responded to their maneuvers in turn, though not as eagerly as they had at the start. With the loss of their stealthed screening element, they were compelled to fall back on brute force, and in a straight-up fight, the odds were not in their favor. Keep them boxed up, Helene growled as the range closed. I don't want them scattering and hitting our flanks. Acknowledgements came in from the rest of the task force as her orders went out, as their displays were suddenly filled with thousands of new targets. Missile separation, the tactical officer called out. Currently reading 30,000, repeat 30,000, enemy-guided projectiles inbound. Fire plan Sierra, Fujimoto said calmly, as the task force retuned fire. So far it seemed that the only new wrinkle the Konhim had come up with were the stealthed fighters, and with those out of the way, the fight was now a familiar one. Antimatter rounds reached out to swat the incoming missiles aside, while others raced for the enemy ships. The battle quickly became a game of speed chess, lightning-fast fire and counterfire coupled with rapid course adjustments. The modern naval engagement happened far too rapidly for anything but a computer to follow, but as the patterns began to emerge, Helene pounced on the opportunities given her like a jaguar. Holes began to appear in the enemy fleet as ships were damaged or destroyed, though sadly the engagement was not one-sided. Zaronk itself shuddered as klaxons began to blare as the enemy missiles found the chinks in her armor. The battlecruisers Kukri and Wakizashi were brutally hammered, rapidly shedding life pods, as the rest of the task force shifted position in order to protect them. But without more ships or some radical new technology, the Konhim fleet was fighting a losing battle. They were forced back against the planet, fighting for every inch of ground, but one by one they were pounded into scrap, and yet they still refused to surrender, despite the continuous messages grudgingly by Admiral Fujimoto, until finally the remainder of the enemy turned tail and scattered, leaving their fallen brethren behind. Helene collapsed back into her chair with beads of sweat on her brow. Damage report, she managed to get out, feeling the post-combat crash coming on as the adrenaline in her system began to break down. Hull damage to decks 6 through 9, the engineer reported. Turret 3 is offline, and drive has been degraded by 19%. Estimate, 36 hours to complete repairs. Understood, she nodded. Expedite the search and rescue teams to recover the life pods, and I'll want a preliminary report on the status of Kukri and Wakizashi. We need to know if they can be repaired, or will we be forced to scuttle them? We should know something within 3 hours, the engineer replied, as Nasat returned to the bridge with Giage in tow. Admiral Fujimoto gritted her teeth. May I ask what he's doing here? I asked Giage to speak to the inhabitants of Gjuj in the hopes of convincing them to surrender, Nasat replied. He has agreed to this in order to save lives. She snorted in distaste. Considering how the Konhim fleet continued the fight until the bitter end, I somehow doubt the ones of the surface will act any different, she said in disgust. But by all means, make the attempt. Maybe we'll get lucky. The tone of her voice suggested she was less than enthusiastic on the subject. Did they die well? Nasat and Helene turned to face Giage, who was staring blankly at the display. Shattered ships and wreckage filled the screen. Yes, they died well, Fujimoto said at last, as well as anyone could have asked of them. There was an odd cast to her eyes as she regarded him, before she turned back to Nasat. Even if they do surrender, we can't afford to stay here forever, nor can we spare the troops needed for an occupation force. They're certain to bring reinforcements, and if we get bogged down, we're done for. I understand, Nasat said unhappily. Do we have communications with the planet? We've been broadcasting continuously since the battle began, Helene replied. So far, no response. Giage took a deep breath as his jaw set in a hard line. Then I suppose it is up to me, he said quietly. If you would patch me in, Admiral? It was obvious she still harbored doubts about the wisdom of this turn of events, but after a moment, she gave him a curt nod. The communications officer tapped an icon on her console and said, "Live mic." There was a long pause as he marshaled his thoughts. Finally, he began to speak. I am Giage Guyaz, and I once had the honor of leading our people in the Great Crusade. I speak to you now from the flagship of the enemy and ask you to acknowledge me. Silence. He tried again, and again there was no answer. On the third attempt, however, an image finally flickered to life on the screen. I am Dozom Asak, and I speak for the people of Gzuj. His eyes narrowed as he regarded Giage. You have no standing among our people, Dayaksh, he said coldly. Another has taken your place, and he leads us now. I am not here to lead you, Dozom Asak, he replied. And while I no longer have standing, I have information you do not. If you wish to save the people of Gzuj, you would do well to listen. I do not hear the words of traitors, Dozom hissed. You stand with our enemy and yet claim the rights of the Konhim? Why should we listen to anything you have to say? Because I am trying to save lives, he said simply. Your warriors are defeated and driven from the field. The battle is lost. There is no dishonor in recognizing that. Others will take their place, he growled. Perhaps, but not in time, Giage reasoned. If you accept the humans' terms, they will do everything possible to spare your planet further bloodshed. We are not as defenseless as they think, Dozom shot back. Let them come. We will show them the error of their ways once our hands are around their throats. You will never get that chance, he said quietly. The will raise the planet from orbit and leave you to die. There is no honor in a senseless death, and even less for a commander who would willingly inflict one on his own people. You speak to me of honor? He snarled. You, who led us into defeat? Who even now finds his place in the arms of our enemy? I would rather die than embrace that kind of honor. That can be arranged, Helene murmured, earning a look from Nasat. Giage colored, but stood his ground. And your children? He asked. Are you so willing to send them to their deaths? Better for them to die with honor than live as slaves, Dozom said stiffly, though I would not expect you to understand that, for you have obviously forgotten what honor truly means. I have not forgotten, Giage said softly. I once thought as you did, Dozom Asak. I was proud to be a warrior of the Konhim from the time I earned my first blade. But the universe has taught me a harsh lesson, that there is another choice, that there is something besides victory or slavery. He glanced in Nasat's direction, that there is a way to stand on equal ground with those we once called our enemy. Never! Dozom seethed. You may drink their poison, but not I. If you truly are still Konhim, then show us the honor we deserve. And with that, the screen went dark. The bridge froze in silence as the crew waited for someone to speak. Finally, Giage bowed his head. Do what you must, he whispered, as he turned away, heading back to his quarters with a heavy heart. Nasat stood in shocked quiescence until Helene finally cleared her throat. Your orders, Marshal? She asked carefully. He gazed at the planet, so teeming with life, and wondered at the strange twists of fate that had brought him to this place. And carry out the bombardment, he said at last. Chapter 20. The fleet of ships maneuvered themselves into orbit over Earth, while one of the task forces split off from the main body and headed for Mars. Yet another flotilla was already beginning its patrol of the system, watching over the steady stream of freighters and liners bringing in much-needed supplies and personnel. The scars of the Konhim attack were still highly visible from orbit, and Admiral Matavosian was only able to look away with the greatest of effort. You did all that you could, his new counterpart said gently. Admiral Beta, 892 Sine Zeta, wore a vaguely humanoid-shaped metal body, for which he was eternally gratefully. He wouldn't have known how to interact with a shiny metallic sphere. Matavosian shrugged. Perhaps someday I'll be able to believe that, he said quietly. though I'm not sure I'd care to place a wager on it. He shook his head and faced the Ronin. I'm just glad your task force arrived as soon as it did. Leaving Earth unprotected was as unacceptable to us as it is to you, Beta 892 Sina Zeta said evenly. Your people have suffered greatly in this war, and we are honored to repay the debt we owe humanity in some small way. Thank you, Matavosian said with a grimace. I just wish... He sighed after a moment and gave the Ronin Admiral a wry look. I hate the thought of letting someone else do my job. At the moment, your job is to rebuild Earth Force, Beta 892 Sin Zeta replied. Our presence here is merely temporary until the new task force is completed. And then? The human asked. Any idea what your orders will be once we are able to take over security of the system? Not as of yet, the Ronin answered. Any assumption I made at this time would be pure speculation, given the nature of this new war. There are simply too many variables. Isn't there always? Matavosian said bitterly, frowning as he made a contrite gesture to the Ronin Admiral. My apologies. That came out harsher than I'd intended. There is nothing to apologize for, Beta 892, Sine Zeta said considerately. You have been, though, an indescribable ordeal. It will take time for you to come to terms with it. So the counselors tell me, he agreed before regarding the Ronin curiously. You were at Zaronk, weren't you? He asked. I was, the automaton acknowledged. I piloted an HK in that battle, and before that I wore an armored ground chassis at Uzonks. Matavosian nodded. Must give you a unique perspective. He softened slightly as he gazed down at Earth once more. You know what it's like being on the receiving end. Indeed I do, Beta 892 Sine Zeta said opaquely. Admiral, do not be concerned. Look to rebuilding your fleet, and leave everything else to me. The meeting took place in a modest dwelling, far from the capital. Given the clandestine nature of the rendezvous, the home had been leased through a series of cutouts, leaving no trail that could be traced back to the principals involved. Or so they hoped, at least. I do not like this, Komzoicha said nervously. We have held up our end of the bargain, he told the shadowy figure appearing by hologram. So I believe it is time for you to show yourself. I must respectfully disagree, the figure replied. Were Minister Singh to learn of my identity, it could have devastating consequences for all of us. I believe Komzoicha speaks for everyone here, Laswarth chimed in. We are the ones taking the risks, after all. I assure you I am risking more than any of you, the figure retorted. In fact, the very reason I called this meeting was to inform you the first shipments have arrived on schedule. Indeed, Sigma 121 Sub-Delta said in surprise. That is good news. As promised, the figure said cheerfully. Given the number of freighters traveling to the Sol system, it was a simple task to conceal our cargo. Our agent on site is seeing to the necessary arrangements, and the items will be ready when you require them. And how will we take possession? Komzoicha demanded. We will transmit the coordinates to your envoy when delivery is complete, the figure explained. Should events require us to move up the timetable, the exchange can be requested sooner, though I cannot guarantee all items will be available before the agreed-upon deadline. At this time, we have no reason to alter the schedule, Lasarth assured him. Though, as you say, circumstances can change. Remember, you must act before the humans rebuild their fleet, the figure warned. Should you fail to execute the operation before that time, the odds of success are not encouraging. Have no fear of that, Sigma 121 Sub-Delta said calmly. We will uphold our end of the bargain. See to it that you uphold yours. You have my word, the figure replied. Soon we will have everything we ever wanted. Diaksh Chugaz. Uidan switched off the transmitter and smiled to himself. The former ministers were so focused on regaining what they had lost, not to mention taking their revenge on the humans, they had never even considered the possibility they were being manipulated. It hadn't been quite as simple a process to procure the discussed items as he had led them to believe. But no matter. There were others among the old triumvirate races that were just as eager to see an end to the human primacy, and just as easy to beguile. Being complete neophytes in the ways of treachery, they had made the classic blunder of assuming they were the ones in control. Fools! The plan was moving steadily forward, though not without setbacks. The losses of Zack and Zuj had been foreseen as possibilities, but that did not make their loss any less painful. Still, sacrifices were necessary in war. They'd salvaged what they could, but their real value was yet to be seen. The humans were reacting just as predicted, and soon that would cost them dearly. Once they lay broken and bleeding, the Konhim would deliver the final blow. And then it would be the Triumvirate's turn. Chapter 21. They didn't give you a choice, Marshal. Nasat slowly turned to face the person speaking to him. Admiral Fujimoto stood regarding him, her arms folded across her chest as he stared down at the planet below. Zeus had fallen to their guns just as Zack and Zuj before, and once again he had brought Jiaj to try and talk them into a peaceful surrender. And just as before, they had chosen death instead. There must be some way of getting through to them, he said at last. How can they choose death over life? Not even the deaths of those they claim to care about sway them. Bushido, Helene said softly. Nasat stared at her curiously. I do not know what that means. Literally translated, it means the way of the warrior, she explained. It was a code my ancestors once followed, a very long time ago. The Admiral gave him rueful shrug. It was an attempt to bind the warrior class, samurai, with august virtues, to ennoble them into something more than mere killers. Values such as honor and compassion and respect. He nodded slowly. Those are admirable traits indeed. But I do not see the connection. She sighed, because over time those values became corrupted, perverted into something sinister. Bushido came to mean obedience without question. Instead of showing mercy to those who had surrendered honorably, they were treated with contempt for the crime of not having died to the last in battle. The Marshal turned back to gaze at the planet, at the dark clouds now dotting the landscape. The Konhim would understand your ancestors well, I think, Admiral, he said at last. And what finally brought an end to this ideology of death? Helene grimaced as she pointed at the ravaged planet. That, she said simply. Nasat shook his head and turned away. Is genocide the only recourse left to us? He asked mournfully. I cannot accept that. They've spent millennia plotting their revenge against the triumvirate races, she said dispassionately. Their entire society has been molded to serve that purpose. It has defined them for so long they are no longer capable of seeing an alternative. She gave him a hard look. Not until they're forced to, at least. We have devastated a third of their worlds, and they are showing no signs of capitulation, he shot back. How many more must we bombard before they recognize the futility of continuing the fight? Maybe all of them, the Admiral replied. You should be prepared for that possibility. If I were human, perhaps I could, he said quietly. Were I member of your race, it is possible I could grimly accept the slaughter, accept that there were no other options. A dark cloud crossed Helene's face as Nasat held up a hand. That was not a slander against your people, Admiral, he explained. I was merely pointing out how dissimilar our races are. Our species are adapted for very different roles, which in turn shapes our view of the universe. She nodded after a moment. True enough, I suppose, but it doesn't change a thing. They still won't surrender to us, their enemy. Nothing is likely to change that. Nasat bowed his head and closed his eyes. She spoke the truth. There was no denying it. The only reason the Konhim had surrendered in the last war was because they had captured their leader in battle. It had paralyzed them at a crucial moment, and... His eyes flew open as he raised his head. You are correct, he said slowly. The Konhim will never surrender to us. I'm truly sorry, Marshal, Helene said with some sympathy. At least we can continue the campaign, recognizing the fact they won't listen to reason. He shook his head as an odd gleam shone from his eyes. No, you misunderstand, he said carefully. They will never surrender, to us. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Now I'm the one in the dark, she said. Nasat only smiled in reply as he reached for the intercom. You cannot be serious, Jiaj exclaimed, once Nasat explained his sudden brainstorm. I can assure you that I am, he replied. I never thought I would hear myself say this, Helene chimed in, but I have to agree with our... guest. Nasat briefly wondered what word she originally had in mind as she plunged ahead. He tried to negotiate the surrender of both Xuj and Zeus, and they refused to listen. What could possibly make them heed his words now? Because at the moment they see him as our prisoner, Nasat explained. But what if they did not? He is our prisoner, Fujimoto contended, barely giving the Konhim a glance. But what if he was not? Nasat pressed. What if he was simply attempting to reclaim the title of Diaksh? The human and the Konhim both stared at him. I surrendered that title, Jiaj said at last. Chuga's Uidan is Diaksh now. But that title is not static, is it? Nasat asked. You have explained to me how you originally earned the position, how you and the other claimants met on the field of battle to prove your worthiness. Why could you not do so again? And how would you propose I do that, assuming I was remotely interested in the first place? Jiaj demanded. Whatever standing I once had, I lost when we lost the war. My resignation was little more than an acknowledgement of that fact. He shook his head. You have seen how my people react to me now. Trying to reclaim the position of Diaksh would be impossible. The people would never support me. He's right, Admiral Fujimoto reluctantly agreed. We humans have experience with puppet leaders, and that's exactly how the Konhim would see him. Without the respect and consent of those he would govern, the only way he could maintain control would be at gunpoint. Not exactly a stable form of government. You are correct, he could not be a puppet, Nasat agreed, which is why it would be necessary for him to earn his position legitimately. And I ask again, how? Jiaj said in exasperation. By leading soldiers into battle, of course, Nasat said matter-of-factly. And where do you propose I find these warriors? The Konhim asked, badgering him. Because I do not see any of my people volunteering to serve under my command. Nasat smiled. Jiaj, you may not have any warriors at your disposal, but we do. Are you insane? Helene snarled in horror. Are you seriously proposing giving him a commission to fight against his own kind? She shook her head in disbelief. There isn't a single one of our soldiers that would willingly serve under a Konhim commander, assuming for 1 minute I would actually allow such a thing. You are not in a position to allow or deny this, Admiral, Nasat said stiffly. I am in command here. Not for long if you plan on giving our enemy his own army, she shot back. No one in this fleet would stand for it. I'd be forced to place you under arrest just to keep you from being torn apart. Nasat rolled his eyes in exasperation. Admiral, despite all appearances to the contrary, I am not a fool. We would of course have safeguards in place to ensure Jiaj did not get ideas. He gave the Konhim an apologetic shrug. You understand, of course. And why exactly would I do this? Jiaj asked. The Admiral is correct about one thing. None of your warriors would trust me not to betray them. You are asking me to do battle with my own race. What possible incentive could you give me to accept such a ridiculous notion? The Sortuar Marshal looked back down at the planet below. Because your only other alternative, Jiaj, is that, he said quietly, pointing at the ravaged world. This is lunacy, Helene hissed. Nasat closed his eyes. When genocide becomes tolerable, what is one more act of madness? He asked softly. The Barbarian War, Chapters 22, 23, and 24. The Shattering of Certainty. Chapter 22. I don't like this. Nasat could only shrug at Admiral Fujimoto's statement. Perhaps the Konhim have pulled back their forces. And left an entire planet exposed? She spun her chair to face him, shaking her head. That's out of character for them, and any time the enemy does something different, I expect the worst. Prudent, certainly, but that does not alter the circumstances we find ourselves in. He nodded at the world on their view screens. We are here. The Konhim fleet is not. What course of action would you suggest? Helene grumbled, drumming her fingers on the armrest as she considered their options. Their arrival at the planet Gok had been something of an anticlimax. There were indications the Konhim forces had recently pulled out of the system, leaving it undefended, though there was still a sizable population on the surface, which possibly gave them options. You already know what my position is, Fujimoto retorted. Bombard the planet like we did the others and move on. She scowled at Nasat's placid expression, her nostrils flaring with hostility. But I'm guessing you have other ideas, don't you? I do, Nasat agreed. Based on our observations, Gok is an excellent site to learn if we can give the Konhim an alternative to the current Diaksh, and a possible end to this war. My way is just a bit more definitive, Helene growled. Less risk for us, and a swifter resolution. My ancestors thought the same once, Nasat said quietly. It did not end well for anyone. Violence merely begets violence. Even your own race came to that conclusion. Marshal, there is a time for peace, and there is a time for war, she shot back, and this is not the time for peace. Nor am I suggesting that, he replied, merely a strategy that is somewhat less final. Fine, she said hotly. Do as you will. She leaned forward, stabbing a finger into his chest. But every death we suffer because of this strategy is on your head, not mine. My way would have saved lives. Our lives, which is where your focus should be on, not some vague notion of turning enemies into allies. There had been a time when a confrontation with an angry human would have left him a trembling wreck, but those days were far behind him. Nasat weathered the storm without flinching, waiting until she finished venting her spleen before responding. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting, he intoned, earning him a confused look from the admiral. Sun Tzu, he smiled. I have found his words most illuminating. Remind me to have a long talk with Sergeant Lin about your reading material, she grumbled, before waving a hand in defeat. Very well, she said at last. Do it your way. The smile on his face disappeared. Admiral, in case you have forgotten, I am in command of this fleet. While I value your input and expertise, when I have made my decision, the time for debate is over. His voice grew cold. Overstep your authority again at your peril. The retort she was preparing to fling back in his face died on her lips. Aye, sir, she said at last. This is a bad idea, Sergeant Lin said unhappily. Marshals have no business in the trenches. You should remain aboard Zaronk, where it's safe. Nasat raised an eyebrow. Fine, safer, Lin amended. Under normal circumstances, I would agree, Nasat replied. But given the unusual situation we find ourselves in, my presence on the ground could prove crucial. If for no other reason to reassure our forces they are not marching into a trap. Besides, the fleet is in good hands, and since I have no training in naval tactics, at least on the ground I can be useful. Just promise me you won't be leading any rescue missions or cavalry charges, Lin sighed. I'll bet Raykret went ballistic when you told her what you're planning. Nasat suddenly looked embarrassed. Well, as it happens, he mumbled awkwardly. Lin rolled his eyes. Seriously? You didn't tell her? He sighed in defeat. I was planning on informing her when I arrived on the surface. You mean when you were safely out of reach? Lin smirked. She's going to be pissed. My wife can be very passionate at times, Nasat said carefully. That's one way of putting it, Lin muttered under his breath. Nasat chose to ignore the remark. May I assume all is in readiness? We're on schedule, more or less, the sergeant replied. The assault forces should be ready by the deadline. A wry smile appeared on his face. Just like the old days, right, sir? As I recall the last time we were in combat, I was forced to drag your broken body back to friendly lines, Nasat said dryly. A beatific smile appeared on Lin's face. Yeah, good times, he grinned. Nasat blinked before shaking his head. Have I mentioned how strange your species is? He asked. Once or twice, Lin smirked. He was struggling to find a suitable response when Jiaj suddenly appeared in the corridor, flanked by 4 humans in combat gear. Diaksh, he said respectfully, inclining his head. When you said safeguards, I did not realize you had this in mind, Jiaj said in preamble, casting a glance at Whisper. Would it not be simpler to just slit my throat and be done with it? Whisper seemed to perk up at the notion, as Nasat sighed. I assure you, they are for your protection, he said calmly. This entire strategy is doomed to failure, Jiaj argued. No Konhim worthy of the name will believe for an instant I am not acting as your vassal. They will kill me the moment I am spotted. They can try, Tango snorted, hefting her sniper rifle. We will find a way, Nasat said quietly. We must. Jiaj gave the Sartar a long look. There are times I wonder if you reside in the same universe as the rest of us, he said at last. You seem almost untouched by the storm surrounding you. Appearances can be deceiving, he replied woodenly, a distant look in his eyes. There was a long silence before Giage squared both sets of shoulders. Well then, this brings back memories, he said wryly. Nasat grimaced. The last time we were in battle, we shot each other, he said in exasperation. Yes, glorious times, Giage chuckled as he headed for the shuttle. There's something very wrong with the both of you, he complained to Lin as they followed in his wake. Chapter 23. The Archangel-class assault craft were a far cry from the crude transports Nasat had ridden into battle as a young recruit. Like the rest of the Tetrarchy's new navy, they were state-of-the-art, mounting both offensive and defensive systems. But the biggest difference Nasat was struck by was the view screens. As he and the others dove for the surface aboard the transport Michael, watching incoming fire reaching for them, he couldn't help but wonder if they counted as an actual improvement. Admiral Fujimoto had done a commendable job in neutralizing the worst of Gok's military capabilities, but he had specifically ordered her to use a lighter touch than they had in the past. There was no point in landing forces if all they found upon their arrival was ashes. And yet her words were coming back to haunt him. Many more would die because of this strategy. The blame was his and his alone. The transport jerked hard, avoiding a brace of missiles as they raced for the relative safety of the planet's surface. Once they were on the ground and had secured a perimeter, they could put his plan into action. Whether or not it would work was another matter entirely. Sergeant Lin leaned over and shouted into his ear, 30 seconds to the LZ, sir! The other soldiers were readying their weapons in anticipation. As Nasat glanced over at Giage, he seemed almost calm, as if he had accepted his fate, for good or ill, and there was a part of him that envied that. But then the former Diaksh had trained since childhood to become a warrior, whereas he had not. The thrusters screamed in sudden protest as the assault boats came in hard, slamming onto the surface as the hatchways were flung open. Thousands of Tetrarchy soldiers boiled out of the transports, charging into battle only to be met with heavy fire. Nasat and Sergeant Lin were right on their heels, barely managing to get clear before the craft roared away, tearing back up to orbit to reload for the second wave. Lin grabbed him by the arm and dragged him to a small depression in the dirt, just barely large enough to provide some small measure of protection. Resistance is heavier than anticipated, the sergeant reported as he monitored the traffic between units. Be a while before we're locked down tight. Securing the perimeter has absolute priority, Nasat ordered as he scanned the horizon. Unless we can hold this position for the next wave, our situation will quickly become untenable. A massive explosion rocked them back on their heels, sending a huge fireball into the sky. The two shared a look as Lin checked his weapon. Tell them to expedite, the human said grimly. Those who have not experienced combat in space firsthand often have wildly unrealistic ideas about how it's waged. Even with the advanced ships and weapons used by both sides, the physical laws that shape the universe still hold sway. Over the years, engineers and designers have found a number of ways to tweak the odds in their favor, even a few outright cheats. But at the end of the day, there are some things they simply cannot change. The tactics used by both the Tetrarchy and the Konhim recognize that, and are planned accordingly. Which is why you never hear of one side ambushing the other. In space, there is simply no place to hide. Any force lying in wait is bound to be detected as the enemy approaches, despite the immenseness of the battlefield. You have to get close enough to fire your weapons, and to do that, your ship must have its reactors and engines online, which is the first thing your opponent scans for. Sure, you can hide behind a planet or an asteroid, only now you have a massive chunk of rock between you. If you can't see them, you can't shoot them, and vice versa. Sneaking up on the enemy isn't an option either. You will be spotted long before you are in weapons range, with predictable results. In the end, it becomes a brutal slugging match, until finally one side surrenders or flees. It's not pretty. It's not elegant. It just is. But if you can somehow misdirect your opponent, lull them into a false sense of security, make them think they have nothing to fear, then suddenly, all bets are off. Admiral Fujimoto had diligently scanned Gok and the surrounding region as they entered the system. When no enemy was found, she scoured the area much more closely, suspicious of a trap. When still no Conhim were found, she'd finally scaled back her efforts. You couldn't keep your entire crew at battle stations forever, if for no other reason that they had to sleep every now and then. In theory, this did not hold true for the Ronin. Being artificial life forms, sleep was something that technically did not apply to them. They did, however, have to power down on a regular basis. Otherwise, they risked degradation to their hardware, so it was something of a wash. Deaksh Chugaz Uidan had carefully prepared the battlefield long before the Tetrarchy forces had arrived. Zak, Juz, and Zeus had been cold-bloodedly sacrificed to draw Helene deep within Conhim space, to allow her to fall into a pattern of behavior. When she arrived at Gok, she had diligently searched for the enemy and found none. Technicians still monitored deep space in case the Conhim attempted a counterattack, but it was a skeleton crew at best. After all, they had all the time in the world to go on alert when they spotted the enemy fleet approaching. Until suddenly, they didn't. Isaac Newton's first law states, "A body tends to be in a state of rest or motion unless acted upon by an external force." This especially holds true in space. Throw a rock in microgravity, and it will continue traveling forever, just as the Conhim fleet was doing now. They'd shut down their engines days before, coming in on a purely ballistic trajectory, having calculated the arrival of the Tetrarchy task force by means of frantic communications from each of the doomed worlds. Life support and other necessary functions were held to a bare minimum, and to mask their approach, they'd slingshotted in from behind Gok's sun, using its intense glare as cover. Like sharks, they swam closer to the unsuspecting vessels, holding their fire until the very last second, as they awaited the final command. Admiral Fujimoto scowled as she monitored the communications from the surface. To no one's surprise, except possibly their illustrious marshals, they'd run into stiff resistance from the Conhim forces. They were holding their own for now, but the situation was far too fluid to be considered resolved. "Fool," she cursed silently yet again. "If he'd listened to me, we'd be done by now and without casualties." Despite humanity's best efforts, the old triumvirate races were still far too squeamish when it came to combat, and Nasat was no exception. How he'd managed to convince Singh to make him marshal boggled the mind, and she'd happily ascribe darker motivations for his coup d'etat if he wasn't such a damn choir boy. Maybe he had the best of intentions. Helene was willing to grant him that much at least. But unlike him, she knew what the road to hell was paved with. Outwardly, however, she forced an expression of calm on her face. Let him have his moment. She could afford to bide her time, and once the casualty reports started coming in, a copy routed to the Prime Minister's desk would shatter what credibility he had with her. Nasat would quickly find himself out of favor, and they could get back to the business of winning this damn war. She managed to stifle a sigh of resignation when her tactical officer suddenly jolted upright. "Admiral, I'm getting some odd readings," he said in confusion, as he began tapping commands on his console. "What kind of readings?" Fujimoto demanded, leaning forward. "I'm not sure," the officer replied. "For a moment I thought I'd spotted—" He froze in horror, spinning in his chair to face her as he shouted out a warning. "Ah! Incoming!" Chapter 24. There's an old Earth legend that tells it best. A horse, having a wolf as a powerful and dangerous enemy, lived in constant fear of his life. Being driven to desperation, it occurred to him to seek a strong ally, whereupon he approached a man and offered an alliance, pointing out that the wolf was likewise an enemy of the man. The man accepted the partnership at once and offered to kill the wolf immediately if his new partner would only cooperate by placing his greater speed at the man's disposal. The horse was willing and allowed the man to place bridle and saddle upon him. The man mounted, hunted down the wolf, and killed him. The horse, joyful and relieved, thanked the man and said, "Now that our enemy is dead, remove the bridle and saddle and restore my freedom." Whereupon the man laughed loudly and replied, "The hell you say! Giddy up, Dobbin!" and applied the spurs with a will. 1. After 10 years, the triumvirate horse had come to despise its rider. Not all of them, of course. There were many that looked upon the humans as saviors, while others shrugged and accepted them as a necessary evil. But there were those that chafed at the changes mankind had wrought on their perfect society, longing to see them put back in their rightful place. In the quiet places of the Tetrarchy, they spoke in hushed tones, far from human ears, debating one idea after another how to retake their civilization from the upstart usurpers. Only there was one small problem they kept running into. The usurpers had all the guns, not to mention the proven will to use them. When the Konhim returned for round 2, this time focusing their attacks on the humans, the old guard rejoiced as if delivered manna from heaven. With the upstart apes suitably hobbled, life could once again return to the idyllic perfection they had known before the barbarians had stormed the gates. The fleet sent to Seoul after the destruction of Earth Force, with the assistance of a highly placed anonymous donor, was the culmination of their plans. All they needed was the final signal to kick things off. After all, timing is everything. Admiral Fujimoto stared in horror as thousands of red icons suddenly appeared on the display. The shouted alarm from Tactical had given her only a few seconds warning, not nearly enough time to mount an effective defense. Her fist smashed the emergency icon mounted on her armrest as she shouted, "Red alert! All ships, weapons free!" She had honed their skills for years, overseen their training, turned the fledgling Tetrarchy Navy into a professional service worthy of the name. Their ships and weapons were best they could design, manned by crew that had taken her lessons to heart. Helene would have happily stacked them up against any foe, past or present. If only they'd had time to prepare. Her universe exploded as dozens of missiles detonated against Zaronk's hull, tearing away great gouges of metal and exposing entire decks to the vacuum of space. Desperately, they fought to bring their guns to bear against the enemy, only to have them blasted into debris. The fleet began to break apart, scattering in the desperate hope to stay alive, only to have the hunters run them to ground. It was a slaughter. They didn't go down without a fight. Despite the incredible odds against them, they clawed back with everything they had. Several ships of the Konhim fleet joined the Tetrarchy in death, while many more were grievously wounded. It was only because of the damage inflicted by the doomed task force that allowed any of their brethren to escape, their survival bordering on the miraculous. But as any veteran will tell you, miracles come with a price. Nasat could only listen to the screams and shouted orders coming over the comm, often cut off in mid-sentence, unable to intervene. The perimeter was holding for now, barely, but that was the least of his worries. Without the fleet, there was no way to return home, and without its protection, the Konhim could take them at will. They had no ships, limited weapons and supplies, outmanned and outgunned at every turn. But even that was not his greatest fear. Rykret was aboard one of those ships. He had no idea if she was alive or dead, and he hadn't even had the courage to say goodbye when he'd snuck off like a thief in the night. And there was now the strong possibility he'd never get the chance again. Lin was at his side, steadying him without saying a word. He could see the desperation in the eyes of every soldier who had followed him on his fool's crusade. Thankful to be alive, but recognizing it was only a momentary reprieve. Their turn would come, as certain as the sunrise. Nasat! It took several moments to register, as he slowly turned towards the voice. Giage gazed at him, his expression unreadable, while his human guards hovered in the background. He looked at the Konhim warrior, as desolation filled his soul. "We cannot stay here," the former Dayaksh said quietly. "By maintaining the perimeter, we are a target for fleet above our heads." His words were grim confirmation of the hopelessness of their situation. "What do you suggest?" he managed somehow to ask in return. "We must disappear into the terrain," Giage said firmly. "Break up into smaller groups and scatter in all directions. Infiltrate the nearby cities and villages and use their presence to shield us from Chugaz Uidan's forces. This is the only way we will survive." Lin nodded slowly in agreement. "Guerrilla warfare," he chimed in, giving the strategy a name. Nasat took a deep breath. "They will hunt for us," he said without emotion. "Yes, they will," Giage concurred. "But for the clever warrior, there are ways to turn the enemy's advantages against him." A cold smile appeared on Sergeant Lin's face. "Damn right there are," he said, hefting his rifle. "And humanity has spent thousands of years learning every dirty trick in the book." It wasn't much. In fact, it was almost nothing at all. But for a desperate man, a candle can seem like a raging inferno. "Very well," he said at last. "Do it." Admiral Beta, 892 Sina Zeta, had grown tired of the charade. of playing the smiling lackey to the barbarians. But his superiors, the former ministers cast aside by Leandra Singh, had insisted he stand by until all was in place. Surprise was the key to their strategy, and though they had convinced the humans they were their staunch allies, the ministers had ordered him to hold until they gave the command. It was obvious they were waiting for something, but waiting for what? It made no sense to him, but it was obvious he was not privy to all their plans. There were still the triumvirate worlds to be reclaimed, so perhaps they were delaying until other preparations had been completed. Whatever the reason, finally the moment had come. The Admiral's metal form lacked the ability to express emotion. In fact, even the concept was poorly defined in his race. They knew happiness and sorrow, hate and fear, but somehow they seemed diluted in the Ronin compared to the biological species. Now, however, he could have danced with joy. He settled into his chair, gazing at the displays. "It is time," he informed his crew, as they readied themselves for battle. The Konheim attack of Earth had been as thorough as it had been brief, all but wiping out the various satellites and installations orbiting the planet. They few that had survived had been hastily repaired, forming the nucleus of the shipyards now housing the skeletons of Earth's replacement fleet. It would be the work of many months before they were completed, except they would never be given that chance. "This is Admiral Beta 892 Sine Zeta to all ships in the task force," he said with great satisfaction. "Target the shipyards and fire." The Barbarian War, Chapters 25, 26, and 27, Ashes of the Tetrarchy. Chapter 25. Prime Minister Singh stared at the communique in shock. "Dear God," she whispered, as the other ministers moved towards her. "The fleet we sent against the Konheim homeworlds, it's... Her words trailed off into silence. Minister Thrasath took the note from her hands and quickly scanned its contents. "Merciful Creator," he said quietly, "they have been ambushed." "Are there any survivors?" Minister Omega 445 Intersect Gamma asked hopefully. "We don't know," Leandra replied, taking a moment to compose herself. The message was interrupted. Thrasath was about to respond when the doors suddenly burst open. Half a dozen security officers pushed their way in, taking position in front of the exit as their sergeant stepped forward. "Prime Minister, I regret that I must place you and the others under arrest," he said in measured tones. "Under arrest?" she said in disbelief. "On what charge?" "Treason, Prime Minister," he answered. And as Leandra looked closer, it was impossible to miss the expressions on their faces. None of them seemed to be regretting a thing. In fact, they appeared to be positively gleeful. Warning bells started going off in her head as the other ministers began to squawk in protest. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward, silencing the others with a wave of her hand. "May I see your warrant, Sergeant?" she asked calmly, stretching out her hand. "Course," the sergeant replied, unable to hide the smirk from his face as he handed it over, only to freeze in place as he felt something cold pressed under his chin. His warning cry died on his lips as Leandra mashed the barrel of her hideout gun against his throat and pulled the trigger. The officers behind him stared in shock as he crumpled to the floor, but she was already firing at her next target. Two more went down before they turned and ran for the door behind them, seeking cover as Leandra grabbed Minister Bizagab by the arm. "Come on!" she shouted, dragging her away. "What is happening?" Minister Thrasath screeched as the security goons began returning fire. "It's a goddamn coup!" she howled, firing another round at their attackers. The shot went wide, but the officers ducked just the same. It was obvious they hadn't been expecting trouble and were now scrambling about, unsure what to do. It wouldn't last for long. Sooner or later they'd regroup, and it was doubtful she could hold them off forever. "Get to the emergency exit!" she screamed at them. "But it must be a mistake!" Minister Omega 445 Intersect Gamma wailed. "You've got two choices!" she snarled, firing another round. "Come with me and live, or stay here and die!" Despite their terror, it only took the ministers a split second to make up their minds, hurrying behind her as they raced for the exit. The missiles so thoughtfully provided by their anonymous benefactor raced away from the task force, closing the distance to the shipyards in a handful of seconds. They were of Konheim manufacture, scavenged from the previous war, designed to give the Tetrarchy forces plausible deniability. They would claim they must have been fired from stealthed Konheim ships, and once the Earth Force ships were destroyed, they could clamp down on the planet's population, all in the name of security. After all, it wasn't the first time they'd engineered a cover-up. The last one had held up for 10,000 years. The shipyard's defenses were minimal, nowhere near enough to prevent their destruction. The missiles bored in, detonating with pinpoint accuracy, the explosions wiping out the half-completed vessels, the yards and repair facilities, as well as the thousands of workers who had once called it home. There were no cheers on the flagship as the human installation was wiped out, for that was not their way. But the self-satisfied smiles on the faces of Admiral Beta, 892 Sine Zeta and his crew spoke far louder than any words could have managed. They had done it. Despite the odds, they had come to the human homeworld and broken them. As they congratulated one another in hushed tones, the communications officer suddenly turned to face the Admiral. "Sir, I am receiving a transmission," she said earnestly, "from Admiral Matavosian." Conversation ground to a halt as the Admiral nodded. "On screen," he ordered. As the human's image appeared, Admiral Beta 892 Sine Zeta launched into his rehearsed report. "Admiral, it appears that stealthed Konheim fighters have infiltrated the system. We are attempting to locate them as we speak." Matavosian glared at him in return. "Do you think we're stupid, Admiral?" he snarled. "We have a dozen satellites in orbit dedicated solely to keeping an eye on you, and they're all reporting the same data, that you fired on the shipyard." Admiral Beta 892 Sine Zeta leaned back in his chair. "Your satellites are in error, Admiral," he said affably, "but I can assure you the guilty parties will be dealt with." "You can count on it, you traitorous son of a bitch!" Matavosian snapped. "We're disseminating the data as we speak. If you thought you could keep this hidden, you thought wrong." "I believe there is a saying among your people," the Ronin replied as amusement crept into his voice. "History is written by the victors." Matavosian sneered in disgust. "Do you honestly believe we humans haven't faced your kind before? It's happened so many times in our past, the words we use for traitors are taken from their very names. Judas, Quisling, Benedict Arnold. Oh yes, we know your kind quite well." A thin, cold smile appeared on his face. "Which is why we have learned to take precautions." "It would appear, Admiral, that your so-called precautions have failed, as all pretense disappeared. Your ships are destroyed. You are beaten." "Are we?" Matavosian replied coolly. "Tell me, Admiral, just who do you think designed your ships?" A growing sense of horror began to dawn on the Ronin Admiral as the human showed his teeth. "Goodbye, asshole," Matavosian smirked, as every ship in the task force suddenly exploded in brilliant balls of flame. Tango was nestled comfortably in the crook of a tree, high above the others, scanning the horizon with her scope. "We're clear," she whispered into her mic, as those on the ground huddled in conference. "Our best chance is here," Giage informed them, highlighting a spot on their HUD displays. 2 days' travel, perhaps 3. It will be difficult for them to track us in the swampy terrain, and we will be able to resupply at our destination. Sergeant Lin tugged on his ear. "Food and medical supplies, maybe, but we burned through a lot of ammo during the breakout. I figure we've got enough left for 1 or 2 engagements, before we're forced to throw rocks at them." Nasat grimaced at his words. "Suggestions?" he asked. "Traditionally, guerrilla forces have procured their weapons from their enemy," Musashi replied. All heads swiveled back to Giage. "It will not be easy," the Konheim warrior said after a moment. "There is no depot within range we could raid, and even if one were available, it would be well guarded. I doubt we have the strength to launch a successful attack." Nasat gazed at the map, and then looked around at the others. They were all exhausted. After 30 hours of non-stop movement and combat, every last one of them was dead on their feet. But as he scrutinized their faces, what he saw was resolve. They would find a way through this, or they would die in the attempt. Nothing else mattered. He turned his attention back to the map and highlighted a nearby section. "Here," he said with growing confidence. "We lure the forces tracking us to this location, and then—" "We ambush the bastards," Lin smirked. "Thereby providing us with the weapons we need," Musashi slowly nodded. Assuming we are successful, Jiaj pointed out. They will be looking for such a trap. Then we will have to be clever, Nasat smiled, though it failed to touch his eyes. Chapter 26. What is this place? Minister Thrasath asked nervously, as he looked around the small suite of rooms. Safe house, Leandra explained, one of several we have scattered around the capital. She held her hideout gun at her side as she peered out one of the windows. I don't think we were followed. Safe house? Minister Omega 445 Intersect Gamma asked. What does that mean? The Prime Minister took one last look outside, before slipping her weapon back into her robes. A bolt hole, in case things get bad. She sighed and sat down, which today certainly qualifies. Back when we first made contact with the Triumvirate, we knew we weren't exactly beloved by the populace. It seemed like a good idea to have places to hide our people, if they were suddenly declared persona non grata. Minister Bizagab just stared at her. You mean you've had these safe houses in place for over a century? She shook her head in disbelief. Doesn't that seem a bit, well, paranoid? Human paranoia just saved your ass, Leandra said curtly. If I hadn't had my weapon with me, we'd either be rotting in a prison cell awaiting sentencing, or worse. She gave the ministers a withering look. Your kind has had it good for so long you can't imagine anything else. Even the last war was barely a blip on the radar for you, wasn't it? Her companions suddenly found it difficult to meet her gaze. She nodded knowingly. Us lowly humans, on the other hand, know all too well just how quickly things can go to hell in a handbasket. Our history is filled with one self-inflicted horror after another, and if we've learned nothing else from it, we at least learned how to prepare for the worst. An awkward silence filled the room, as the ministers looked at one another. Our apologies, Thrasath said at last, speaking for the others. We did not mean to sound ungrateful. It is just, never in a million years did we ever consider the need for us to flee for our lives. I still do not understand why, Omega 445 Intersect Gamma lamented. Who were those officers? Why did they try to arrest us? Who sent them? I don't know who's behind this, but rest assured finding out has top priority at the moment, Leandra vowed. As for why, you know as well as I do the New Order has more than its fair share of detractors. I'm willing to bet one of them is behind it. So what do we do now? Bizagab asked. We can't just stay here. For now we can, the Prime Minister assured her. There's food, beds, all the basic necessities. But you're right. Staying here isn't a long-term solution. She rose to her feet and pressed a hidden button underneath one of the countertops. A concealed panel slid away, revealing a monitor and some sort of communications console. First thing we need to do is check in, she informed them as she powered up the system. Is that safe? Thrasath asked nervously. As safe as we can make it, Leandra replied. Shielded and encrypted by some seriously paranoid technicians. She turned and gave the others a smirk. They make me look like a naive schoolgirl. The ministers stared at each other as they parsed the implications of that statement, as Leandra began to speak. Control, this is Sharani checking in. Verification code Epsilon Delta 1975 Xi Sigma Tau. There was a pause before a voice came back on the comm. Copy, Sharani. Stand by for level 2 authentication. There was yet another pause, and then, what are the color of Aslan's eyes? Leandra chuckled and replied, Aslan has no eyes, Control. The ministers drew back in unison from her as she laughed. Aslan was a stuffed toy I had as a child. The eyes were torn off when I was little and never replaced. The ministers breathed a sigh of relief as Control responded. Confirmed, Sharani. Thank God you're safe. What's your status? I'm at the Hilton Hotel, along with Larry, Mo, and Curly, she answered. Someone's goon squad tried dragging us off to the Bastille. They were discouraged, requesting extraction and exfiltration. Easier said than done, I'm afraid, Control replied. Have you been monitoring the broadcasts? Too busy trying to stay off the radar, Leandra replied. What's happening? Easier if I just show you, Control answered, as the display came to life. Sectors 3, 9, 14, and 21 have been sealed and declared off limits to non-residents, the announcer reported, as the others crowded in to view the images. Clashes have been reported in the vicinity of the ministry buildings, as well as other government facilities. All citizens are asked to remain calm during this crisis and to stay indoors. The authorities are in the process of subduing and apprehending the individuals responsible for the current state of unrest. Renewed fighting has broken out in sectors 11 and 12, and all residents in those blocks are urged to avoid confrontation with security, as well as the anarchistic elements responsible for attacks throughout the capital. To repeat, sectors 3, 9, 14, and 21. Leandra turned off the sound as the message started over. The authorities? Omega 445 Intersect Gamma asked in shock. I was under the impression we were the authorities. Not at the moment, it seems, the Prime Minister said darkly. Control, do we know who's behind this? We know who's claiming responsibility at least, the voice replied. The original Stooges released a joint statement, declaring they had been forced to take back control of the ministry. They're alleging the current government is guilty of treason, and they're pointing their fingers at Earth. God damn it, Leandra swore. The relief task force we sent. Copy that, Control said quietly. We've received a message from Earth Force, what's left of it. Matavosian activated the Hindenburg Protocol after they destroyed the shipyards. Singh closed her eyes, bowing her head. Jesus, she whispered. And Fujimoto? Nasat? Have we heard anything from either of them? She managed to get out. Nothing, Control replied. It's possible they've gone silent. Sure, she said bleakly, not believing a word of it. But until then... Until then, we're defenseless, Control finished, confirming her worst fears. Sharani, what are your orders? Leandra could only stare at the display, as the sheer scope of the disaster threatened to drag her down into the abyss. The Tetrarchy was wide open, with nothing to stop the Konhim onslaught, and unless some miracle was waiting in the wings to save them, all 4 races were doomed. But then her gaze hardened as she lifted her head. My orders? Leandra repeated. Until we can stabilize the capital, our hands are tied. We must take back the government, by any means necessary. Understood, Control replied in a quiet voice. We'll mobilize what we can. Take no action until I give the word, she instructed them, and have support rig a direct line to the media. Don't tip our hand until we're ready. We're on it, Control informed her. Until then, stay put. You're safer there than anywhere else. Let me know when everything's in place, Leandra ordered. Sharani out. She turned to face the ministers, who looked back in despair. It's hopeless, isn't it? Bizagab whispered in anguish. Hopeless? She sneered defiantly. Let me tell you something, Minister. My people have faced far worse situations than this. We survived then, and we will survive now. Leandra grimaced as some of her bravado dissipated. But I won't lie to you. There are dangerous times ahead. The 3 ministers looked at each other before Omega 445 Intersect Gamma finally spoke up. Then it is fortunate the most dangerous predators in the quadrant are on our side, he said at last. Chapter 27. Diaksh Chugaz Uiden gazed around the cabin at the gathered warriors and smiled. The flagship Resolve hovered in orbit over the planet Gok as they celebrated their victory over the Tetrarchy forces. But then, he had never been one to rest on past glories. While they certainly deserved their moment, this meeting was about something very different. Planning for Phase 2. Be seated, he ordered as they found their chairs. It has been a hard-fought campaign, but at long last all of our objectives have been fulfilled. The enemy fleet has been shattered, the humans neutralized, and now their very government has fallen into disarray. The way is clear, my fellow warriors, to finish what we began 10 years ago. 10 long, bitter years. Years that were wasted suffering the ignominy of defeat. The warriors and clan leaders nodded their heads in agreement as they relived those rancorous times. Chugaz rose to his feet. Nothing lies in our path now. No one can stop us from fulfilling the pact. And this time, his lips drew back, baring his teeth. This time, we destroy the enemy, once and for all. The warriors roared their approval, and he let their adulation wash over him. When we advance to the ancient lands, we will not repeat the mistakes of the last crusade. We will not linger over the planets we conquer, bloodying our blades on the surface. Not when our ships are capable of reducing each world to ash. We will sweep through the old triumvirate like a hot desert wind, leaving nothing in our wake. And then, and only then, will we plant our boots upon their capital's soil. When every last world is barren and lifeless, that is when our victory will be complete. Not before. He gazed at each of those seated in turn. If you have visions of choking the life from our enemy with your bare hands, put those dreams aside. They have no place here, for that very impulse doomed the crusade. It will not happen again. Not so long as I am Diaksh. The warrior's response was far more restrained at his announcement, though it contained nothing new. The Konhim were a hot-blooded race, and far too prone to cling to the old ways in his opinion. And as Diaksh, his opinion was the only one that mattered. So many of the old warriors clung to traditions that simply had no place aboard a modern warship. As personally satisfying as watching your enemy die on your blade might be, leveling their cities from orbit was far more efficient. They might not like it, but as long as he kept handing them one victory after another, they would accept it. Of course, if he were suddenly unable to provide them with such victories, that could prove problematic. Those at the table grudgingly nodded in agreement, though the odd grumble could be heard if one chose to listen. Chugaz chose not to. As long as his orders were obeyed, he could accept their bruised egos. Let them grumble. His actions, his victories, spoke for themselves. He sat back down, leaning back in his chair, as he prepared for the briefing. They had a great deal of ground to cover. "And what of the humans?" a voice demanded. All talk ceased as they turned in unison to face the speaker. Chugaz's eyes narrowed as he located its source. Ajum Ganak. Of course, he should have known. Once he had been one of his staunchest allies, but of late he had grown increasingly silent at these meetings. As long as he did not oppose him openly, he had been willing to overlook his lack of resolve, but it would seem his leniency was about to come to an end. "The humans have been dealt with," the Diaksh replied coolly. "Their fleet has been destroyed, their planets wrecked, their ability to rebuild crippled. They now view their erstwhile allies as an even greater threat than ourselves." He allowed himself a small chuckle, though there was little actual humor in it. This war was never about them. They were merely in the way. As long as they live, they are a danger, Ajum warned. Despite their best efforts, they are still the only warriors of note in their alliance, and we ignore that threat at our peril. "And just how are they a problem for us?" Chugaz smirked. "Without ships and without weapons? Were we foolish enough to land on their worlds, perhaps? But that was never a part of the plan." He kept his tone purposely light, for if he were to give the others the impression he took this upstart seriously, there could be complications. Unfortunately, Ajum seemed unwilling to give even an inch of ground. "You have done all that you promised, Diaksh," he said evenly. "But I must ask, at what cost?" He held up his hand and began ticking off his fingers, one by one. "Zak, Ksuch, Zes, and now Gak. We may have defeated their fleet, but their forces still ravage the planet below," he snorted derisively. "Any more victories like that, and we may be forced to surrender yet again." "The loss of those worlds was regrettable, but necessary," he replied calmly. But inside he was seething. To be confronted now like this? It was unacceptable. Chugaz nodded to himself as he reached a decision. Ajum had become a liability, but he could not afford to confront him now, openly. As Diaksh, all that he did was scrutinized, and if his political enemies suddenly smelled blood, they would pounce as surely as a carnivorous predator would take down lamed prey. No, this required subtlety. Simple enough, and he had handled similar problems in the past the same way. One day soon, Ajum would just disappear. "We are Konhim," Chugaz said disdainfully. "Warriors from birth." Oh yes, his days were most definitely numbered. Calling what happened to those worlds battle is to stretch the word into a shape unrecognizable, Ajum fired back. Try instead, sacrificed, like tokens on a board. The room suddenly grew quiet as the grave, as the challenge was laid bare at last. "Choose your next words very carefully, Ajum Ganak," Chugaz hissed, "or you too will taste my blade." Ajum froze as he suddenly realized he had taken a step too far. Glancing at those around him, it grew increasingly obvious that what support he might have for his position was slender at best, and growing weaker by the moment. Should he choose to declare his opposition now, openly, he had no doubt his remaining existence would be short indeed. But as the moments ticked on, he began to comprehend that last step had been fatal after all. Chugaz was a skilled warrior, certainly, but depressingly few of his enemies actually died on his blade. Quite the opposite. Instead, they tended to suffer accidents, if the word could be used to describe an obviously orchestrated demise. It flew in the face of everything the Konhim had once stood for. But then the Diaksh was cut from a very different cloth than his predecessor. Jiaj Guyaz had rigidly obeyed the ancient customs of their people, and it had cost him dearly. But no one had ever accused him cowardice or slipping a blade into the back of the unwary. Of course, no one accused Chugaz of such things either, not if they wished to continue drawing a breath. "My apologies, Diaksh," he said at last, bowing deeply. "I spoke rashly and beg your forgiveness." Chugaz gazed at him with flat, cold eyes, and in that instant Ajum knew what his future foretold. The Diaksh let the moment draw out, before finally giving him a curt nod of abeyance. But it was a lie, and both men knew it. The briefing resumed once more, as their commander began outlining his plan. But in his mind, Ajum began making plans of his own. The Barbarian War, Chapters 28, 29, and 30. The Spark Before the Storm. Chapter 28. "Are you saying you won't support us, Admiral?" Leandra demanded, her tone growing increasingly more heated. "No, Prime Minister, I'm saying that I can't," Admiral Matavosian replied evenly, "for a number of reasons." She forced herself to take a calming breath before responding. She and the other ministers were still taking refuge in the safe house, as rioting and crackdowns continued in the capital. The forces under her command that she could absolutely rely on were still far too few to attempt a rescue, at least until things were a little more settled. There were plans in the works to deal with the unrest, but until they were ready, she wasn't prepared to go off half-cocked. At least Control had been as good as its word, rigging a secure comnet that allowed her to speak openly to Earth, but it wasn't enough. Besides, as it turned out, she had bigger problems. "Then why don't you explain them to me?" she fired back, silently cursing her rising temper yet again. Cabin fever was starting to get the best of her. "Ever since this latest attack, things have taken an ugly turn," he answered. "The relief force was supposed to be aiding us, and they did provide a number of supplies, at first. But even then, there was a rather vocal element denouncing the idea of having aliens in charge of guarding Earth. We managed to keep them on a short leash, as long as the task force was ministering to our needs." He sighed and shook his head. "But once they attacked the shipyards—" "The leash came off," Leandra said quietly. "With a vengeance," the Admiral said sourly. "If you think what you're seeing at the capital is bad, it's nothing compared to what we're facing here. There isn't a city on the planet that hasn't seen full-scale rioting, and it's not much better in any of the remaining colonies." He shifted in his chair, looking decidedly uncomfortable. "It's gotten so bad we've been forced to put all triumvirate citizens into protective custody." "What?" she said in shock. "It was the only way we could keep them alive, Prime Minister," he said defensively. "I have 2 whole divisions surrounding the camp, keeping our own people at bay. And I'm starting to hear some disturbing rumors from the rank and file. A growing number of those same guards are openly suggesting that they're pointing their weapons in the wrong direction." He held up his hand before she could respond. "I have things under control for the moment, but I don't know for how much longer I can say that." "Dear God," she whispered. "Admiral, you must keep them safe. They aren't responsible for what happened. This is the work of a single faction, and in time I have no doubt we can contain them. But if you start gunning down non-humans for the crimes of their brethren—" "I know," the Admiral said reluctantly. "We're doing the best we can, but I'm telling you now, the pot is ready to boil over." He shrugged unhappily. "That's why I can't send you any support. Any humans we send to restore order aren't likely to discriminate. They'll just declare open season and start shooting everybody." Matavosian sighed once more. "Besides, it's a moot point anyway. We lost every ship under construction when the shipyards were destroyed. There's nothing left to send." Leandra was about to respond when an idea struck her. She leaned back in her chair thoughtfully, an odd expression playing about her face. "Actually, Admiral, that's not entirely true," she said with a wry smile. Greybird grimaced as he double-checked his equipment before shaking his head. "I'm sorry, sir, but there's been no response. Bravo 22 hasn't acknowledged comms in over 48 hours. Nasat closed his eyes. Perhaps they've simply had a malfunction, he said hopefully. The hacker put on a brave face. Of course, sir. That could be it, he answered. But as he looked up at the marshal, they both knew the truth. Bravo 2-2, and the dozen or so soldiers still under his command, were gone. The Sortor turned away, seeking privacy, though there was none to be found in their latest hiding spot. An abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the Konhim township had provided refuge for the last few days, but they couldn't stay much longer. Even though they'd purposely sought out locations as near as possible to population centers for protection from the enemy fleet, it increased the likelihood of being spotted by local residents on the ground. The longer they stayed, the worse the odds. Better to keep moving. Nasat found a corner behind the human sniper Tango and sat down. She wouldn't interrupt his thoughts as she kept watch. In fact, he wasn't sure he'd heard her speak more than 2 sentences in a row since they landed. She was focused even for a human. Another team gone. He'd lost track of how many it was now, but even one would be a tragedy. They'd scattered to the 4 winds after breaking out of the perimeter, and they'd hurt those that had come after them. But it wasn't enough. It would never be enough, not when you counted those they had lost. Sergeant Lin and Musashi had both done their best to school him in the realities of guerrilla warfare, but each lesson was a bitter pill indeed. By definition, a guerrilla fighter was lacking in weapons, in support, in all the things he had come to take for granted, serving in the Tetrarchy forces. The humans believed in the philosophy, better to have it and not need it, than to need it and not have it, and had passed that concept on to their triumvirate pupils. Now, of course, they were learning a very different doctrine, one they called using all parts of the buffalo. Nasat still didn't know what a buffalo was. He hadn't thought to ask, not that it mattered. He glanced up as someone took a seat beside him. Jiaj. He sighed and closed his eyes, not wanting to engage in conversation. Somehow the Konhim warrior sensed this and remained silent, for which he was deeply grateful. Words seemed hollow just now. Perhaps they always had been. His mind desperately searched for solace as images of his wife and children appeared in his imagination. Rekret. Was she even still alive? Would he ever see his children again? Would they grow up as orphans, while his bones rotted in a grave on a distant alien world? Or worse, would they be allowed to grow up at all? Nasat winced, shaking his head. Not even in the privacy of his own thoughts could he find peace. Nasat opened his eyes, searching for the source of the odd articulation. A quick glance at Jiaj proved he was just as curious, as they both turned their attention to the alcove's only other occupant. Have you spotted something? Jiaj asked. I think one of your buddies is lost, Tango said dryly. He's just standing out in the open, holding some kind of a banner. The sniper rifle was snugged tightly into her shoulder. Easy target. Jiaj all but leapt to his feet. What kind of banner? He demanded. Just a plain black flag, she replied. Mean anything? Nasat rose to his feet as well. Have we been spotted? He asked the Konim. Perhaps, he said in an atypical voice. It is a flag of parley. A sudden sinking feeling threatened to overwhelm him. They are asking for our surrender. No, I do not think so, Jiaj said carefully. If our pursuers had found us, they would not bother with such a convention. They would simply open fire. Nasat stared in confusion. Then what? I do not know, Jiaj said after a moment, but I believe someone should speak to him. He turned to face Nasat. By displaying the banner, he is guaranteeing safe conduct. Not even Chugaz Uiden himself would dare violate this custom. The Sortor considered that for a moment and slowly nodded. If he has something to say, then we should hear his words, Nasat reluctantly agreed, though I wonder how he found us. Then let us ask him, Jiaj said with a crooked smile as the two of them began heading for the building's entrance. Not without me, you're not, Sergeant Lin said flatly as he appeared out of nowhere. Nasat and Jiaj stared at him dumbfounded as he hefted his weapon. Tango sent me a feed of your conversation, he explained. We have an understanding, you might say. Nasat raised a questioning eyebrow as Jiaj simply chuckled. By all means, we welcome your company, Sergeant, his eyes twinkling with good humor as the three of them stepped out of the warehouse. It was a short walk to the low hill where the lone warrior waited. He gazed at the three of them, human, Sartuar, and fellow Konhim, before turning his attention to the latter. Diaksh Jiaj Guyaz, he said respectfully. I've been searching for you. I am no longer Diaksh, he replied. Why have you sought me out under a banner of parley? A cold smile appeared on his face. My name is Ajum Ganak. I believe we should talk. That is, if you wish to defeat Chugaz Uiden. Chapter 29. Sergeant Lin scowled at the Konhim before turning to Nasat. Sir, I'm telling you, I think this is bad idea. Whole thing sounds like a damn setup to me. Jiaj seemed unperturbed by the outburst. I understand your concerns, Sergeant, but Ajum Ganak has assured us that— And what good are his assurances? Lin fired back. You don't even know this guy! For all we know, he could be leading us into a trap. But what if he is not? Nasat said quietly. If we do not take this chance, what does our future hold? Stranded far from home, on an alien world without support, if Chugaz Uidan truly wishes us dead, he need not lift a finger. Time alone will see to our demise as we are slowly whittled down bit by bit until nothing is left. Lin remained unconvinced. Even if he isn't setting us up, it's still one hell of a gamble. Suppose everything does break the way we want it to. At best, all we've managed to do is buy a few allies, who'll still be massively outnumbered. All that means is it'll take a little longer before they finish killing us. Not necessarily, Musashi said after a moment's thought. There is historical precedent for this. Prior to the Battle of Sekigahara, Tokugawa made secret alliances with several of the daimyo affiliated with his enemy. In the middle of the battle, they switched sides, securing his position as shogun of Japan. Such is our way as well, Jiaj nodded in agreement. Or it was, prior to our invasion of the triumvirate. He and Nasat shared an uncomfortable look before he continued. We have traditionally made our loyalty to the clan, and changing allegiances in mid-battle to secure a better position was quite common. It was only the Great Crusade that united us into a single force, and when it failed, it was Chugaz Uidan's empty promises that managed to hold them together after I chose exile. Not so empty if he pulls it off, Lin muttered. Jiaj turned to the sergeant. I know these men. Yes, Chugaz Uiden has given them victories, but they have been paid for with innocent blood. A third of our worlds now lie in ruins, simply as a ruse to lure the Tetrarchy in. He shook his head sadly. He spends the lives of those sworn to him like water, not caring about the cost. He spits upon the very traditions that we hold dear, all in the name of victory. Bitterness tinged his every word. Victory at any price is too high a price to pay, Sergeant. It is only the lack of a viable option that keeps them at his side. Give them that option, and I am certain many will gladly take it. Nasat rose to his feet. We have no other choice. If any of our races are to have a future, then we must take this chance, or else watch our worlds burn one by one. Lin looked at the others' faces, all set in resolve, and sighed. Ah, what the hell? Not like I had anything else planned. Jiaj laughed, clapping him on the back. Spoken like a true warrior. We will make a Konhim of you yet. Wonderful, Lin said dryly. So how do we do this? Nasat asked. We wait for Ajum Ganak's signal, Jiaj explained. He will ensure our voice is heard, not only throughout the fleet, but on the homeworlds as well. It will take time for Chugaz Uiden to track down the source of the transmission. With luck, it will be long enough for those listening to make their choice. And then all hell breaks loose, Lin said grimly. Even if it merely delays his efforts, that in itself would be a victory, Nasat replied. Though I pray your words fall on fertile soil, Diaksh Jiaj Guyaz. As I have said before, I am no longer Diaksh, Jiaj reminded him, only to have the Sartar cut him off. You can no longer hide behind that fiction, Nasat said brusquely. If your people are to choose, then give them a real choice. You must declare Chugaz Uidan a false leader, a usurper, and reclaim the title for yourself. The king is dead, long live the king, Musashi grinned. The Konhim's eyes narrowed. Do you have any idea the position you place me in? Jiaj demanded, only to blink in confusion as the others dissolved into laughter. I believe I may have some small inkling, Nasat said wryly. Are you ready to do this? Leandra asked the others. We can delay no longer, Minister Thrasath said reluctantly. If we are to put an end to this chaos, then it must be now. The people must know the truth, Minister Omega 445 Intersect Gamma agreed. For as long as we are divided, we leave ourselves vulnerable to the Konhim horde. We stand with you, Minister Bizagab said with no small amount of pride. If we learned nothing else from humanity, at least we know there are some causes worth the risk. Leandra closed her eyes as she reflected on just how far they had come. A decade ago, she could never have imagined a moment like this one, where finally, after so many long years, humans were being accepted as equals, not out of fear or need or reluctance, simply an acknowledgement that they too had something to offer, something special. Then let's do this, she said at last, once she was sure she could trust her voice. The four ministers seated themselves, facing the camera in their makeshift studio. While it might lack the grandeur of the ministry chambers, its simplicity would make a much more powerful impact. After all, revolutions aren't begun in palaces. Though on occasion they do end there. Are you ready, Control? She asked. Ready, Control replied. Preparing to break into all communication channels in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A red light signaled they were live as they put on their professional faces. Good evening, Leandra said with quiet confidence. I am speaking to you now to address the unrest that has crippled our society, a crisis brought on by those that would turn back the clock to a simpler time, a time when the triumvirate knew only peace, and a time when humanity was held at arm's length. I know many of you long for those innocent days, and you might be surprised to learn that I too wish we were not faced with the dilemmas that plague us now, even if it meant my people taking a subordinate role once more. She shook her head sadly, displaying all the gravitas she could muster. But it is an immutable law of nature that we cannot go back, no matter how much we may wish we could. Those that claim otherwise are selling you a lie, the very same lie they told you again and again for 10,000 years, that all is well, that there is nothing to fear, despite the fact that we all know now the ugly truth. The truth that safety is an illusion, that at any time fate can intercede and turn one's life upside down, or even end it forever. Leandra took a deep breath and leaned forward. The truth is this, the Konhim are coming. Those that claim otherwise are at best dupes and pawns, and at worst traitors aiding and abetting those that would murder you in your sleep. Perhaps they have managed to convince themselves of the lie, as they did once before. Or perhaps they simply do not care. Should the worst befall us, I guarantee you will not count their corpses among the dead, for their kind never allow themselves to suffer the same fate as those they would rule. They will slip away into the night like thieves and leave you to your doom. Her jaw set in a hard line as she drove it home. To the former ministers Lassoarth, Sigma 121 Sub-Delta, and Comzoixa, I say this now. Run! Run now while you still can. Run far, and run fast, and you may manage to avoid what you so richly deserve. Her eyes narrowed, her predatory binocular vision glaring into the camera as she bared her fangs. To those that serve the usurpers, the betrayers of all that is just and good, lay down your arms, and your actions will be forgiven. Do it now, for this amnesty will not last forever. And finally, to those of you listening, wondering what is the right course of action, this is your call to battle. Take back what is yours. Fight for what you believe in, and for those you are sworn to protect. And anyone that would stand in your way, no mercy. Chapter 30. Giage entered the captured communications center and looked at the others. We have just received word from Ajum Ganak, he informed them. It is almost time. Very good, Nasat nodded. Are we ready on this end? Greybird crawled out from underneath one of the consoles. I'm pretty sure I've got everything wired back together, he said, wiping off his hands. Next time, try not to shoot up the actual objective, please. The others actually managed to look somewhat chagrined. To broadcast Giage's message, they needed a transmission site with enough power to reach the Konhim fleet, and after scouring the maps of the area, they'd found a suitable location. Unfortunately, it was a military installation, and the warriors guarded with its protection had not been inclined to listen to reason. They'd fought to the last, in true Konhim fashion, and the battle had damaged the very equipment they'd hoped to use. Much of it had been easily repaired, but one of the key components had required replacement. No spares were to be found anywhere, forcing Greybird to cannibalize what he needed from other systems, and Jury rigged the contraption together. It seemed to be holding, for now. Nasat acknowledged the rebuke with a nod, before turning his attention to Jiaj. Your words must inspire the warriors now sworn to Chugaz Uidan to turn and betray him. Have you prepared a speech? Something that declares how he has failed them? Jiaj shook his head. That is not our way. A true leader speaks from the heart, not the head, especially when he is calling them to battle. I am sure the words will come to me as they are needed. Lin and Musashi looked at him dubiously. It takes someone with a rare talent to pull that off, the sergeant said carefully. You sure you don't want Musashi to whip something up? Maybe like blood, toil, tears, and sweat, or give me liberty or give me death? I have actually done this before, Jiaj said with a smirk. I will be fine. Besides, there is no more time. Right, Nasat agreed. We will be just outside, listening in. Good luck, Diaksh, he said with a wry smile as he ushered the others out. Jiaj managed not to roll his eyes as he took his place. Less than a minute later, an image appeared on his display. All is in readiness, Diaksh, Ajum Ganak informed him. I am unsure how long I will be able to prevent Chugaz Uidan from interrupting the signal, so speak quickly, he said in a rush. I am ready, Jiaj said calmly. Establish the link. Broadcasting to all units. Now, Ajum Ganak said with determination. The Konhim warrior took a moment, allowing those watching to recognize his face. I am Jiaj Guyaz, he said in preface. Once you called me Diaksh, as we sailed from our homeworlds on the Great Crusade. We struck a blow in memory of our forebears, but final victory over the triumvirate was not meant to be. In my shame, I stepped aside, choosing exile to allow the Konhim a choice. I had hoped my successor would lead our people to greatness, but to my great sorrow, he has only led you to your deaths. He paused, letting that sink in. Yes, he has claimed victory over the humans, but that is a lie. Those of you who fought at my side know just how cunning and resourceful an enemy they are, and the majority of their race live still, their hearts now filled with righteous fury. Just as we have not forgotten the wounds we suffered, so long ago, neither have the humans. They will stop at nothing to avenge their dead, and what is more, Chugaz Uidan knew this, knew it, and used that knowledge to lure their fleet in, sacrificing the worlds of Zak, Zeus, and Xuj on the altar of his lies. Billions of Konhim dead, and for what? He shook his head as both hands gripped the console. Chugaz Uidan has betrayed the Konhim by his very deeds. He soils the title he wears by his actions, and I can stand by no longer. Jiaj rose to his feet and pointed a finger at the camera. I accuse you, Chugaz Uidan, of treachery and avow you are unworthy of both your title and position. I challenge you to face me on the field of honor, unless you fear my blade. His lip curled up in a sneer as his eyes blazed with anger. Let the Konhim see what sort of leader you truly are, once and for all, he snarled, as his hand came down to end the transmission himself. The others could only stare in shock. Did he just challenge him to a duel? Lin managed to get out. Nasat barged into the communication center and glared at Jiaj, who returned his gaze with aplomb. I was under the impression you planned to convince your people to rise up against Chugaz Uidan, not demand he face you in single combat, he said with quiet anger. It is our way, Nasat, Jiaj said serenely. By challenging him publicly, I have forced his hand. Either he agrees to face my blade, or he will be branded a coward and stripped of his title, perhaps even his life. He smiled at the Sortor, who could only shake his head in disgust in return. And if he kills you? Nasat demanded. What then? Chugaz Uidan is no warrior, Jiaj scoffed. A politician, an assassin, but not a warrior. On the field of honor he will taste my steel. Uh-huh, Lin said sarcastically. I think you're overlooking one minor detail. And what is that, Sergeant Lin? Jiaj replied. That he'll cheat, Lin shot back. I can think of a dozen ways for him to game the match without even trying. If he's the man you say he is, I guarantee he'll ensure you never walk off that field alive. He wouldn't dare, Jiaj growled, not with our people watching. To do so would violate our most sacred traditions, not to mention it would be an admission of cowardice. He would never retain the title Diaksh were he to attempt such a thing. Lin just stared at him. You can't be that naive, he said disdainfully. I am inclined to agree with the sergeant, Nasat said quietly. When it comes to fighting, I have learned to trust his instincts. Besides, you described him as an assassin. Why would he fail to use those talents now with so much at stake? That gave the Konhim pause. Then it will be up to the rest of you to watch him closely, he said at last. Should he make the attempt, you must prevent it from happening. You could still lose anyway, Nasat pointed out. It may be unlikely, but such things have been known to happen. Should I fall in honorable combat, it would mean I was unworthy, Jiaj said gently. As I said before, it is our way. If we are to succeed, then this is how it must be. Lin groaned and turned to Musashi. You talk some sense into him. Musashi just shrugged. You're wasting your time, he explained. This is obviously a cultural institution so deeply ingrained in their psyche, they literally can't think about it rationally. My advice? Start planning how we're going to keep this on the up and up. Easier said than done, I would imagine, Nasat said unhappily. Have faith, Jiaj smiled. Once I have defeated Chuga's Uiden, our struggles will be at an end. Get your team ready, Lin hissed quietly to Musashi. Especially Whisper. He might be crazy, but he's exactly the kind of crazy we'll need. The Barbarian War, Chapters 31 and 32, Trial by Fire and Steel. Chapter 31. The races of the old triumvirate were about the furthest thing imaginable from the notion of wild-eyed radicals. Until the First Konhim War, their society had gone unchanged for millennia, and even its introduction to humanity had caused barely a ripple. Stability, order, tradition, caution, and an almost ruthless preservation of the status quo had been their watchwords for as long as anyone could remember. The war changed all that, as wars tend to do. With humanity's star now in ascension, change came at a breakneck pace, as one revered institution after another came crashing down. Even by human standards, the metamorphosis was a radical one, driven by the need to create a military force from scratch, as well as the necessary support structures essential to keep it supplied and operational. For species long used to the static civilization of the triumvirate, the tetrarchy came rushing at them like a fever dream. As predicted, many were unhappy with this turn of events. It was that same frustration that had fueled the minister's coup d'etat, as well as the attack on Earth. When Admiral Matavosian destroyed the triumvirate fleet, the ministers lost their greatest offensive power. Still, they had the support of masses, those same individuals who had chafed against their society's upheaval. Except, those same individuals had spent 10 years growing accustomed to the new changes. They still didn't care for them, but they were at least used to them. They had learned to grit their teeth and, in the parlance of humanity, go with the flow. It was an adjustment, but one they were slowly coming to terms with. And then the minister's coup came along and upended the apple cart. Again. The irony of the situation was as thick as molasses. By giving the people what they'd thought they wanted, a return to simpler times, they had attacked what the masses truly craved, stability. The chaos that followed the coup left them simmering with rage, but it was a rage without direction or focus. Leandra Singh's speech gave them that focus, pointing it straight at the ministers with the intensity of a laser. This has to be the most well-behaved riot I've ever seen, Leandra remarked, thoroughly nonplussed. She and the other ministers stood in the plaza in front of the ministry building, flanked by security officers they knew they could trust. Beyond them, thousands of Tetrarchy citizens milled about, drawn to the heart of the government by her words, but unsure what to do next. The ministry had security forces of their own guarding the entrance, and so far, no one had been willing to attempt a breach. At the moment, it was a standoff. I thought this is what you wanted, Thrasoth said in confusion. They did take to the streets, after all. She fought the urge to bury her face in her hands. This is supposed to be a revolution, not a Volksmarch, Leandra lamented. If I'd known they were just going to come out and enjoy the fresh air, we could have had it catered. Bizagab shrugged helplessly. You must understand this is all new to us. We have no experience in overthrowing governments. Leandra pointed an accusing finger at the ministry building. They managed to figure it out, she shot back. Why can't you? Prime Minister, while we understand your frustration, the situation is unlikely to change. Omega 445 intersect Gamma said cautiously. Unless, of course, someone were to go out there and lead them. The three ministers looked at her expectantly as she raised her head to the heavens. Vishnu, grant me strength, she groaned before looking back at them. Fine, she said through gritted teeth before marching over to one of the security officers. Several were carrying handheld voice amplifiers for crowd control, devices much more compact than the bullhorns of old. Within minutes, she had claimed one for herself and had clambered up on an abstract sculpture, surveying the crowd. Listen to me, she shouted, her voice echoing across the plaza. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you think they will just give you back your freedom? Do you? The crowd stared back at her blankly, though those nearest to her began shaking their heads. Do you? She screamed again, and this time she could hear muttered no's coming from her audience. Do you? She howled as she cranked the volume to maximum. No! The mob shouted back, finally finding their voice. Damn right they won't! She snarled, dialing the volume back down. Let me tell you something humans learned the hard way, long ago, that freedom isn't free. It is bought and paid for with the blood of those willing to fight for it. No one will give you your freedom. You have to reach out and take it. From somewhere in the back, a chant began. It was muffled at first, but it quickly spread across the courtyard as others joined in, the sound rising and swelling like a tsunami. Freedom! 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 Leandra threw out her arms, as if to embrace them all, before whirling around and pointing dramatically at the ministry building. And there in that building are those that would deny you your freedom. Are you going to accept that? Are you going to roll over like good little slaves and let them? Or are you going to fight? The roar of the crowd slammed into her like a hurricane. Fight! 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 Then follow me, she screamed, hopping off the sculpture and striding purposefully towards the ministry, with the crowd swelling behind her. She could feel their fury as they swept forward, sweeping up everything in their path. And as they reached the steps, the ministry guards shrank back in fear, nervously eyeing the mob. Without pause, Leandra mounted the steps, heading straight for the guard commander, stopping mere inches from his position, with the throng pressing in close behind her. A hush fell over the crowd as she addressed the guards. You have a choice, she said evenly. Lay down your arms and join us, or... She turned to face the mob, a cruel smile on her face before returning her attention back to the commander. A cheer rose from the congregation as the guards hastily disarmed themselves. Her own security quickly snatched up the weapons, keeping them out of the hands of those that might be tempted to use them indiscriminately. Leandra turned and faced the crowd once more. Surround the building, she shouted. Let no one escape. The rest of you, follow me. The crowd surged forward yet again, sweeping her along as they raced for the elevators. The cars were packed to capacity and beyond before flying up to the top floor, disgorging their passengers with Leandra still leading the pack. The ministry chamber was just as she remembered it. Apparently they hadn't quite gotten around to redecorating. She flashed back to all those times she had approached these same ministers as a supplicant years before, begging for scraps, only to be rejected at every turn. Her lips curled up, baring her teeth, as she marched confidently forward. She sure as hell wasn't begging this time. Amazingly, they were still in the chamber. Leandra had been certain they would have fled for safety by now. Maybe they thought they were safe here, untouchable. Oops? The trio stared at the crowd in panic, as Komzoi Shah actually produced a sidearm and tried to point it in her direction. His hand was trembling like a leaf, obviously unfamiliar with the deadly weapon as Leandra rolled her eyes. A bitch, please. With 2 long strides, she was on the dais, raising back her arm and slapping the weapon from his hand. It skittered away across the floor as the trio stood frozen in fear. Lock them up, Leandra commanded, pointing at the ministers. The mob reached out eagerly for them, as she was suddenly forced to interpose her body between the crowd and their new prisoners. In one piece, damn it, she growled. They'll stand trial according to the law. There'll be no lynching on my watch. Mollified, the crowd dragged them away with minimum jostling, as Leandra sighed in relief. She walked over to her chair and collapsed in a heap, slowly shaking her head. Bloody amateurs, she muttered. Chapter 32. Is all in readiness? Chugaz Uidan inquired of his aide. Yes, Dayaksh, the aide replied as he handed over a plain black case. Your blade, as you requested, as well as the other items. Chugaz opened the case and removed the dagger, its steel glinting in the light. No hint of the Xabhawk's opiate could be seen along its edge. It wouldn't kill Jiaj Guyaz, for that would be far too obvious. Instead, it would merely slow him down enough to drop his guard. The former Diaksh was a skilled warrior beyond par, and anyone who faced him in a fair contest was at a distinct disadvantage. Not that he had any intention of allowing the battle to be fair. The other items in the case were carefully secreted on his person as well. Any one of them could easily tip the balance in his favor, as only a fool kept a single arrow in his quiver. There was only one way this contest would end, with the death of Jiaj Guyaz. Then let us not keep my challenger waiting, Chugaz said with a chuckle, as they headed towards the shuttle bay. Someone remind me again why I signed off on this insanity? Lin complained to no one in particular. It is a little late to object to the plan, Sergeant, Jiaj jested as they stood in the arena. Actually, I've been objecting all along, Lin pointed out. Not that it mattered. We had no other viable options, Nasat said in resignation. At least this contest gives us a fighting chance. And it allowed us to retrieve the other teams. The ones still alive, I mean, he said quietly. It had taken several hours, but Chugaz Uidin had finally responded to Jiaj's challenge. The protocol involved was rather complicated, filled with all sorts of arcane traditions and curlicues. One of the rights granted to the challenger was safe passage for his clan to act as witness, which in this case he asserted was the ill-fated unit that had accompanied him to the surface. It had caused some debate, claiming they were acting in loco gens, but finally they had wrangled the necessary permissions. He had also arranged for transport, and as the survivors began to arrive, they realized just how seriously they'd been hurt. If this contest ended badly? Musashi raised an eyebrow at Nasat's comment, but said nothing. Instead, his attention was on the arena itself, as ancient as the Colosseum in Rome, as it filled with Konhim warriors. He stepped away from the others and spoke softly into his mic. Musashi to the team. Are you in position? In position, Tango replied. Have eyes on the crowd and a good hide. The only way they'll find me is if they trip over me. Systems up and running, Greybird chimed in. I'm tapped into their comms. They try and pull a fast one. I'll whistle for the cavalry. I thought we were the cavalry, Whisper laughed. Knock it off, Musashi growled. You all tucked in? Snug as a bug, Whisper giggled. Just say the word. Copy that, Musashi replied, glancing up as the sound of a shuttle on approach caught his attention. Target is inbound, he informed the others. We are a go. The shuttle eased down into the arena as the main hatch opened. Chugaz Uidan stepped down the short gangway, flanked on either side by his retinue as he strode towards the center of the amphitheater. All traces of humor vanished from Jiaj's face as he strode out to meet him with Nasat and Lin in tow. Musashi himself hung back. The tradition only allowed 2 others on the field to act as the Konhim equivalent of seconds, leaving him free to coordinate the teams if Plan A went to shit. As far as he was concerned, Plan A had gone out the window the second Chugaz Uidan agreed to their terms. There was absolutely no way that snake was going to play by the rules. After disgorging its passengers, the shuttle lifted off once more and settled a short distance away, just outside the amphitheater. The 2 groups stopped a couple meters apart in the center of the arena. Chugaz Uidan, Jiaj said formally, inclining his head. Jiaj Guyaz, the Diaksh sneered. It has been a long time. Far too long, Jiaj agreed. This matter should have been settled years ago. The Diaksh glanced at Nasat and Lin as his sneer grew wider. Consorting with the enemy, and yet you dare impugn my honor. You do not know the meaning of the word, Jiaj fired back. I will, however, be glad to teach it to you. Chugaz scowled. Enough talk. He pulled his dagger from its scabbard. I have a war to win. Jiaj held up his hand. Not so fast. He motioned to Sergeant Lin, who stepped forward with a case of his own, flipping it open to reveal a pair of matched blades. To ensure the contest is based purely on skill, he said knowingly. Choose. The Diaksh's scowl deepened. You insult me yet again, Jiaj, by accusing me of deception. I accuse you of nothing, Jiaj said calmly. It is, however, my right. Choose or forfeit. Chugaz snarled in quiet fury before handing off his dagger to his second. He stomped over to where Lin waited and plucked both blades from the case, making a great show of thoroughly inspecting both weapons. Finally, he made his choice, flipping the other knife at Jiaj in a gesture of utter contempt. Jiaj easily caught the thrown blade by its handle, nodding to Nasat and Lin as Chugaz gestured to his own seconds. All four stepped out of the ring, taking up positions at the cardinal points marked on the earth. Moving to a crouch, Jiaj readied himself. The field of honor is clear, he intoned. Only one may leave it alive. You should have stayed in exile, Chugaz said mockingly. Instead, you will die impaled on my blade. One of us will, Jiaj said calmly. Chugaz sneered at him once more, slowly working his way around him, sizing him up while Jiaj pivoted in place. Without warning, the Diaksh screamed with rage, leaping into the air, driving the dagger straight at Jiaj's heart. The Barbarian War, chapters 33 and 34, The Cost of Honor. Chapter 33. There was no way Jiaj could have possibly blocked Chugaz Uidan's charge. With over 100 kilograms of body mass hurtling towards him, it would take someone far stronger than a Konhim warrior to stand firm. Which is why he simply avoided the attack instead. Jiaj pirouetted out of the way as Chugaz flew past him, delivering a wicked backslash that left a thin trail of orange blood along his ribcage. The Diaksh bellowed with pain and anger, spinning around to face him as danced clear of the follow-up attack. Jiaj's blade found nothing but air before he quickly recovered and returned to his stance. First blood is mine, he said derisively. Chugaz's hand went briefly to his side before he snarled and charged forward once again, whipping his blade back and forth before him like a buzzsaw as he forced Jiaj back. He gave up ground begrudgingly, allowing Chugaz to flail away as they neared the edge of the ring, then suddenly dropped and rolled forward, coming in under the Diaksh's knife arm for a disemboweling thrust. Only to realize too late Chugaz's attack had been a feint. His offhand snapped forward, pointing directly at Jiaj's head as a tube concealed within his sleeve coughed, sending an invisible burst of vapor directly into his eyes. His arm came up automatically as searing pain stabbed into his brain, protecting his face as he desperately tried to scrabble away, with Chugaz close on his heels. Jiaj's sudden collapse did not go unnoticed. Damn it, Musashi cursed as Tango quickly chimed in. Got him in my sights, she said casually. Want me to take him out? Negative, he said tersely. We kill him now, and we're the ones who interfered. Remain in counter-sniper mode. Copy, Tango replied as Jiaj lunged back up to his feet. The pain was excruciating as he fought to clear his eyes. With his vision blurred, Chugaz's blade struck again and again, stabbing into his arms and chest. Jiaj backpedaled, desperate to put some distance between them as he heard his enemy's mocking laugh. Surrender, Jiaj Guyaz, and I will grant you a quick death, he sneered, before bounding forward once more. Jiaj froze, his head canted at an odd angle, as Chugaz's booted feet slammed into the earth during his charge. The Diaksh's blade was held high as he came in for the kill, only to gasp in shock as Jiaj's hand blurred, hurling his dagger straight into his chest. Sergeant Lin's teeth flashed in fierce triumph as Chugaz staggered back, gripping the handle protruding from his ribcage and pulling it free as Jiaj turned to face him. His eyes were red and swollen, but he tracked his opponent's every movement with ease as he strode forward, his empty hands raised in a martial artist's stance. Chugaz stumbled back in fear as Jiaj stalked his prey, and in that moment Lin knew the fight was over. Chugaz screamed to the heavens as his hands slipped inside his tunic before whipping them out to his sides. Nasat shielded his eyes as blinding light and thunderous explosions filled the ring, as everyone around him suddenly disappeared from sight. Flashbangs and smoke! Musashi shouted, charging forward as he raised his carbine. Weapons free! The amphitheater descended into chaos as both sides opened up. Tango's rifle coughed again and again as she struck with deadly precision, when suddenly Whisper came bursting up out of the ground and leapt into the enemy horde, his blades flashing as he cut through the ranks like a berserk chainsaw. "Where is Chugaz?" Jiaj howled with fury as he staggered out of the choking cloud of smoke. "Does anyone have eyes on?" Musashi demanded, speaking into his mic, when the whine of turbines whipped his head around. The shuttle lifted off and clawed its way into the sky, disappearing in a flash as he snarled in impotent rage. "Damn it, the bastard escaped!" Chugaz hissed in pain as he slapped a dressing on his wound. The blade had cut deep into his chest, but had managed to miss the vital organs by mere fractions. It had not been the killing blow Jiaj had hoped for, but even blinded Chugaz knew his opponent had gained the upper hand. At that point, his death was all but inevitable, except that he had planned for this possibility. The grenades had camouflaged his getaway, buying enough time to board the shuttle and launch before anyone realized what happened. Now to finish it once and for all. Nasat charged through the smoke, firing his sidearm as they fought to take the amphitheater. The enemy was starting to falter, but there were several pockets of resistance holding firm, making them pay for every meter of ground. Sergeant Lin laid down a base of fire, driving them back as Nasat leapt over a low wall and breached their defenses. "Forward!" he shouted, firing once more before his weapon clicked on an empty chamber. An explosion knocked him off his feet, leaving him dazed, as a squad of Konim appeared out of nowhere and counterattacked, driving his allies back. He struggled to reload, but his movements were disjointed and uncoordinated. Nasat could only stare blankly as they advanced, though as he watched a warrior's head exploded in a fountain of orange gore, cut down by Tango's sniper rifle. Another joined his comrade in death as they surged forward, but he was slow to respond, his brain and body numbed by the blast's concussion. Whisper slashed his way through a cluster of Konhim like a scythe, fighting to get clear, his body spattered with alien blood. But there was no way he'd get clear in time. There had been a time, long ago, when he would have meekly submitted to his fate, bowing his head and baring his neck as he waited for the end. But that individual no longer existed. Instead, he faced his enemy with open eyes, as death came to claim him at last. Something slammed into him, knocking him clear as a furious burst of weapons fire echoed nearby. By sheer happenstance, his fingers closed around a fresh magazine, slapping it into his pistol with practiced ease as he staggered back to his feet, searching for a target. But as he looked around in amazement, there was none to be found. Chugaz stormed onto the Bridge of Resolve, throwing himself into his command chair. "Target the amphitheater on the planet's surface and fire!" he ordered. The tactical officer stared blankly at him, as if he did not comprehend his words. With a wordless scream, he yanked out his sidearm and pointed it at his head. "Do as I command!" he howled, as Ajum Ganak's face suddenly appeared on the display. "When two combatants enter the field of honor, only one may leave it alive," Ajum said coldly. Yet Jiaj Guyaz still lives. His glare was impassive as he gazed at Chugaz. "How can this be, Diaksh?" he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "A detail I am in the process of rectifying," he shot back, only belatedly realizing how it might look with his weapon drawn and pointed at the crew. Hastily, he slid it back into its holster, but Ajum was just getting started. "You would bombard your opponent in a contest where only the steel of a blade is permitted?" Ajum sneered in disapproval. "You escaped justice on the planet's surface by violating our most sacred traditions, and in doing so, revealed your true nature." Raising his hand, he pointed at Chugaz. "I declare you a coward, and unfit to bear the title Diaksh, for only a warrior may claim that authority." "You insignificant insect!" Chugaz hissed as he leapt to his feet. "You think to judge me? I, who have given you the victory Jiaj could not. I should have dealt with you long ago." "Victory!" Ajum scoffed. "What victory? The triumvirate worlds lie untouched. Your words are empty and without meaning." His nostrils flared as he glared at him from the display. "As worthless and threadbare as your honor." "Enough!" Chugaz's hands clenched in fists of rage. "You will submit to my authority, or you will die." "Then I die with honor," Ajum said in contempt, as his face disappeared from the screen. In all his years, Chugaz had never known a wrath like he felt at that moment. He grasped the tactical officer and threw him to the deck, his fist slamming into the console as he triggered a missile launch. "Kill them! All that oppose us!" he shrieked as the fleet began to tear itself apart. Flames licked the ancient structure as Nasat stumbled over the body of a Konhim warrior. The survivors of the brief battle looked to one another, exhausted and disoriented, as they struggled to regroup. Musashi made his way over to join him, shaking his head in resignation as they watched Whisper posing the dead enemy in some sort of twisted tableau. Jiaj spotted his actions and advanced on the maniac, with murder in his eyes, as Whisper raised his hands in supplication and backed away, giggling as he did so. "You all right, sir?" Musashi asked, tearing his eyes away from the bizarre scene. Nasat slowly nodded. "I was certain the end had come at last, but—" He froze for a moment, as a confused expression came over his face. "In fact, I am unsure how I survived." Musashi didn't respond. Nasat looked at him curiously. "Are you all right?" he asked. "I think I know," he said softly. "Know what?" Nasat asked, more confused than ever. "How you survived," he managed to get out as he stepped aside, revealing the body of Sergeant Lin, his blank eyes staring up at the sky. Chapter 34. Nasat knelt on the ground, his head bowed, in front of the freshly dug mound of soil. His eyes closed as he murmured softly while the others stood a respectful distance apart. Their heads were also bowed, as they kept vigil alongside the Sortuar, as many of them echoed his benediction in their own words, as each said goodbye in their own way to Sergeant Major Jehio Lin. Jiaj remained silent, following the lead of the others, though in truth he found the ritual to be a strange one. For the Konhim, the death of a warrior who fell in battle was an occasion to be celebrated, not mourned. Many tales of their life would be told, as friends and family came together to honor him, and while perhaps the rites were bittersweet at times, they were never sorrowful. Finally, Nasat lifted his head and opened his eyes, but showed no interest in moving. He stared at the simple marker they had erected, lost in his own thoughts, as the others glanced at one another, each unwilling to intrude on his grief. Perhaps it was unsurprising that Jiaj was the one who finally approached him, kneeling down at his side, as they contemplated Sergeant Lin's final resting place together. "The first time I met him, he terrified me," Nasat said quietly, as Jiaj regarded him. "I had never really known a human before, and as he screamed at us, I remember fearing for my life." A brief chuckle escaped his lips, though it was quickly suppressed. It all seemed so easy for him, so natural. As he trained us to fight, I knew I could never match his skills in battle. "Speaking as one who has fought both against and alongside you, I would disagree," Jiaj said after a moment. Nasat shrugged off his words. "I was lucky. Nothing else." A distant look came to his eyes as he gazed at something only he could see. "On Uzonks, when your forces bombarded us, he and I were the only survivors of our company. What we went through together—" His voice trailed off, shaking his head as he tried to banish the ghosts. "I made him a promise that day, that when his time came, I would recite the prayer for the dead." Nasat sighed as he turned to face Jiaj at last. "He was more to me than a mere advisor. He became my mentor and my friend." Nasat closed his eyes and whispered, "And I shall miss him." Jiaj turned to gaze at the mound of dirt. "If he were here now, what advice would he give you?" he asked gently. Nasat took a deep breath and opened his eyes. "Do what you have to do," he said grimly, as he rose to his feet at last, taking up Lin's battered rifle. Scanning the ruined amphitheater, Jiaj could only nod, rising as well. Words of wisdom indeed. Before he could respond, Nasat spotted Musashi and Greybird approaching. "Sir, you need to see this," Musashi said without preamble, before glancing at Jiaj. "You too." The Konhim and the Sortuar shared a look, falling in behind the humans as Greybird led them to his improvised camo bunker. The face of Ajum Ganak could be seen on the display, stained with soot and dried blood. "Dayaksh, we have little time," he said in a rush. Chugaz Uidan's dishonorable actions have split the fleet in two. Many have turned against him, but he still commands most of the fleet. We waged a bitter battle, but were unable to prevent his escape. "He escaped again?" Musashi said in disbelief. "Unfortunately, yes," Ajum replied. "As I said, most of the fleet still stands with him. The rest have sworn themselves to your banner, Diaksh Jiaj Guyaz," he said with a respectful bow. Jiaj nodded. "Where have they gone?" he asked. Ajum paused for a moment, glancing at the others surrounding him, before finally responding. "He has set a direct course to the Triumvirate Worlds." Nasat gritted his teeth. "We must stop him," he said adamantly. Ajum regarded the Sortuar coolly. "You ask much. Even those of us who have turned our backs to Chugaz Uidan have little love for your kind. Many of us hope he succeeds." "If Chugaz Uidan attacks, it will mean the end of our race," Jiaj predicted, his expression troubled. "Not today nor tomorrow, but it will come to pass. Their worlds are too vast to destroy quickly, and as he wages his war, the humans will be rearming themselves as quickly as possible, with whatever they can. They have been wounded, yes, but the wound was not a mortal one, and there is no more dangerous an opponent than one bent on vengeance." The Konhim rebel looked as if he had bit into a lemon, but he did not refute his words. "What would you ask of us, Dayaksh?" Jiaj took a deep breath. "We must bring an end to Chugaz Uidan's reign, and to do so we will require allies." He regarded the others nearby with a wry expression. "Even if they were once our enemies." Ajum hissed through his teeth, before lowering his eyes. "It will not be easy, Diaksh, but those of us sworn to you will obey." "Send your shuttles to us," Jiaj commanded. "Once aboard, we will set our course and pursue Chugaz Uidan to the end of the galaxy, if need be." "We will launch immediately," Ajum vowed. "Excellent," he said with a thin smile, "for we have much to discuss." "We will be ready," he assured him, before disappearing from the screen. Space was at a premium aboard the Konim ship Dauntless, as they struggled to accommodate the new arrivals. The vessel bore many scars from its battle with Chugaz Uidan's loyalists, but as Jiaj scanned her with a practiced eye, he pronounced her fit and ready to serve. If only all his problems were as simple. The Konhim eyed their new Tetrarchy allies with suspicion, a sentiment that was returned in full measure. Jiaj and Nasat stood side by side as they struggled to contain the more dangerous elements from both camps, but each knew an uphill battle awaited them. "Have you pinpointed Chugaz Uidan's target among the Triumvirate Worlds?" Jiaj asked. Ajum shook his head. "The distance is too great," he admitted. "We were able only to determine the general direction." "Even if you had, there's no reason why he couldn't change course at the last minute," Musashi pointed out, "especially if he wanted to keep us guessing." "We must contact the Tetrarchy and warn them," Nasat said fiercely. "Without a specific target, a general warning could prove far more dangerous in the long run," Jiaj said unhappily. "We need more data." "At this range, more data will be difficult to come by," Ajum replied. "We are already at the limitations of our equipment." "Then we must provide them with our best conjectures and pray we are correct," Nasat said candidly. Jiaj turned to look at the map. "There must be many of those supporting Chugaz Uidan that do so only from inertia," he mused. "He will want victories as soon as possible to maintain their loyalty, as many as he can, as quickly as he can. If he manages that, there may be many of your own supporters who will be tempted to join him," Ajum admitted reluctantly. "Victory is a powerful narcotic." Nasat rose to his feet and went to the map, studying it intently before pointing at a section of the display. "Here," he said with sudden confidence, "the Chenur cluster. A dozen worlds in close proximity to one another. He could launch strikes on many of them before anyone could respond." Musashi nodded slowly. "It's only conjecture at this point, but I agree. If I wanted to rack up as many victories as possible, that's where I'd strike." "It is better than nothing," Nasat replied. "Will there be any difficulties in contacting the Tetrarchy?" I somehow doubt they will listen to anything we have to say, Ajum said pointedly. Not necessarily, Greybird interjected. With a few modifications, we should be able to spoof a tetrarchy signal, enough to get our foot in the door at least. Even if such a thing were possible, our ships will not be enough to stop Chugaz Uidan, and he has a significant head start, Ajum said darkly. If we warn the tetrarchy, do they have anything left to prevent his assault? All eyes turned to Nasat. He returned their gaze for a moment before bowing his head. I don't know, he whispered. The Barbarian War, Chapters 35 and 36, Grief Between the Stars. Chapter 35. The worst of the crisis had passed, but cleaning up the mess left by the minister's coup would be the work of months, perhaps even years. Leandra had fobbed off as much of it as she could to others, instead focusing her efforts on what was coming. It wasn't the first time she'd found herself in this position, but to see the efforts of the last 10 years just swept away almost brought tears to her eyes. They had worked so hard to avoid this, and it was all for nothing. Leandra drew herself up and put those fears aside. This war wasn't over yet, and she still had a few cards left to play. It didn't matter that she'd put everything she'd had into the pot, and found herself staring at a pair of deuces. She'd play this hand out to the bitter end, and accept the consequences, come what may. The doors to the chamber burst open, as one of the communications staff came running towards her. "Prime Minister! You must come quickly!" he cried out to her. "We are receiving a transmission!" "What transmission?" she demanded, rising to her feet. "It is good to see you again, Prime Minister," Nasat said politely, as Leandra leaned back in her chair. "And you as well, Marshal," she replied, eyeing his surroundings. "Interesting company you're keeping these days." "They are our allies, Prime Minister, sworn to the banner of Jiaj Guyaz. He has vowed to remove Chugaz Uidan from power by any means necessary," Nasat explained. "I see," Leandra said carefully, steepling her fingers. "And Admiral Fujimoto? The fleet?" "We do not know," Nasat said quietly. "Many were lost. Perhaps all." The Prime Minister took that in, without revealing her thoughts. "I was told you had a message for me." "Yes, Prime Minister," Nasat said after a moment. "Chugaz Uidan and the bulk of the Konhim fleet are en route to the old triumvirate as we speak. We believe they intend to begin their assault at the Chenur cluster." "Believe," she said pointedly. "Do you have evidence to support this?" Nasat grimaced. "Not as such, Prime Minister, but we are all in agreement it is the most likely target." Leandra didn't move a muscle, but it seemed as if her entire demeanor changed in a heartbeat. Her eyes narrowed as she fixed him with a piercing stare. "And you think we should position our forces there to head them off, is that correct?" "Yes, Prime Minister," he replied, somewhat puzzled by her response. "It seems the most prudent course of action." She nodded slowly, but there was a cool calculation to the gesture. "Do your allies agree with your assessment as well?" "They do, Prime Minister," he said in confusion. "Is there something wrong?" "Just this," she said darkly, leaning forward. "Why should I believe a word you've said?" Nasat blinked in surprise. "I beg your pardon?" "You heard me!" she fired back. "We haven't had contact with anyone from the fleet in weeks. You tell me Admiral Fujimoto is likely dead, after you asked my support to remove her from command. You yourself are transmitting from the bridge of a Konhim vessel, our enemy, in case you've forgotten. And it was elements of the old triumvirate races, including yours, that attacked Earth. So as I see it, there are two possibilities. One, that you have been taken prisoner by the Konhim and are now speaking under duress, or two, that you have been an active co-conspirator with the former ministers from the very beginning." Her nostrils flared as she glared at him. "One makes you a pawn, the other makes you a traitor. So you tell me, Marshal, why should I believe anything that comes out of your mouth?" His jaw dropped in shock. Nasat struggled to respond, but words failed him as Leandra pressed her attack home. You tell me to rush our forces to the Chenor cluster, without a shred of evidence to support it, I might add, in order to prevent an invasion. Let me tell you what I think is a more likely scenario, that the Konhim will attack anywhere but Chenor. I think this is nothing but a wild goose chase, a ruse designed to render our remaining forces useless. She gripped the armrests tightly, enough so that her knuckles showed white, as her eyes burned into his. So I ask for the third time, why should I believe you? Nasat looked desperately around for support, bowing his head gratefully as Musashi stepped into view. Prime Minister, I can assure you that everything Marshal Nasat said is accurate. In fact, Leandra cut him off with a wave of her hand. Every point I just made could apply equally to you, she said curtly. Earth has a long and rich tradition of humans betraying their own kind. Prime Minister, Leandra, I beg you listen to me, Nasat implored her. You have known me for 10 years. It was you that insisted I take on the role I have, despite my repeated objections. Were I the traitor you claim, would I have not sought out those promotions? In fact, you did, Marshal, she coldly reminded him. You may not have started out intending to betray the Tetrarchy, but people change. Yours as well as mine. Nasat closed his eyes. Rykret was aboard one of those ships, he said softly. Even now I do not know if she is alive or dead. Yesterday I buried my mentor. He died saving my life. Slowly he opened his eyes, pleading with her. My very children claim you as family. Forget everything your head is telling you, and listen with your heart. You know me, Leandra. Know me better than I know myself. I would sooner die than become what you claim, and if you look deep within yourself, you know that to be true. Please, help me. Help me save our people! All our people! Something in her expression softened as he spoke, but as he finished, she slowly shook her head. I'm sorry, Nasat, but I can't. Not without proof. I'm responsible for trillions of lives, and I won't risk their safety purely on your say-so. Then at least put out scouts in the cluster's vicinity, he beseeched her. Something that will give you enough advanced warning when Chugaz Uidan's forces draw near. Leandra's professional mask was firmly back in place. Unless you have some shred of evidence to support your claims, she said at last, this conversation is concluded. Good day. And with that, her image disappeared from the display. Nasat could only stare at the blank screen in dismay, as Giage regarded him with sympathy. So, it would seem we are both traitors, he said without humor. He looked up at the Konhim, his eyes wide and desperate. How could she believe that of me? He asked. Giage sighed. Nasat, she made the right decision. What? He all but shouted. How can you say that? You know it isn't true. It doesn't matter what I know, Giage said evenly. You must consider it from her perspective. Every point she made was a valid one. Can you honestly tell me that if your positions were reversed, you would not react as she did? Nasat thrust out his chin defiantly. I hope I would remember to trust my friends, he said with a hint of anger. Giage snorted in dry amusement. That is your first mistake. At the level you and I are at now, we have no friends, only temporary allies, supplicants, and enemies. I refuse to be that cynical, Nasat shot back as Giage barked out a laugh. Not cynical, realistic, he chuckled, as Klaxon suddenly began to scream. What is happening? Giage demanded as his tactical officer looked up at him. Unidentified ships on an intercept course, the officer shouted, as Dauntless cleared for battle. Chapter 36. There was a moment's hesitation as Giage looked to Ajum Ganach. Dauntless was his ship, after all, but the question of command was decided by a simple gesture. Ajum bowed his head and stepped aside, leaving the way clear, as Giage all but leapt into the command chair and turned to the tactical officer. What do we have? He demanded, as the officer threw the plot onto the main display. Readings are indeterminate, Dayaksh, he said respectfully, but there appears to be from 10 to 20 vessels bearing down on our position. They are somehow managing to jam our sensors. Nasat and Musashi stared at the screen and then turned to one another. Do you think it could be? Musashi said in disbelief. It must, Nasat said excitedly, before facing Jiage. It has to be Admiral Fujimoto's fleet, he informed him, as a surge of hope filled his chest. Perhaps, Jiage replied, as he gazed at the display. It is also possible this is one of Chuga's Uiden's tricks. Without missing a beat, he turned back to tactical. Ready all weapons and prepare to fire. What? No! Nasat shouted as he rushed to Jiage's side. Let me speak to her, he begged. I can convince her to stand down. Can you? He asked coolly. If that is Fujimoto, then there is an excellent chance she will react as the Prime Minister did. More so, in fact, seeing as the very ships she now faces are the same ones that devastated her command. There is a very good chance you will not be believed. I must try, Nasat pleaded. My wife is on one of those ships. Jiage grimaced and then glanced at the tactical officer. How long until we are in weapons range? 30 seconds at current velocities, the officer responded. The Diaksh gave a curt nod and mashed down a button on his armrest. That's how long you have to convince her, he said grimly, or until she opens fire. Nasat wasted no time with pleasantries. Admiral Fujimoto, this is Marshal Nasat. We are aboard one of the Konim vessels you are now attacking. Stand down immediately! Nothing. She thinks it's a trick, Musashi said quietly. Probably thinks we're all dead. 15 seconds, Jiage informed them, watching the countdown. Unless you can stop her, I'll have no choice but to fire. Nasat racked his brain, trying to think of something, anything, that would make her listen. All he needed was a minute, but unless she gave that to him. Your father! He shouted in sudden inspiration. You said he would have liked me, and that his biggest regret was that you did not share his faith. He perished in the attack on Earth, in the city of... He ground to a halt, struggling to recall the name of the human city. He remembered reading the report of the metropolitan centers lost, but that had been weeks ago, and the human names felt strange to his tongue. 5 seconds, Jiage intoned, as the ship's officer prepared to launch weapons. Dear Creator, what was it? It was similar to another city in name. He could almost see it. Kyoto! Nasat exclaimed as the human words suddenly came to him. Helene, please stand down. Jiage raised his hand as he prepared to give the order, when the attacking ship suddenly swerved hard to port, avoiding the Konhim vessels. Nasat held his breath as the Konhim leader fixed his attention on the screen, watching for any hint of aggressive intent, before finally lowering his hand. Tactical, maintain weapons lock, but do not fire, he ordered, as the Sartuar marshal breathed a sigh of relief. It is only a temporary reprieve, Jiage said coldly. Unless she fully states her intentions to be peaceful, I will fire, he vowed without hesitation. Moments later, the communications officer looked up. Diaksh, I am receiving a transmission from one of the enemy ships. They wish to speak to Marshal Nasat. On screen, he ordered. The image wavered as the tactical plot was replaced by the likeness of Admiral Fujimoto, Nasat almost gasping in shock at her appearance. Her face was heavily bandaged, covering one of her eyes, and her normally pristine uniform was stained and torn. But worst of all was the empty sleeve pinned up at her shoulder. You have 10 seconds to prove your claim before I destroy you, she snarled. Nasat swallowed and stepped forward with Musashi at his side. Admiral, it is all true. The Konhim have split into 2 camps. The loyalists still following the flag of Chuga's Uidan, and the rebels under Jiage Guyaz. He turned to indicate Jiage, still sitting in his command chair, eyeing her without expression. Chuga's Uidan's forces are headed for Tetrarchy space as we speak. Dissension in the ranks does not automatically make them our allies, Nasat, she fired back. Why should I trust him, or you, for that matter? I could say the same of you, Admiral, Jiage said darkly. I have not forgotten how you treat your guests. The two glared at one another as Nasat stepped in between them. "Admiral, please, let us return to your ship. We can discuss this in greater detail and show you our recordings." He paused for a moment and then asked gently, "Admiral, may I speak to Rakret? Is she unharmed?" Helene's face was carved from granite. "I will consider your request on 2 conditions. First, that all individuals transporting over are unarmed." "Agreed," Nasat said in a rush, nodding his head, drawing sullen looks from those around him. "And second, that Jiaj transports over as well," she demanded. The Diaksh rose to his feet. "And become your hostage once more?" "I think not," he all but spit out. "If you think for 1 second I'll allow you to remain in command after what your fleet has done to mine, you are very much mistaken," she said through gritted teeth. "Allow?" Jiaj barked out a harsh laugh. "What makes you believe you are in a position to allow me anything?" He growled back, as once again Nasat watched the 2 of them ready to go to battle over a point of honor. The last time he had witnessed them preparing to go for one another's throats, he had attempted sweet reason to sway them, and for the most part, he had been successful. But the young naive sergeant who had played peacemaker between them was long gone, and the Sortuar who stood before them now was cut from very different cloth. "Enough!" Nasat thundered, glaring in fury at each of them in turn. 2 heads swiveled as one, as Jiaj and Helene both stared at him in shock. "Are both of you so determined, so filled with hate, that you are willing to destroy each other?" he demanded. "Fine. We can easily arrange that. We can transport you both somewhere, with a stack of weapons high enough to satisfy both your murderous urges, and let you slaughter each other." Nasat scowled angrily at each of them in turn, and to his amazement, each of them managed to look somewhat abashed. He pointed his finger in what he thought was the direction of the Tetrarchy, allowing them to taste his full and righteous wrath. "There is where the enemy lies," he glowered, "and the 2 of you are handing him victory. Have you learned nothing? He wants you divided!" His chest heaved as adrenaline coursed through his veins. "Neither of your fleets can survive against him alone, and I will not lie. Even together, our odds of success are slim." Nasat drew himself up as he faced each of them in turn. "But we have faced greater odds before and prevailed, so I refuse to surrender to fear and hate. So make your choice here now. Will you stand together, or will you battle to the death?" The silence on Dauntless Bridge was deafening, as those in attendance stared at the Sortuar in stupefaction. Whisper grinned as if he had witnessed the funniest pratfall ever, and even Tango gave him a smug smile of satisfaction. But Nasat refused to budge, standing his ground as he waited for their response. "I am willing to come to your vessel, Admiral," Jiaj said at last, breaking the silence. "I will even come unarmed, but I will have 4 warriors at my side, and they will be armed." His eyes narrowed as he carefully enunciated each following word. "I will not remain as your prisoner. I will return here after we finish our discussion, where I will continue to command these ships." Helene's posture was as still as a steel bulkhead, as she eyed Jiaj with suspicion. "Very well," she barely managed to get out. "But you and your warriors will be under armed escort at all times, and that is not negotiable." Jiaj bared his teeth in a predator's fierce grin. "I would not have it any other way, Admiral," he said with reckless elan. "Our shuttle will be within range in an hour's time." "Looking forward to it," she shot back, as she flashed her own incisors in return. As the freak adrenaline surge began to fade, Nasat still had a question burning in his mind. "Admiral, now that we have managed to avoid wholesale slaughter, for the moment, at least, may I please speak to my wife?" he asked in much calmer tones. The Admiral regarded him silently for several long moments, before rising to her feet. "Marshal Nasat, I regret to inform you that the Tetrarchy vessel Clara Barton was lost with all hands." The Barbarian War, Chapters 37 and 38, Embers of Resolve. Chapter 37. So tell me, just how fragile is this alliance? Leandra Singh challenged the two commanders. If it comes to a showdown between the Tetrarchy and Chugaz Uidan, will you both stand with us? Or will you be too busy tearing each other to pieces? Admiral Fujimoto and Dyaksh Jiaj Guyaz eyed each other warily, something that did not go unnoticed by the Prime Minister, nor did the room full of heavily armed humans and Konhim behind them. That's an excellent question, Prime Minister, Helene mused. You know where I stand, of course. I do, Admiral, but you know what they say about a bird in the hand. Leandra steepled her fingers as she marshaled her thoughts. Chugaz Uidan's forces are the greater threat, but the ships under Jiaj's command are the very same ones that shattered your fleet. Are you certain you're not thinking about getting a little payback? Perhaps when his attention is elsewhere? Jiaj raised an appraising eyebrow as the Admiral stiffened in her seat. Prime Minister, I can assure you I understand my priorities. Whatever personal feelings I may have on the subject, my duty is to protect the Tetrarchy at all costs. She turned and faced the Konhim warrior once more. After the battle, however, we shall see. The Prime Minister's professional face was firmly clamped down as she took that in, before turning to Jiaj. And you, Dyaksh. Unless we destroy Chugaz Uidan's forces, my life and the lives of those sworn to my banner are forfeit. I have as much an interest in seeing him defeated as you do. His face was carefully neutral, as regarded Helene once more. But the Admiral raises an interesting point in her less than subtle way. Assuming we are victorious, what happens then? Ideally, we sit down across the negotiating table and try to come to some sort of an agreement. Hopefully something a bit more formal than, you don't bother us, and we won't bother you. She sighed as she leaned back in her chair. You've seen how well that worked out. I won't expose the Tetrarchy to that sort of folly again. This time, either we come to an arrangement that satisfies both sides or... Ah, Jiaj murmured with an enigmatic smile. Or else the situation suddenly becomes interesting. Indeed, Leandra said flatly. I would very much like to avoid that possibility, Dyaksh. That being said, the safety and security of those I have sworn to protect is my only priority. If we cannot find a peaceful solution to our dilemma, then I will order our forces to prosecute this war to its ultimate conclusion. Don't think for a moment that I won't. I believe you, Prime Minister, Jiaj replied. But let us leave aside for the moment the question of whether or not you can. He raised his hand in a placating gesture as Helene angrily pushed back her chair. As I said, a question for another time. At the moment, we have a battle to plan. Yes, we do, the Prime Minister replied after a moment. And you still maintain that Chugaz Uidan is heading for the Chenor cluster? That is correct, Jiaj agreed. Or perhaps it is better to say we have been unable to come up with a more likely target. Leandra nodded and then turned to Helene. And you, Admiral, do you concur? She gave the Konhim commander a piercing stare before answering. After reviewing the data provided, I find myself in tentative agreement with that conclusion. Given what we know of Chugaz Uidan and his motives as well as the current situation, it seems to be his most probable course of action. I just can't shake the feeling we're being set up, Leandra grimaced. But anything else would only be a guess. She took a deep breath and gave them a curt nod. Very well, we will proceed on that assumption. None of the principals appeared especially happy with that decision, but unfortunately none of them had anything better to offer. They quickly sketched out a rough battle plan, but given the number of unknowns, anything more specific was doomed to failure. Even if everything broke their way, there would still be a great deal of adapting on the fly in order to make it work. As the meeting prepared to break up, Leandra's features softened. She looked to each of the commanders in turn and asked quietly, "How's he taking it?" Admiral Fujimoto bowed her head, as well as can be expected. Jiaj slowly nodded. In the space of 2 days, he has lost the two people most important to him. I fear the news may have dealt him a mortal blow. Leandra frowned unhappily. I couldn't help but notice his absence. Where's he now? In his quarters, Helene replied. He has asked to be left undisturbed. Alone? She asked sharply. Are you sure that's wise? We're keeping an eye on him. Discreetly, the Admiral said quickly. We'll do our best to prevent him from doing anything rash. Thank you for that, Leandra said softly. I doubt our last conversation helped the situation any. I believe that is the last thing on his mind, Prime Minister, Giaj told her. We have spoken only a handful of words since he received the news, but I suspect he blames himself for both their deaths. At the moment, that is weighing far heavier on his mind. Leandra sighed heavily. He never wanted this, any of it, she said glumly. I dragooned him and Raykret both into service because I needed them, and given the same circumstances, I'd do it again. She sighed once again and shook her head. But that doesn't mean I don't regret the necessity, or the cost. She stared out at them from her office. Look after him, will you? I will, Helene and Giaj said simultaneously, before looking at one another in surprise. Nasat knelt in the center of his quarters, his head bent in prayer, dressed in the robes he once wore as an acolyte. The familiar sensation of cloth often helped him to meditate, in those times when serenity refused to come. A single candle flickered before him as he struggled to find some sense of peace, some quiet atoll of tranquility he could cling to in his darkest moments. But no matter how hard he tried, the stillness he so desperately searched for could not be found. For hours he had knelt there, refusing both food and drink, as he sought the answers to the questions that tore at his soul. Why? Hadn't he given enough? Hadn't he done all that had been asked of him, and more? Why did Raykret have to die? The silence of the universe mocked him, refusing to answer. Had the Creator turned his back on him? Was her death punishment for some transgression? He wanted to scream, to rend his robes in anguish, to smash and crush and burn, but in the end, he simply wept silent tears. It's not your fault, you know. Nasat's head whipped up in shock, searching the room for the source of that voice. His eyes widened when he saw the human-female Tango perched on a chair, watching him with placid eyes. He had not heard the door open or her enter his quarters. It was almost as if she had simply materialized out of thin air. "What are you doing here?" he said brusquely. "I left instructions not to be disturbed." "Being alone is the last thing you need," she replied, "and wallowing in self-pity won't bring either of them back." "Get out!" he snapped. Only his words seemed to have no effect on her. "The first time I met you on Uzonks, I didn't think you'd last a week, let alone the war," she reminisced with a wry smile. "But you surprised me, and that doesn't happen very often." Tango leaned back in her chair and crossed her legs. "There is more to you, Nasat, than meets the eye." Nasat rose to his feet, his stiff limbs crying out in protest as he faced her. "Why are you here?" he demanded once again. "I do not need someone to hold my hand." "I could say I'm here because someone has to be," she replied after a moment's thought. "Or perhaps I could say that it's in my best interest to ensure my commander doesn't suffer a meltdown." Her normally hard-edged expression was nowhere to be found, making her seem years younger. Or maybe it's because I've been there myself. He stared at her in confusion. "In all the years I have known you, you have barely spoken 2 sentences to me in the same sitting," he managed to get out. "So why do you open up to me now?" "Because of what's coming," she said quietly. "When we face Chugaz Uidan in battle, we'll need you at your best. And right now you're no good to any of us." The familiar stern visage was back now as she rose to her feet. "Time to cowboy the fuck up," she said gruffly, heading for the door. "Once more unto the breach, Nasat. Once more." And then she left, without another word. Chapter 38. "Just how solid is this intel?" Admiral Matavosian asked. "I don't know," Leandra replied unhappily. "I'd be forced to call it a best guess." "A guess," Matavosian repeated, deadpan. "That's not very encouraging." "I know, but it's all we have. Nasat and Fujimoto both stand by the information, as does Giaj Guyaz." The Admiral shook his head. "And how do we know that this isn't some disinformation campaign cooked up by the once and future Diaksh? Sure, he claims he and Chugaz Uidan are mortal enemies, but can we trust that? Or him?" "You're not asking any questions I haven't already asked myself," Leandra told him. "I want to believe them. Truly I do. But I'd be lying if I said I didn't have misgivings." She sighed and stared bleakly at him. "Only at the end of the day, it's all we have." Matavosian grimaced. "Right. Do we know when to expect the attack?" Leandra shrugged. "Soon. That's the best I can give you. The Admiral just stared at her. You're risking everything on maybe and soon? Should I consult a Ouija board while I'm at it? Read some chicken entrails? What about I Ching? I hear that's popular, he said with thinly veiled sarcasm. Enough! Leandra glared at the image on the screen. What part of it's all we have did you not understand? It's either this or do nothing, and I am not doing nothing. Do I make myself clear? Yes, ma'am, he answered stiffly, suitably abashed. Leandra let him stew in his own juices for a moment before moving on. Now then, what's your status? We've scraped together what we can, as per your instructions, he replied. It wasn't as much as we'd hoped. Between engineering issues and problems with qualified personnel, we've managed to ready 75% to 80% of what we'd originally projected. He sighed wearily. I'm sorry there isn't more. We've been working around the clock, and those numbers aren't going to get any better. We always knew that projection was optimistic, Leandra answered stoically despite her misgivings. How soon can you get here? 3 to 5 days, barring unforeseen circumstances, he answered immediately. Some of these ships are flying on a wing and a prayer. We can't afford any delays, she informed him. If they can't keep up, they get left behind. Understood, he said quietly. Prime Minister, given the data from Admiral Fujimoto and what I'm bringing in, I feel it's my duty to inform you that what we have— Ma'am, it's not enough, he said desperately. We'll give them one hell of a fight, but— I know, she said quietly. And to make matters worse, Helene's forces are trailing behind Chuga's Uidans, which means it's up to us to stop them until they can catch up. Matavosian stared blankly at her. Then that's it then. That's the ball game. He closed his eyes as a pained expression suddenly seemed to age him. I might as well just shoot them myself. Prime Minister, what you're describing is a suicide mission. It's Task Force Odysseus all over again. I'm afraid that could be a very real possibility, Leandra said grimly, but things aren't quite as bleak as they seem. We've been digging through everything we have on this end, and we might just have another string to our bow. The Admiral perked straight up. I'm all ears. The Prime Minister managed an austere smile. Then consider this your official read into Operation Lacuna. Helene sat in her stateroom, staring at a projection of the local starfield as she nursed her drink. Despite her years of naval service, real service, not the virtual reality gaming that had given her her fame, this war was taking a far greater toll on her than the previous one had. It wasn't just the losses they'd suffered, but something more. She glanced down at the empty sleeve of her uniform, and then at the picture of her father, its frame draped with a black ribbon, and wondered just how much she had left to give. The door chimed softly, pulling her from her reveries. Enter, she said quietly. The hatch slid open as Nasat stood in the doorway. I hope I'm not intruding, he said in hesitant tones. The Admiral looked up in surprise. Not at all, she said, rising to her feet, only to have Nasat wave her back to her chair. Please do not get up on my account, he told her, as she gratefully collapsed back into her chair. You should be in sickbay. Sickbay is for serious cases only, she said evenly. And besides, there's nothing more they can do for me in the here and now. After this is over, I'll let the healers work their magic, but at the moment I can't spare the downtime. Nasat eyed her glass, and without a word went to her sidebar and poured a drink of his own. Helene raised an eyebrow at that, but said nothing, as he found a spot across from her and sat down as well. To what do I owe the honor? She asked curiously. Honestly, I do not know, he replied after a moment's thought. Something just compelled me to seek you out. I understand, she said quietly, as the edge of her lip curled up slightly. It may surprise you to learn this, but we humans have a herd instinct as well. He stared at her in surprise. I find that difficult to believe. You have always prided yourselves on your individuality. The smile grew wider. It's true. Oh, not to the extent your species does, but it's there. We're social creatures, always have been. Nasat took a cautious sip of his drink, before looking back up at her. The uncharitable might describe your social instinct as social predation, he said without rancor. You are pack hunters, after all. That is also true, Helene admitted. We're a complicated species, filled with internal contradictions, and we're not much closer to understanding ourselves now than when we started. She took a long drink of her own, before leaning forward. Nasat, why are you really here? Nasat closed his eyes. I could no longer justify hiding in my quarters while the rest of the fleet prepares for the upcoming battle. I came to inform you that I am ready to resume my duties. Are you? She asked point blank. I'm not so sure. Would it matter if I was not? He shot back. I may lack your skills in naval combat, but I can still read a tactical projection. He took another sip and stared down at his feet. The odds of any of us returning home are slight. He lifted his head and looked her in the eyes. Tell me I am wrong. She wanted to look away, but honesty compelled her to meet his gaze. No, you're not wrong, she said quietly. Unless we can coordinate our attack with Admiral Matavosian's forces, which means sacrificing at least half a dozen worlds, Chugazuidan will pick us off one at a time. So I surmised, he said with a heavy heart. Then if I am fated to fall, I would like my death to mean something. Helene sighed and drained the last of her drink before setting the glass down. We humans have a saying, the man who is convinced he's going to die will usually find a way to make it happen. She shook her head sadly. Your death won't bring her back, and if you think it's something you deserve, I'd say you've suffered enough. Compared to whom? He asked frankly, before gazing pointedly at her missing arm. Not all scars are on the outside, Nasat, she said softly. The Sortuar shrugged her objections aside. I have been going over your deployment plans, and while they seem more than adequate, I have a small addition of my own. Nasat withdrew a small tablet from his tunic, pulling up a file before wordlessly handing it over. The Admiral took the proffered device and balanced it awkwardly on her knees as she perused the data, before giving out a low whistle. It certainly isn't lacking in the audacity department, she said as she went through the file, before looking back up. It's risky, to say the least. Nasat snorted. Tell me one thing we've done in the last 10 years that wasn't. Helene actually found herself chuckling at that, before handing the tablet back over. You're sure about this? She said evenly. I am, Nasat nodded. With any luck, it may just give us a fighting chance. And of course you intend to be a part of it, she continued. Yes, he replied. Will that be a problem? She leaned forward, searching his eyes before giving him a nonchalant shrug. Last time I checked, you still outranked me, she said at last. If you're determined to lead this mission, I can't stop you. Nasat nodded and rose to his feet. Then I will begin preparations, he said unflinchingly as he turned to leave, pausing as he reached the door. Thank you, he said softly, before disappearing from sight. Helene watched the door slide shut and bowed her head. Banzai, she whispered. The Barbarian War, Chapters 39 and 40, The Lacuna Gambit. Chapter 39. According to the display beside her bed, it was deep into the wee hours of the morning when an insistent alarm woke her from her sleep. Leandra took a minute to throw on a dressing gown and run a brush through her hair, giving her a chance to compose herself, before answering the call. Admiral Matavosian, looking far more composed than she did, stared back at her. We just received word from our scouts, he informed her. A large Konhim fleet has been spotted, near the boundary of Tetrarchy space. The Prime Minister closed her eyes and nodded. And so it begins, she thought to herself. Where? She asked him. On a direct course to Sakip, he said grimly. Our forces are already en route. Xakip was an Ephipteran world on the far edge of the Chenur cluster. It would seem that our intel was correct, she said with a meager smile. Will you have enough time to prepare? We'll be ready, he confirmed. It'll be tight, but we'll make it. There was nothing else to be said. No last-minute orders, no rousing speeches, no reminders of what was at stake. They'd done everything they could think of. They would stand, or they would fall. Any words from her now seemed trite and hollow, so in the end she opted for simplicity. Good hunting, Admiral, she said softly as he disappeared from the screen. Diaksh Chugaz. Uidan's body seemed to hum with anticipation as they neared the worlds of their ancient enemies. Somehow he had always known that he would be the one to fulfill the oath of their forebears, and as the fleet prepared for their first strike, he could feel their excitement flowing into him. It was a far more intoxicating sensation than any drink, and as the blue-green world appeared on their sensors, he bared his teeth as they prepared for the kill. "Diaksh, I am reading a number of vessels in the vicinity of the planet," his tactical officer informed him. Chugaz rose to his feet. "I want hard data on those ships immediately," he ordered. The crew worked furiously to determine the nature of the threat as their scans zoomed in on the point targets. Within a handful of minutes, they had their answer. "Diaksh, I am reading a number of what appear to be transports," the officer reported, as well as... The officer froze in mid-sentence as the data firmed up. Chugaz's eyes widened in amazement as he moved closer to the display, confirming his suspicions. And then he threw back his head and laughed. "So, all they have left to face us are freighters and relics." Admiral Matavosian held his breath as he waited for the Konhim to respond. This was the crucial moment when they would learn if their plans had all been for nothing. The squadrons of aging comets and HKs, remnants of the previous war, were all he had left to fight with. As they'd built the new navy from scratch, the old fighters and gunboats had been parked near the dwarf planet Eris, far beyond Pluto's orbit near the inner border of the Kuiper Belt. During the century of forced demilitarization, it had housed a highly classified research facility, hidden from the triumvirate, designing ships and weapons in case they were ever needed. It made for a convenient dumping ground of obsolete hardware, but handy enough should they ever be needed again. First rule of military logistics: nothing ever gets thrown away. Getting them back in service and manned had been no easy task. The HKs had been especially difficult, given they were designed specifically with Ronin pilots in mind. Without any sort of life support system whatsoever, converting them to human use, or for anyone else for that matter, had proven impossible in the time available. There were many Ronin pilots still around, though only a handful anywhere near Earth when the call went out. After the attack on the shipyards during the minister's coup, there was a great deal of mistrust between the races, but there was literally no one else who could fly them. So instead they'd simply towed the birds to the Chenor cluster, where they linked up with waiting pilots. At least since they were artificial life forms, the refamiliarization process had gone quickly and smoothly. And now it all came down to this: one last desperate gamble. Matavosian watched as the Konhim fleet came burning in hard, and why not? It wasn't like he had anything that could stop them. But that didn't mean there weren't a couple of cards left to play. He nodded at his communications officer, who opened a channel. "Matavosian to all combat squadrons, stand by. Freighter captains, begin your run." "Diaksh, the freighters are moving," the tactical officer reported. Chugaz Uidan watched closely as the transports began racing away from the fleet. There was the question of what they were doing there in the first place, though perhaps it was something as simple as bringing in last-minute supplies. That they were now desperately trying to escape his clutches was unsurprising, since their arrival had apparently caught them by surprise. And then he cursed in anger as the sensor readings suddenly turned to hash. "The freighters are jettisoning debris of some kind," the officer disclosed, after double-checking his readings. "It is interfering with our sensors." Mollified, Chugaz returned to his chair, chuckling in amusement. "They think they can hide from us," he laughed. "Time for us to show them the error of their ways." The freighters redlined their engines as they ran for safety, disgorging chaff as fast as they could dump it out of their holds. It wasn't much, Admiral Matavosian mused, but hopefully it would buy them a few minutes' grace. For a few minutes was all he needed. "All units, stand by. We're only going to get one shot at this," he cautioned them as the ragtag fleet collectively held its breath. "That's it, just a little closer," he whispered, as a knowing smile began to play at his lips. "Come into my parlor," said the spider to the fly. "All ships, attack!" Chugaz Uidan roared as the fleet surged forward. The humans could play all the games they wanted, but nothing was going to stop them now. If they thought scattered strips of metal were going to save them, it only showed how truly desperate they were. He would smash their pathetic armada as easily as he had destroyed the one over Gok, and when he had finished turning their antiquated ships into wreckage, he would turn his attention to his pursuers. Let that fool Giaj Guyaz and his alien allies come. He would finish them off as well, and then there would be nothing left in the quadrant to stand in his way. The Konhim fleet raced into the teeth of the waiting fighters as they began charging weapons. There were so many ways the plan could have gone wrong. When the Prime Minister had briefed him on Lacuna, he could see it for the forlorn hope it was. No one was sure if it would even work. But the scientists and engineers running the computer models assured him the math and physics were sound, and given the paucity of any other ideas, he had reluctantly signed on, even if as far as he knew, nothing like it had ever been attempted under real-world conditions. Well, that wasn't exactly true. Something very much like it had been tried exactly once, over the Ronin planet U-12. Nadezhda Parisi, I hope you're watching, Admiral Matavosian prayed fervently before giving the order. Full power to the generators, he shouted, as the massive planetary shield generators, stripped from a dozen nearby worlds, came online. In the space of a millisecond, the bulk of the Konheim fleet suddenly found themselves trapped on the inside of the shield. It wasn't a perfect sphere, and at least a quarter of the enemy ships had been outside the zone when the shield snapped into place. The energy field crackled and hummed with power, instantly shredding into component atoms the unlucky vessels the barrier had intersected when it materialized into existence. After the stragglers, he ordered, as the comets and HKs opened fire, diving against the Konheim ships they'd missed. They had to keep them away from the generators, long enough for Admiral Fujimoto and the rest of the fleet to arrive. Admiral Matavosian gripped the mic tightly, his eyes blazing with fervent madness. Hold the line, damn you! Hold the line! Chapter 40. Dyaksh Chugaz. Uidan leapt to his feet in shock as his armada suddenly found itself trapped within the shield's bubble. What manner of trickery was this? But once he forced himself to calm down and actually think, he realized the situation was far from catastrophic. In fact, this tactic was a sign of just how desperate the enemy was, for if they'd had any other ships in reserve, they would have produced them by now. No, the old fighters were all they had, and once he smashed his way free of this energy field, he would annihilate them. Order the ships outside the shield to destroy the generators, he snarled, before turning his attention to the tactical officer. Arm the breakers and fire! The HK squadron charged forward, firing a volley of antimatter projectiles while the comets covered their flanks, the Konheim answering with a flight of missiles in return. The agile fighters dodged and jinked their way through the swarm of death, destroying any that threatened the Ronin gunboats. The HK had always been envisioned as an offensive platform, relying on its heavy armor to shrug off damage. It was all axe and no shield, whereas the comets could be used in either role. By covering for their big brothers, they increased the effectiveness of their armada by an order of magnitude, as they fought to keep the enemy at bay. But the Konheim warriors they faced weren't Tyros, but battle-hardened professionals, and they knew the capabilities of the ships they faced intimately. They splintered off into separate groups to deny the HK's a massed target, coming in on oblique trajectories to strip away the fighters, as suddenly it was the comets who were fighting for their lives, the Konheim charging in for the kill. The trapped Konheim fleet fired a barrage of breaker missiles in one heavy gasp, sending them arcing away towards the shield. Chugaz Aiden watched earnestly as they sprinted towards self-immolation, impacting against the field in groups of 2s and 3s as they detonated. The effect was devastating. Massive surges of energy sent shockwaves through the fleet, refracting and rebounding from dozens of point sources like handfuls of gravel tossed into a still pond. Alarms wailed throughout the flagship Resolve, as systems were suddenly overloaded and shorted out. The ships of the Armada were tossed about like toys as the concussive waves reverberated within the field, until finally ebbing away as they canceled each other out. Chugaz Uidan clawed his way back to his feet, the smell of smoke and ozone heavy on the bridge. Report! What is the status of the shield? The crew struggled to find their way back to their stations, working to restore crippled systems before the tactical officer was able to respond. Dyaksh, the shield is still in place, he said in astonishment. Fury twisted his face beyond all recognition as he railed at the news. Another salvo, he ordered. The planetary shield was a marvel of science and engineering, the pinnacle of triumvirate achievement, but it was not without its flaws. While seemingly a smooth, uninterrupted sphere, in fact it more closely resembled one of Carl Fabergé's finely crafted Easter eggs, an intricate puzzle fitting together perfectly and utterly remarkable to behold. The Konhim breaker missile had been designed to exploit the seams and fracture lines within the energy matrix, shattering the sphere with a tap on just the right spot, instead of hurling massive broadsides against the shield wall itself, to no effect. With a simple sphere, the math used to locate the fracture lines was a straightforward exercise in n-dimensional multilinear subspace tensor calculus. But the shield bubble hastily thrown together by Admiral Matavosian was not a simple sphere. Far from it. In fact, if any three-dimensional object could be held up as a model of what they'd created, the closest parallel would be a potato. A rather lumpy and possibly malformed potato. From an engineering aspect, it was an abomination. From a tactical standpoint, however, it was a godsend. The clean, simple fracture lines in the standard model, the ones exploited by the breaker missile, now radiated in 100 different directions. Any hit along those seams would be quickly dampened out, the energy whisked away as it dissipated. But there was a catch. A skyscraper is constructed with massive beams and girders, not tinker toys. The very structure that gave Matavosian's shield its resiliency was also its weakest link. Hit it hard enough and it would shatter, which is why the Admiral had insisted on quadruple redundancy. It had required them to strip out the generators from a dozen nearby worlds, and in theory, when a generator was knocked out, the ones remaining would accept the increased load and maintain the field. In theory. As the salvo of breaker missiles detonated against the shield, Admiral Matavosian watched grimly as dozens of the shield generators exploded in incandescent balls of plasma. The energy field spiked as the remaining generators took the strain and held. For the moment. Major Parisi had used her bubble guns to crush the individual ships caught within the field, but there was no chance of repeating her feat here. As it was, they were barely managing to keep the shield from completely collapsing. Besides, it had never been the intent of Lacuna to destroy the Konhim, merely delay them until Admiral Fujimoto's joint fleet could arrive. Their battle wasn't against Chugaz Uidan, but time itself. The second volley of missiles was delayed, while damage control parties aboard the Konhim Armada rushed to repair the systems wrecked by the first barrage. Chugaz Uidan stormed and raged as the engineers fought to bring them back online, but finally, they gave their grudging consent. Another broadside of missiles hurled themselves against the shield, once again sending shockwaves throughout the enclosed space. This time at least they were prepared, riding out the undulating currents as they struggled to see if their attack was successful. Once more the shield mocked their efforts. "Again!" screamed Chugaz Uidan. A flight of comets disappeared in actinic fire as the shield generators they were defending exploded. Many of the Konhim vessels pressing them were wiped away as well, but that wasn't Admiral Matavosian's greatest fear. No one would ever confuse him with Engineer Scotty, but even he could see the shield was visibly weakened by the latest fusillade. There was no doubt in his mind that Chugaz Uidan was busy readying a third salvo, and this time, all bets were off. Chugaz Uidan was done playing it safe. He'd ordered a double volley of breakers to be fired, despite the obvious risks. They needed to escape now, quickly, before Giaj Guyaz and his alien allies arrived. He could easily defeat each smaller fleet in turn, once he brought his forces to bear, but if they managed to link up, then things suddenly became much dicier. He still liked his odds, but he had not risen to power by gambling. His every move had been determined by the ruthless elimination of random chance. The only horse races he bet on, assuming for the moment the Konhim had such events, were the ones he'd fixed himself. Every ship in the fleet was braced and ready as the third flight of breaker missiles sprinted towards the shield. The Armada seemed to collectively hold its breath, waiting for confirmation as the missiles detonated. Even with the extra precautions they'd taken, their ships were tossed about once more. But this time, the shockwaves quickly disappeared, as a feral grin of triumph appeared on Chugaz Uidan's face. Admiral Matavosian could only watch in horror as the shield flickered and disappeared. "God help us all," he whispered. The Barbarian War, Chapters 41 and 42, Resolve in Flames. Chapter 41. With the shield gone, there was only option left to Admiral Matavosian, and it wasn't a good one. They had a contingency plan in place for a fighting retreat, even though everyone knew it was an exercise in futility. They'd try to protect themselves as best they could while they ran for safety, but with the size of Chugaz Uidan's forces, it was only delaying the inevitable. If everything broke their way, it might buy them an hour, maybe two. Maybe. He was about to give the order when his comm officer suddenly shouted for his attention. "Sir, incoming signal!" "Let's hear it," he told him, already fearing the worst, only to grin like a madman when Admiral Fujimoto's face appeared on the display. It was obvious she'd been through hell, but then so had everyone still in the fight. "Sorry we're late, Admiral," she said with a wry half-smile. "Mind if we cut in?" "Please do, Admiral," he answered, barely managing to keep the relief from his face. "We'll back your play." "Excellent," she nodded as the smile disappeared. "Time for some payback." Chugaz Uiden howled with fury as sensors reported the arrival of Jiaj Guyaz and the humans. If he'd had even a little more time, he could have finished off the relics from the previous war before turning his attention to the usurper. But the humans' little trick had paid off for them, leaving him no choice but to face both fleets at once. So be it. The usurper and his allies were the greater threat, so he would deal with them first. "All ships, come about! Time to show the traitor the price of disloyalty." Admiral Fujimoto signaled the Dauntless as they prepared to make their run. "No time for anything fancy, I'm afraid," she informed the Diaksh. "Come in fast and hard and keep hitting them till there's nothing left." "Agreed," Jiaj replied with a half-bow. "It is past time to finish this." "Copy that," she growled. "Fujimoto, clear." With a nod, her comm officer switched channels as Marshal Nasat's face stared back at her. "We're almost in position," she informed him. "I can give you a 3-minute barrage to soften them up. After that, I can't promise anything. The fleet'll probably be in the furball by then." "Understood," Nasat said calmly. 3 minutes should be more than enough. The two stared at one another, the human and the Sortuar, each with so much they wished to say, and yet unable to say anything at all. "Oh, good luck, Nasat," she managed at last. "May the Creator watch over you, Helene," he said reverently as the screen went dark. "All right, then," she said to the bridge crew, focusing on the task before them. "Take us in." There was no posturing, no sleight of hand, no last-minute maneuvers as the two fleets headed into battle. The situation was brutally simple for both sides, win or die. So like two rival predators in a contest of dominance, they roared and leapt. Salvos of antimatter and missiles filled the narrowing space between them as they raced to close the gap, as the hail of weapons fire began finding their targets. One after another, ships began to die on both sides, with neither showing any signs of relenting or turning away. It was a game of chicken played with chainsaws, and in this hellish maelstrom a squadron of assault boats separated from the Allied fleet and raced forward. Nasat watched unflinchingly as explosions rocked the small boat, trusting to the pilot's skills. If the end came now, it would be quick, and as there was nothing he could do to affect the outcome, he simply waited, biding his time, a rock of stillness in a swirling sea of chaos. Tango, Musashi, Greybird, and Whisper also said nothing, waiting with their commander as their assault craft threaded the crossfire, diving hard for the enemy. There was no room for bystanders in this battle, and small as their contribution might be in comparison to the broadsides being launched by the great ships, a dagger in just the spot can be even deadlier than the sword. "Did you actually believe I would allow you to claim the glory for yourself?" A voice suddenly chuckled in his headset. Nasat turned in surprise and stared out the cockpit window, his eyes widening as a flight of Konhim shuttles appeared on their wing. "Jiaj, should you not be with your ship?" Nasat demanded. "You are far too valuable to risk on a mission such as this." "Not this time," the Diaksh said darkly. "Chugaz Uiden left the field of honor rather than face my blade. His life is mine to take and no other." "Then you will have to find him before I do," Nasat said grimly, "for I too owe him a debt." The sound of Jiaj's laughter filled his ears. "A truly worthy challenge," he said with glee. "Come, Nasat, let us seek our prey." Once those words would have horrified him. The Sortuar were not predators, far from it. Evolution had given them the tools needed to run from a fight, not towards it. But on this day, he merely nodded. "To the hunt then, Jiaj," he said firmly, as the lead shuttles made a beeline for the enemy flagship Resolve. The Konhim shuttle sped ahead, racing for the massive hangar bay. For an assault by boat, it was the only way in, and the enemy knew that. It was heavily defended by necessity, guaranteeing a bloody welcome to anyone willing to risk a direct assault. There was no doubt in Jiaj's mind that Chugaz Uidan had prepared for this possibility, and while that fact did not dissuade him, it did give him pause. It would be difficult to exact his revenge were he to fall gaining entrance. As they came in for their final approach, the shuttle opened fire, hopefully clearing the decks of the enemy, or at least forcing them to take cover. They would reoccupy their positions quickly, which meant speed was of the essence. But where was the shuttle carrying Nasat? Jiaj had assumed he would be right behind him, for how else would he gain entrance? But the assault craft carrying the Sortuar was nowhere to be seen. Over the years, Sergeant Lin had taught him many lessons, but the one forefront on Nasat's mind as they neared the flagship Resolve was one of the first the human had imparted to him. Never do what the enemy expects. It was a matter of faith that to launch a mass assault on an enemy ship, one had to take the hangar bay. There was nowhere else on the vessel where a shuttle could gain entrance, so you simply had no other choice. The enemy knew that, of course, so it was certain they would be prepared for that possibility. A shipboarding was always a savage affair, and the greatest number of casualties came from the initial assault, often in the first few minutes of the fight. But Nasat had spent the last decade surrounded by humans, and by sheer osmosis, if nothing else, some of their attitudes had rubbed off on him. It had taken him years to grasp the underlying fundamentals behind their often mind-boggling notions, but over time he had come to appreciate their meaning. When he'd planned this assault, those same methods had given him an idea, one so mad the younger version of himself would have stoutly refused to even consider it. But as the humans say, if it's crazy, and it works, it's not crazy. Which is why he had ordered the pilot to charge the forward-mounted antimatter guns and blast their way through the hull. It had taken several well-placed hits to make a hole big enough to wedge the shuttle in, as the other assault craft in the squadron followed suit. Half a dozen decks were suddenly exposed to space, spilling out debris, and the bodies of unsuspecting Konhim. Nasat climbed out of his seat, fitting a large drum magazine to his assault shotgun and charging around as he slung the weapon over his shoulder, adjusting the sling. His 4 nursemaids quickly did the same, as he gave them all an ominous glare. "All right, everyone, follow me," he ordered, as they jumped down into the enemy flagship. Chapter 42. Klaxons began to wail aboard Resolve as the tactical officer shouted to Chugaz Aidan, "Diaksh, attackers have breached the hull at multiple points, and enemy shuttles are attempting to storm the hangar bay." Chugaz Uidan pounded the comm panel at his side. "This is the Diaksh to the crew. You are to repel the boarders at all costs. Leave none of them alive!" Their initial assault had caught the enemy by surprise, and for the first few minutes, Nasat and his team met little resistance. But the Konhim had been fighting for millennia and recovered quickly, throwing up hasty barricades and ambushes wherever they could. Coming around a corner, they ran into their first surprise, immediately falling back under a hail of gunfire. Whisper simply giggled and fired an explosive grenade from his launcher, shredding the enemy as the group charged forward, firing at anything still moving, before Nasat called a brief halt. "Where are we heading?" Musashi asked, as Tango covered their 6. "The bridge," Nasat informed them. "That is where we will find Chugaz Uidan." "If we take the engine room, we can control the ship," Greybird pointed out. "Probably less guarded, too." "Then he will simply escape and try again," Nasat answered. "Lin always said that if you cut off the head, the snake dies." He tightened his grip on his shotgun. "We end this now." "And Jiaj?" Musashi said quietly. "The best way to help him is to draw off as many of the defenders as we can," Nasat replied, before giving Whisper a resigned look. "I believe it is time to make our presence known." "Oh, goody," Whisper chortled, as the rest of the team rolled their eyes. Jiaj had fired a score of the shuttle's missiles at the hangar bay entrance as they made their final approach, blasting their way in as the birds hastily grounded, disgorging the warriors within. As suspected, Chugaz Uidan's forces recovered swiftly, laying down a base of withering fire as the rebels sought whatever cover they could. As he scanned the massive compartment, Jiaj searched for anything they could use to smash the resistance. his eyes finally settling on a series of recessed fittings set into the far bulkhead. "There!" he shouted over the comms as he pointed out the target. "Heavy weapons and grenades! Fire!" A fusillade of weapons fire lashed out, ripping into the wall as the nearby defenders dove for cover. There was little effect at first, but as they kept firing, Giage spotted a thick mist beginning to spill into the cavernous bay. It seemed to swirl and roil as it condensed, scattering the enemy loyalists as they ran for safety. "Down!" he howled, a split second before a mammoth concussion flung them aside like rag dolls. Blue-green fire boiled over their heads, pulsing and seething like an angry god, as Giage shouted over the comms, "The way is clear! Follow me!" Those of his forces still alive staggered through the smoke and flames as they charged through the broken resistance, fighting their way clear of the hangar and into the ship itself. Once they were safely out of range, he regrouped, consolidating his forces as he got his bearings. "That way," he ordered. "Once we take the bridge, the battle is over." A muffled explosion rocked the deck beneath their feet. "We had best hurry," he grimaced, "for it would seem we were a bit too successful." One of his warriors checked his sensors and blinked. "Diaksh," he stammered. "I do not believe that was us." Another tremor jolted resolve as Chugaz Uidan and his crew fought to hold on. "What was that?" he demanded. "Diaksh, a number of explosions are being reported throughout the ship," one of his officers reported. "Decks 7 through 12 are now heavily damaged." "It's them," he snarled. "Find the intruders and destroy them!" "You idiot!" Musashi bellowed. "Are you trying to get us killed?" "You heard the Marshal," Whisper laughed. "He said, 'Make our presence known.'" Another blast sent them scurrying down a corridor as they fought to keep their feet underneath them. "Well, I'm pretty sure they know we're here." Nasat let the humans settle the argument on their own as they pushed forward. His focus was on bigger things, namely Chugaz Uidan himself. "How much further to the bridge?" he asked, forcing the squabbling teammates to pause their debate as Greybird checked his schematics. "2 decks up, 3 compartments forward," the hacker replied, as Nasat hefted his shotgun. "Then let us not keep Chugaz Uidan waiting," he said hungrily as they pushed on. Admiral Fujimoto swore furiously as a squadron of the enemy broke through the line, forcing her starboard wing to fall back under a hail of missile fire. The furball she'd predicted had arrived with a vengeance, as both fleets launched broadsides at the enemy in a swirling mass of chaos. In many ways it was worse than the Battle of Zaronk from the last war, for instead of 2 fleets facing each other, there were now 4, making command and control that much more difficult. Admiral Matavosian was a skilled commander without question, but his forces and hers had never trained together. And as for their Konhim allies, keeping a spare eye on them in case they decide to switch sides was rapidly wearing thin, not to mention the fact they seemed to have their own ideas on how to fight. For the moment they were holding their own, but it wouldn't take much to tip the scales. Facing one armada had been bad enough, but now Chugaz Uidan was facing 3. Granted, the relics were little more than a nuisance at this point, and rebels and humans did not seem to be coordinating their attacks as efficiently as they might. But despite their difficulties, the enemy was pressing their attack with a single-mindedness that was impossible to ignore. As the boarders smashed their way through resolve, destroying everything in their path, it was growing increasingly difficult to fight his ship. Communication and control links were being severed, systems knocked out with an almost reckless abandon, and as the fight continued to rage, fewer and fewer of his crew were able to respond. He needed to break them now, before they managed to get the upper hand. The main hatch suddenly exploded, sending him diving for cover as weapons fire sliced back and forth. Chugaz drew his sidearm and added his own volley to the melee, but taken by surprise, his crew was being forced back, seeking shelter from behind their consoles. It was an untenable situation, but there might still be a way out of this, as he swiftly considered his options. And then, without warning, the sounds of battle ceased. "Chugaz Uidan," an unfamiliar voice spoke into the abrupt silence. "You have nowhere to run. Surrender now and your life will be spared." Slowly he rose to his feet, holstering his weapon and keeping his hands visible, as he spotted a sortoir flanked by a handful of humans. "You," he snorted. "I remember you, Giage Guyaz's lackey. You think you can defeat me?" He is no one's lackey, another voice called out from behind him, and unfortunately this one he did recognize. Chugaz slowly turned until he faced Giage. We left things unfinished at our last encounter, Giage said darkly, aiming his weapon. A situation I am about to correct. A cold, thin smile appeared on Chugaz's face. Oh, I think not, he sneered, his hand darting out to press a hidden button beneath his armrest as the bridge suddenly erupted into flames. The Barbarian War, Chapters 43, 44, and Epilogue, The Weight of Peace. Chapter 43. The explosion threw Nasat to the ground, as Musashi and Tango grabbed him by the arms and dragged him clear, the intense heat driving them back into the corridor. What happened? He asked, still befuddled by the concussive blast. Booby trap, Greybird managed to get out as Giage and his team appeared from the smoke. Where is Chugaz Uidan? Nasat demanded as he staggered back to his feet. I escaped! Giage snarled, his face contorted in rage. He had this planned from the beginning if we were victorious. Then we will find him, Nasat vowed, as he took back up his shotgun. He cannot have gotten far. A thundering rumble seemed to shake the ship's bones as the teams looked around in sudden concern. Uh-oh, Greybird said warily. I don't think I like the sound of that. It is the engines, Giage growled, gnashing his teeth. Chugaz Uidan must have set them to overload to cover his escape. We have only a few minutes before they detonate. No! Nasat howled. Not again! We have to get back to the shuttle, Musashi implored him, before this whole damn ship goes up. Nasat screamed in rage and grief, breaking free from their grasp as he bolted back into the fire. Chugaz Uidan! Admiral, we're getting telemetry from the enemy flagship, her tactical officer reported. Power fluctuations are off the scale. He turned to face her. I think its engines are going critical. Helene stared back at him. You have got to be kidding me, she muttered, before shaking her head. Any word from Marshal Nasat or his team? No, ma'am, he answered. Their flagship is in trouble, she said without preamble, which gives us a very narrow window of opportunity. The Admiral gave her a bemused look. And they say history doesn't repeat itself. He smirked. What are your orders? We press the attack, she commanded. Throw everything we have at them, and with a little luck, it might just be enough to shift the balance. Aye, aye, ma'am, he grinned. Damn the torpedoes, full speed ahead. For Earth, she hissed, as she switched channels once more. Admiral Fujimoto to all ships, for all those we've lost, for all the souls that cry out for vengeance, the day of reckoning has finally come. Her eyes danced with seductive fire as she whispered to them, Blood for blood. All across the Allied fleet, they took up the cry as they hurled themselves against the enemy one last time. Blood for blood. Nasat staggered through the flames of the dying craft, screaming the name of his enemy, the creature responsible for the death of his wife, the sound of shrieking beams, the roar of the conflagration surrounding him, the explosions tearing the ship to pieces. They molded and intertwined together, becoming his chorus. If hate were a melody, it would pale in comparison to Nasat's mad anthem. His suit's warning lights flashed an angry red, only to fuel his rampage. It did not matter, nothing did. Nothing but the death of Chugaz Uidan would bring him peace as he stumbled through perdition. It is said that for those willing to sacrifice everything on the altar of vengeance, the gods will grant their boon. And only fools think it an act of kindness. The Alliance fleet hurled itself against the Konhim, and the Konhim staggered back in disarray. They had learned the painful lesson from the previous war of the danger posed by a break in command, and Chugaz Uidan himself, and drilled upon them not to falter in battle, should their leader fall. But even under the best of circumstances, it takes time for a new commander to assert control, to pass on his orders, to steady those beneath him. But in battle, time is the most precious of all resources, more valuable than gold or jewels, and the Konhim stores were empty. Many commanders fought to hold the line, but their efforts were poorly coordinated. The fleet began to fray along the seams, but the harder they fought to hold the worn fabric together, the more it began to tear. The Allied fleet's attacks were relentless, hammering at the Konhim, ignoring their own losses as they reached out to grasp their enemy's throat. Until finally, the Konhim could take no more. The fleet shattered like glass, disintegrating into penny packets of ships fleeing for their lives, with the Alliance in hot pursuit, baying like hounds. Blood for blood. There! Nasat spotted a glimpse of his quarry, heading for an escape pod, and charged after him with every last bit of strength he had left. His shotgun roared with fury, again and again until it was empty. He hurled the weapon at his nemesis, only to be mocked by a sardonic laugh through bulletproof glass. Chugaz Uydin waved goodbye as his pod's rockets fired, taking him out of reach forever. Nasat collapsed, his body going limp as his abused suit breached at last, the oxygen alarm screaming out its desperate cry, before finally going silent. And in his final moments, Nasat glimpsed the impossible. A gentle hand touched his brow as he opened his eyes. "Hello, my beloved," Raikret smiled. "Raikret," he whispered, his shaking hand reaching out to hers. "I have missed you." "And I you," she said softly, placing her hand against his cheek. Nasat pressed his head against her palm, reveling in her touch. "I knew I would see you again," he murmured, "and now we can be together forever." Raikret sighed and shook her head. "No, my love, not yet." The entire universe seemed to come to a stop. "What? But why?" "Because it is not your time, my love," she smiled. "But I don't want to go back," he begged her. "Please let me stay." "It is not my choice to make, or yours," she said wistfully, "but there is one thing you must do for me." "Anything," he whispered. Raikret bent down and kissed his lips. "Wake up, Nasat," she told him, as she faded from view. "Wake up, Nasat!" Tango shouted as she sent another surge of electricity into his heart. "God damn it, wake up!" She grabbed a hypo from her medkit and jammed it into his neck as his body jerked in response, his eyes slowly fluttering open. Where am I?" he whispered. "Escape pod," Tango said in relief as she slumped to the floor. "When you ran off like a lunatic, I knew you'd never make it back to the shuttle. Your suit was breached when I found you, and we barely managed to punch out before the ship blew." He struggled to make sense of what his brain was telling him, but jumbled images were all he could recall. "The battle?" he asked at last. "Over for now," she grimaced. Nasat stared in confusion. "What do you mean?" "We broke their backs, but before we could finish them off, our good buddy Giage got on the comms and offered them amnesty, if they join his banner," she barely managed to spit out. And surprise, surprise, most of them took it. Tango shook her head in disbelief. "Things are pretty tense at the moment, and both him and the Admiral are demanding to see you." She could only stare in awkward silence as he began to weep. Chapter 44. The two fleets kept an uneasy watch on one another, just out of weapons range, as they waited for the ministers to arrive. Nasat had been able to broker that much at least, from his bed in sickbay. Thankfully, none of his injuries were truly life-threatening, despite how close he'd come before Tango's rescue. His memories of those last minutes were still hazy and in disarray, though every time he struggled to recall what had happened, he was left with a feeling of intense sorrow. Perhaps it would be better to leave them buried. They had commandeered an orbital platform for the summit, limiting access to only those parties directly involved. Giage, now Diaksh once again by popular acclaim, and Ajum Ganak representing the Konhim, while Admirals Fujimoto and Matavosian found themselves speaking for humanity. For the old triumvirate races, Nasat and the respective ministers were pressed into service, with Leandra Singh acting as moderator. They'd done their best to keep things as formal and civil as possible, but it was already spoiling to be a bloodbath. "You betrayed us!" Helene snarled, pointing an accusing finger at Giage. "We stood by our alliance to the letter, and then you turn around and stab us in the back?" Her face was a mask of wrath as she hissed at him. "We should have finished you off when we had the chance." And I was supposed to stand by while you slaughtered my people again? He fired back. Our alliance was formed for the sole purpose of defeating Chugaz Uidan. With him gone, that purpose had been served. He met the Admiral's glare with a steady gaze. Before all else, I am a patriot, and you forget that at your peril. How dare you! Admiral Fujimoto shouted as the Prime Minister held up her hand, silencing her. Turning this into a shouting match solves nothing, she said quietly, giving each party a stern look in turn. Unless we can come to some sort of an agreement, we are left with the same position we had 10 years ago, with nothing resolved and festering resentment on both sides. She sighed and shook her head. How many billions have died since this began? How many more must be killed before we end this, once and for all? We have never been the aggressors, Helene answered, her eyes shooting daggers at Jiaj. Not in either war. In both cases, we were merely defending ourselves. The Konhim never once threatened Earth in the First War, Ajum Ganak informed her. In fact, the first human ship we spotted in orbit over Jitutaz was allowed to depart in peace. We had no quarrel with your kind, and yet you chose to involve yourselves in our affairs anyway. That's because the Triumvirate lied to us, Admiral Matavosian said darkly, giving Nasat and the ministers a brief glance, before turning back to face the Konhim. Had we known the truth, there was a good chance we would have stayed out of it completely. Then I suggest you take that up with them, Jiaj said pointedly. But speaking for the Konim, we will not allow ourselves to be exterminated, nor will we submit ourselves to be your slaves. If you cannot accept those conditions, then it seems we have nothing more to discuss. No one is suggesting that, Diaksh, Leandra said wearily, but you have to see things from our perspective. Twice now the Konhim have come boiling up from the depths of space, bent on genocide, and twice we have managed to beat you back. Only a fool would allow you a third attempt, and I assure you we are not fools. If you demand I view the universe through your eyes, then I insist you do the same, Jiaj said evenly. 10 millennia ago we were all but wiped out, and for what? Once again he glanced over at the Triumvirate contingent, who so far had said nothing for the record. Instead, they were huddled amongst themselves, in heated discussion, for the crime of being omnivores, and had they retained that capability, they would have visited the same fate on your race. They might have tried, Leandra said wryly as Helene shot to her feet. I am sick to death hearing you whine about something that happened 10,000 years ago. It's ancient history, Helene snapped. Not to us, Ajum Ganak growled. That act of genocide has haunted us since the very beginning, and we will not allow ourselves to forget. Of course you can't forget, Leandra sighed, but by the same token, how long will it be before you can forgive? Until the debt is paid, Jiaj said adamantly, as he eyed the human admirals. What was that phrase you used at the end? Ah, yes, blood for blood. Try it, asshole, Admiral Matavosian snarled. Enough! Leandra barked, slamming her hand onto the table. Will only death slake your thirst for vengeance? She asked him. Or yours, for that matter, she said in turn to Admiral Fujimoto. Do you have any idea how many years before the war I had to go to the Triumvirate ministers, hat in hand, and beg for a chance to be heard? Do you? She sneered at both parties, her lip curled in contempt. Far too many, I can assure you, only to be snubbed and turned away each and every time. They called us barbarians. And maybe they were right. Maybe that's all we are, both us and the Konhim. Maybe the only way we'll ever know peace is to kill and kill and kill until no one is left. The conference room was utterly silent as the Prime Minister closed her eyes. Maybe that's all we deserve, she said softly. No, it isn't, a voice said behind her. Leandra opened her eyes and turned around as Minister Thrasath rose to his feet. The Diaksh is right, we do owe his people a debt. He gave her a wan smile, and yours as well. The Prime Minister cocked her head, regarding him. Just what are you suggesting? Thrasath sighed and spread his hands. We cannot change what our ancestors did to the Konhim, and they have every right to demand justice. In our defense, I can only say that we did not know the truth ourselves, not until the Prime Minister uncovered it. He grimaced, as a look of shame came over him. It is not an easy thing to learn your people were once monsters. We have spent the last 10 years in denial of that basic truth, but we can hide from it no longer. The Sortuar minister shrugged as he turned to the humans. And then we compounded our mistake by asking Earth to fight our battles for us. That they did so at all speaks well of them, considering our treatment of humanity. They too were in the right to demand we share the burden, though we did so only with great reluctance. With all due respect to Marshal Nassat, he said, bowing towards the commander, who watched him without expression, we are not warriors. We learned to fight by necessity, but it is not our nature. But that does not mean we have nothing to offer. Giage leaned back in his chair, regarding the minister curiously. What is it you have in mind? That while we will never be the soldiers you are, we are skilled in the sciences, in engineering, and in many other areas as well. Let us use those talents to make amends. He looked at both groups, entreating them to listen. Both the Konhim and humanity have suffered greatly in this war. Both of you have worlds that are now all but wastelands. Allow us to rebuild those worlds, to bring them back to life, to share with you both our technology and our resources. We have over 100 worlds to draw from, more than enough to give you back what you have lost. I've heard this song before, Admiral Matavosian said skeptically. It almost cost us Earth. I know, Thrasath said quietly, bowing his head. We accept responsibility for that as well. We failed to adequately supervise what was taking place, and humanity paid the price. He took a deep breath and raised his head, which is why we will welcome both Konim and human observers at every step of the process, from beginning to end, to ensure that does not happen again. You offer a great deal, Giage said at last as they considered the minister's words, but you ask for much in return. You seek to pay a blood price with bricks and seedlings, and many will say the scales do not balance. Just how long are you prepared to make this restitution? Thrasath met his gaze evenly. Until you say it is enough. Admiral Fujimoto raised an eyebrow. You're serious? This isn't some subterfuge to placate us? Quite serious, Admiral. This war must end for all our sakes. A wan smile touched his lips. What is the price of a few bricks and seedlings compared to that? The two admirals glanced at each other for a moment and slowly nodded. We'll have to speak with others, of course, but I think they might just be willing to listen. Giage scratched his chin as he considered the proposal. It will not be an easy task. Many of my people will not accept your help. Not at first, Thrasath agreed, but in time, perhaps, we can convince them our intentions are honorable. Perhaps, he said with a smirk, though I have a condition of my own. His grin grew wider as his eyes settled upon his target. That Nassat be in charge of the project. Nassat slowly rose to his feet as well and gazed around the room. No, he said. Leandra blinked in surprise. I beg your pardon? I said no, Prime Minister, he repeated. For 10 years I have done nothing but serve. I have been called to duty time and again, and each time with the same words, that I was needed. He gazed at them with a fatigue that went far beyond mere physical weariness. I have given everything to the cause, and I am finished. Let others take my place, for I am done being your puppet. The war is over, and my services are no longer required. Nassat plucked the marshal's rank from his collar, laying it on the table, and walked out of the room without another word. Epilogue. 6 months later. The tavern was a rustic establishment, near one of the ruined cities of Gzuj, frequented by the ranks of those working to rebuild what had been lost. Despite the steady and growing flow of materials and personnel from the Tetrarchy, there would always be a need for Konhim workers, skilled with their hands. Even with the alien technology being freely shared, the project would take a lifetime, and perhaps more. But as the workers shared a meal and rounds of drinks after a day's labor, there was a growing sense of pride as well, a sense that they were helping to reclaim what had been lost. Like many such locales in history, people came and went daily. A laborer might spend months on a project only to walk away without a word, drawn to something else. Or he might spend less than a week on site before doing the same thing. The transient nature of the populace meant few ever grew close to those around them, and fewer still asked questions about their past. making it the perfect place to hide for someone like Chugaz Udan. It hadn't been easy, escaping the Resolute during the heat of battle, but then he had always been a firm believer in planning for contingencies. He'd kept specially prepped escape pods scattered around the ship, and once away it was a simple matter to mingle in amongst the other survivors of the battle. He'd taken the identification of a dead crewman, though his features were a bit more problematic. It wasn't as if he could simply blend in, after all, not as well known, or as notorious, as he was, depending on one's point of view, but he had prepared for that as well. A hypo filled with a powerful analgesic, a scalpel, and suddenly he was merely another wounded warrior, whose facial scars rendered him unrecognizable. He'd even been picked up by the Dauntless of all ships. He'd spotted Giage several times during the course of the journey back to Konhim's space, and he had never suspected a thing. It had been difficult to hide the rage he felt as others called him Diaksh, the title that by all rights was his. But that was all right. Let him have his moment, for he had plans to deal with the usurper when the time was right. Working on the reconstruction crews allowed him to blend in, and the simple duties gave him time to think. Time to plan his triumphant return to the halls of power, though sadly the title of Diaksh would never be his again. He was known by too many, and wanted by both the Tetrarchy and his own people for war crimes. Fools. As if war was not the greatest crime of all. What he had done had been for the greater glory of his race, though of course such small minds could never grasp his vision. Perhaps things had not gone according to plan at the end, but that merely whetted his appetite for his next attempt. This time he would be the power behind the throne, the most trusted advisor whispering into the Diaksh's ear. He would find some suitable puppet in due course and begin the climb back to his proper place. After all, he had done it before. And once he was in place, once they had taken all they could from the alien fools, once his puppet was seated upon the throne, once again, the Tetrarchy would tremble at the sound of the Konhim horde. And it would be glorious. Chugaz finished his simple meal, downed the last of his ale, and rose to his feet. The physical labors of his assumed role took their toll, and he needed rest. He made his way through the throng of bodies and into the street, walking back to the simple tenement he now called home. It too fitted his new persona, but when the time came for him to resume his duties as the true leader of the Konhim, despite whatever figurehead the nation called Diaksh, he would happily leave it behind and never look back. Perhaps he would have it raised for his own enjoyment. He turned down a side street, lost in his thoughts, when suddenly something yanked him off his feet. His mouth was covered before he could make a sound, and as he struggled he felt a brief sting prick his neck. And then nothing, as the darkness claimed him. Chugaz slowly regained consciousness. His mind struggled to recall what had happened. Where was he? He attempted to sit up, but quickly discovered he was unable to move. As he thrashed in panic, he realized he was restrained, his arms and legs bound tightly. Even his neck and chest were bound and fettered. What was happening? "So, you're awake," a voice cooed in the darkness. "Who is that?" Chugaz demanded. "Who are you?" "No one special," the voice chuckled. "I have been hunting you for a very long time, Chugaz Udan." He went still, as a cold feeling of dread filled his veins. "You are mistaken," he managed to get out. "I am not the Diaksh. My name is—" "Spare me your lies," the voice snapped, harsher this time. "I know who you are, who you really are. As I said, I have been hunting you." A figure stepped out of the gloom and into the light. A human figure with eyes that squirmed. "Hunting things is something I'm very good at," Whisper giggled as he raised a blade, letting it dance and weave above his face. Chugaz stared at the dagger with sick fascination before looking at the human in desperation. "I can pay you," he babbled. "I'll give you anything you want." Now what do I want?" Whisper pondered, tapping his chin with the knife as a smile lit up his face. "Oh, I know," he giggled as he leaned in close, his lips almost brushing Chugaz's ear. "I want for you to scream," he said softly as the blade came down. Chugaz screamed, and screamed, and screamed. Nasat sat on the small bench behind his home, with Tychist and Chechla at his side. He had promised Rakret they would someday build the home they had dreamed of, but there had never seemed to be enough time. Duties always seemed to drag them away. And now he had nothing but time. A babbling brook meandered through the carefully sculpted garden. It was a quiet place, a place of contemplation, just as he and Rakret had always imagined. With one addition. A carved block of stone stood before the bench as he and his children gazed at its simple words. Rakret, beloved wife and mother, may the Creator watch over you. The children stared at the marker in solemn silence as a quiet tone pulled him from his reveries. He carefully withdrew his tablet, not wanting to disturb them, and read the brief message. It's done. With a single command, he deleted the message, ensuring it would never be read by anyone else, before slipping the tablet back into his robes. Father? Nasat smiled as gazed down at his son. Yes, Tychist? His big eyes pleaded with him. Tell us the story, he begged. Yes, please do, Chechla chimed in. As you wish, he said softly, as they snuggled in close. A long time ago, a young acolyte and a healer met during a war.